dragon man. Or maybe he was just a dragon, but he was still Truck. Nuts. Yeah, welcome back to the lawyers. Welcome back to the lawyers. Hope you're doing good. Happy day of the week. Never thought I'd see the day, but we're here. We're gonna look at Miles spinning around. Hope you're doing good. It's funny just because I recall people yelling at me about the investigations games as I was trudging my way through the sextology, and I was like, I don't know. I know only I don't know if I really want to track down a copy of Investigations. I know 2 never released in the States, and I know it has a fan translation a lot of people swear by. But I was like, I don't know if I want to do that. And then Capcom was like, what if we re-released it on PC and consoles? And here you go. The what? How did I know? I didn't even have to. I was like, sometimes you say words, and you're like, yeah, people are going to enjoy. Yeah, no, people have said good things, but I was just like, I don't know. It's a spin-off, and it's kind of hard to get a copy of legitimately, and that's usually how I prefer to stream. Yeah, and then Capcom was like, here you go. I was like, well, so here we are. They have new names. Yeah, so they did a new translation, as far as I understand. And I got a number of recommendations that involved people wanting me to check out the original translation, or at least just like, if people know, they can listen. We have an entire Investigation 1 to get through before we get to 2, so that's a ways off still. But if and when we get there, if people know the original, you can yell at me about it then. But yeah, the first game was released in English. It was the second one. I think this didn't sell well, so Capcom didn't bother with the second one in the West. But they dropped it here, which is cool. A shower of MIDI. My God. Beautiful. Thank you, Duke. On-screen MIDI, right. The on-screen celebrations, which don't show up on the VOD, but you can do. Yeah. Case 3. I mean, we're on case nothing. What is this? This is a spin-off series. I don't know much about it. If that's your question. All I know about these games is you play as Miles, and you can make him run around. And Gumshoe's here. And I talked a lot about in like 5 and 6 how the team without Shu Takumi I think showed a good amount of restraint, not just playing the hits and actually trying to do different things with the series. But I miss Gumshoe. I was like, it took them a long time to bring back Mai, and even then when they did, there's like one case where they sort of justify her being your sidekick. And I'm like, that's good. The series is better for them not just being like, remember, we're gonna contrived ass make all these things happen again. You remember? But yeah, I miss Gumshoe. Them mentioning him was just like, oh, bring him back. So yeah, I'm excited to see what they do with him. But yeah. Also getting to play not just as Miles, which is fun because it's Miles, but getting to play as, I'm assuming, a prosecuting attorney. I mean, he's pointing from that side of the screen, right? He's on the right side, pointing to the left. So I don't know if there's like actual court cases, trials. It's called investigations. I don't know. From all of the screenshots I've ever seen in this game are like him standing in a field
Nice.
with NPCs around him, which just seems neat. Bam, we're gonna see what it is. You'll see. Yeah, we'll get to that. I'm not asking people to be like, here's the summary of how the game works. It's Miles making vests. Gotcha. Investigations. He stopped being a lawyer and prosecutor and just went into the fashion industry. I mean, listen, he's got the look. He's gonna do it. Be careful. I've not played before. I haven't played any of these games before. No, this started years plural now ago, because I've been a fan of the Professor Layton games since they came on the DS, and I was like, these games are hilarious and bizarre, and the little puzzles are neat. And I never played the spin-off, the crossover with Layton and Phoenix Wright. So I was like, I'll play Phoenix Wright 1. I'll play the first Ace Attorney, so I just have a little bit more context for who these characters are. I'm not like, where's it in the timeline? I don't care. It doesn't matter. I knew it wouldn't matter. It's a spin-off. But I was like, I'll just play one Ace Attorney game, and the chat was like, play all of them. And I was like, I'm gonna play one. And then I was like, okay, I'll play the first 3. Okay, I'll play the first 4, but then Shu Takumi's no longer in the picture. So then I played 5 and 6, and now we're here. So yeah, I'm full blown in the brain rot. So I'm just getting caught up to what my experience has been. I'm getting caught up to what Tumblr was obsessed with 20 years ago or 15 years ago. So the ride never ends. I mean, eventually. Oh, that's a very good hype emote. Just coming in with the hand. I mean, listen, if I get through all of this, and we get through Investigations 2, and then we get through Great Ace Attorney 1 and 2, then I'll be done. Then I can rest. And then that's when Shu Takumi will be like, here's what I've been working on in a lab, in a basement in Capcom for 30 years. The gayest game ever. I don't know. I hope he's either relaxing on a beach, or I hope he's cooking and giggling to himself the entire time. So we'll see. We'll see. That's when 8 will drop. I mean, it's regardless of whether or not they're building up to a new Ace Attorney, the fact that Capcom has been doing a pretty good job, as far as I can tell, re-releasing these games, and retranslating them. It's more than a lot of publishers do with some of these older games that have vocal fan bases, but maybe aren't like the biggest system sellers. But it seems like Ace Attorney's been building in popularity, and re-releasing it can't hurt them, so it's good. Anyway, some nominative determinisms already. Only getting stuck in the last case when I play this, I can't remember. Cough, cough, blood porn. Yeah, right. Which is just a single game, let alone multiple. Anyway, let me get a couple stuff so we can rotate the lawyer in our mind. First of all, Ace Attorney Investigations, TM, copyright Capcom. This was recommended that I stream by Christmas4477, Arcaz88, Leo Nillian, Quincy Morrow, Organist, Skyward Lee, Smashmat 202, Anzena Owl, Magic Facet, Brainrot is Real in Here, Flitzy, Marissa Blackwing, Kira Queen 870, Afterglow and Faros, Yan Dooku, Fiendish Auburn, Flutter Ninja Sucks, Playing Like Ass, Edgeworth Sus, I'm Barry, speaking to you, I'm your brain Barry, J exclamation mark, Asher the Fawn, Toot Grizoo, the Swimming Flamingo, Derp Snazzy, Darkbra 9504, Evie Curry, Malinor, and 3 anonymous users. So, that partially influenced my opinion to play the game. It's just, let me just do a Control F Miles, and there were like 5,000 things. Just a couple. I still played Greatest before this. That was the other thing too. I was like, it's a spinoff. I'm excited to get back to the Shu Takumi of it. But people made a good case. No, maybe pun intended. That this keeps us in sort of the same characters and world that we know, and Gradius is kind of its own separate thing. So it might be nice to just be done with this, get them out of our head, and then dive into the great Ace black hole. So, and you finish the Great Attorney first. You have plenty of time, literally months. I have all of this to get through, and Ace Attorney Investigations 2, which I'm not gonna do back to back. You got time? Great place to end things. Yeah, we'll get there eventually, maybe. The mold is permanent. It's seeping into the folds of my brain. So yeah. Before I start to like, guys, yeah, that's what I was thinking. And like, it'll even if I'm expecting to enjoy these. The fact that I've enjoyed even the games in the first 6, that people are like, this one's kind of a mess. I'm like, I still had fun. I'm still probably gonna have a good time with this, but I'm looking forward to being like, okay, what did Shu Takumi want to do when he finished up with 4 and was like, I want to do a separate thing with new guys. I mean, I'm excited to see what that was about. So, we'll get there. We'll get there. Also, between streams, Starlight Faye subscribed. Thank you. Hope you enjoy. Most of the Ace Attorney emotes are on BTTV. Oh my god, Miles is here. Thank you, Boingry. For example, I made like a bar topsy report, Lil Miles. I haven't made a gumshoe emote. Maybe I should do that at some point. Yeah, there's a couple Ace 30 emotes that are sub, like perceive, but most of them, I think, unless I remove them, I don't think I did. They should be on BTV. So we got like Bar Judge if he shows up. I think he's whirling around there somewhere, maybe. Hopefully. Oh yeah, of course. End quote. Who could forget? So anyway, but thanks for subbing. I hope you enjoy the most. Double Forte, thanks for 7 months. Thanks for the prime. Maya Spin.
Professor, look, my name is Luke. I am a gentleman. I wrote this puzzle just to represent. And my pens are sticky. Number one hit coin, I'll say the answer's 3. Another puzzle solved.
Thank you for the happy. Appreciate it.
Both Ryunosuke's voice actor and OnStar streaming Ace 32 together. I get twice a week. Oh my god. How do you make a BTTV emote? As in, how do you get to show up in chat, or how do you upload it to BTTV? Because those are different. To get to show up in chat, you just type in the code for like the emote name, same as you would any emote. You don't need BTTV yourself for it to show up for other people. To upload it, you might need. I think you just log into BTTV. They have their own standalone website. You log into it with your Twitch account, and then I think by default anyone can upload a handful of emotes. I forget how it works. It's been a while since I set up. I pay BTTV to get 50,000 emote slots, but I think by default you get like 10, 20 for free, and you can just upload a PNG. They have like file size requirements and stuff, things you have to do, and it might need to go through an approval process, depending on what it is. But yeah. Anyway, it's Miles time. It's magic. Mostly how the internet works is magic. Double Forte, thanks for 7 months. Pin it back, thanks for 38. Detective Edgeworth. Captain Big, thanks for 45. Just finished up a great Ace playthrough. Really looking forward to when you get to it. It's gonna be a bit, but we're on our way. Snappy, thanks for 31. Ahoy. No, we're pirates. We love to sail the set. Pin it back, thanks for 100 bits. Maya Spin. Mint Mango Art, thanks for... Or Mint Mango Art. Thanks for 6. What the fuck is a kilometer's Edgeworth? That's what he's investigating. Blooper Duper, thanks for 96. Thanks for playing this. I'm very, very, very normal right now, smiley face. I'm counting the days till he gets a great ace. We've been deprived of Gumshoe for so long, but that ends today. Ahoge Hope, thanks for the prime. Thanks, enjoy the emotes. 5 Leisure, thanks for the hammy. Got the notification you're doing Mori's tourney, and it activated me like a sleeper agent. Banana Bread. Alan Bradis, thanks for 69 bits. Let's go, Edgeworth. Smashman, thanks for 100 bits. We've returned to the world of gay lawyers and nonsense. Not quite, because this game we're going to use logic to figure what happened. Bold move for a series like this. Let's see if it pays off. Well, we know from the Leighton versus Phoenix Wright that the concept of logic can exist. It doesn't exist in that game, but it could exist, so I'm not sure if it's here, but we'll find it. We'll see. Sarcastic Crow, thanks for 38. Just got a new job after a few months of unemployment. Back in the games industry I go as a grizzled lead QA. Oh boy. Want to thank you for your vids in the chat, for helping me stay sane while I searched. Sarcastic Crow, thanks for the resub. Congrats on new gerb. Hope it goes well. Appreciate it. Disastrous 10K, thanks for 200 bits. Edgeworth Sus. Putty Tank, thanks for 10 bits. Hype. Absent, thanks for a year. Yee. Dave, thanks for 100 bits. I'm barely here live as a VOD watcher, but here are the last of my bits. Kid Icarus Uprising was a wild time. I highly encourage anyone here who hasn't seen Barry's VOD to watch it. That was a fun one. Thank you. Kitsuda, thanks for 83 bits. I'm about to Edgeworth. Thank you for sharing. Din, thanks for 2 years. Time can't be real. Why am I so old? Be every day. Thank you. Rival Lake, thanks for 69 bits. I love how you said, yeah, I'm probably just going to play Ace 31 so I can understand Leighton crossover. Now we're on game 7. You're not immune to Shutakumi propaganda. No, I'm not. I thought I would, but I'm not. It's not that I just feel like I want to clarify. It's not that I thought I'd be immune to the brain rot. I just didn't want to set up expectations. I just try to not get people hyped up for things that don't happen. That's why I don't typically announce what I'm playing to stream in advance. I just like to go, ta-da, here's what we're doing. Rather than be like, tune in on this day. I mean, with the exception of like the Metal Gear Stream Monday. Normally I don't do that though. That was a special situation. I don't know. I just as an online person, I don't want people to be like, oh, when's he gonna do the thing he said he was gonna do 5 years ago? It's just like, it's just shit happens. Life happens. Do we start the gameplay with new emo?
We'll see what you got.
New video incoming. I mean, maybe. Amy Heather, thanks for 100 bits. This is gonna be good. Kids Smith, thanks for 53. You ready for chess? If I remember correctly, there's a lot of chess. I'm really bad at chess. I mean, I know the rules of chess. Thank you. It's a little Miles Dancing, which is really good. It's very crunchy and low contrast, but he's jamming. It's good to this. Me when the Vert hits. Vert is the composer of this OST. Anyway, thank you. Duke, thanks for 2 bits. That's a lot too. He's not called Miles Edgeworth because it's his legal name. He's called Miles Edgeworth because he's bisexual. Correct. He was in a courthouse that was attacked by terrorists, and he was crushed underneath a large gavel and had to subsist off of legal documents to stay alive for 2 days. But he's called Miles Edgeworth because he's bisexual. Kevlar, thanks for 64 bits. Thanks for soup. Who's ready for some nominative determinism? I am, or my name isn't Yao E. Watcher. Thank you. Rival Link, thanks for... Imagine just his name's Yao. And you meet someone named Yao, and then their last name is an E. Like, Christ. Rival Link, thanks for 69 bits. Nice. We're gonna have Barry finish all these games, so the second he finishes the last game, Capcom will finally release the next Ace Attorney game. I know, I gotta keep going. I gotta pick up the pace. Nice. What's Later Alligator looks like? Which Later Alligator reminds me of Duck Detective, which that has their second chapter coming out, I think later this month. I got an email about it. I'm excited. Mako, thanks for the $1. Hope you're ready for the worst AA game. Of course, it doesn't mean it's bad. It just means the new team's first Ace Attorney game, and it shows. Then the second game is one of the best. Hope you have fun. I appreciate it. I'm sure I'll have a good time. Even these games that are most annoying and frustrating, I still enjoy the experience of yelling at and with chat about it. So it's been a good time. Boy Angry gifted a sub to Miles Edgeworth. The Miles. JC, thanks for the hammy. Big fan of the MGS stream this week. Still working through it. You're a great creator. I really appreciate your stuff. Definitely helped me out today. Thanks. Thank you for saying so. Appreciate it. I was in the middle of watching a fun video. I knew I had the time to finish the video before you're done talking to chat. Yeah. I'm almost done. I'm almost caught up. Kurosawa, thanks for 46. Legs real. Chat, is this real? Mint Mango Art, thanks for the soup. My favorite. Alazul, thanks for 50 bits. Barry J. Blige, did you ever do a ranking of the Ace Attorney games? Personally, I found Investigations 1 to be the weakest in the series. Investigations 2 was a blast. Curious to see how you'd feel about them. I have not done a ranking. I'm not currently planning on doing like a tier list kind of thing for them. My experience of playing these games has been so wrapped up with my experience of streaming them, which has been great. Like, I genuinely... I would not still be sitting here streaming these stupid games if I didn't enjoy streaming them. There's plenty of games I enjoy playing where I'm like, I'll finish that on stream. Like, sometimes there's things that I think is you know, a different kind, like Blueprints. I would be on stream 500 of that, still just staring at the wall, being like, I just need this RNG to line up. But, you know, different things are a different experience. Yeah, I've been enjoying all of them. And because of the way I've streamed them and the way Pooh Brain works, a lot of them, I have to be reminded of, like, what was in each game, because I've spaced them out, but, like, compared to their release schedule, if you're playing these as they came out, you know, they're much more spread out and more distinct in your mind. Whereas for me, I'm like, okay, that one had Godot, so that had to have been Trials and Tribulations, but, like, the ones that don't have a real, like, oh my god, that had to have been that character in that game, I'm like, which one was that? They just kind of blur together a little bit, so it'd be hard for me. I would sit down and be like, wait, I think I wouldn't do it. It would take too long. But a case tier list, I think would be more interesting for me than a game tier list. To be like, this case was a banger. This one should have been split up into 8 cases. This was a nightmare. You know, like that, I think there's more interesting conversation to have there because of my experience with these games. Rather than like this whole umbrella of everything in this game. It's like every game has its weak parts. Every game has its annoying bits. Every game has its case that's way too long that I'm like, I don't know what we're doing anymore. So... Can we get a Blueprints update? I'm interested in this time the opinions changed or not. My opinion's been pretty static as of the last time I yelled about it for a long time, which is I'm in the end game where I've amassed enough upgrades and tools that I feel like I have enough levers to mess with that I can manipulate the RNG, where I'm still rolling dice constantly, but now I have actual dice sometimes that I can use to re-roll things sometimes. So it's a better version of the game. It just took way too long to get to this point. Where I'm currently at right now is I'm trying to solve an end game puzzle that requires like 3 things to line up, and I'm making progress on that front. I've had numerous threads I've been pulling on. There's like a bunch of late game puzzles that all kind of like exist around the same time, and then converge in the middle as like they're all pointing to this one thing. The problem is I sort of did all of these in the perfectly wrong order, where like I found a key, but not what it goes to. I found a locked door with no indication of how to open it. The key doesn't go to the door. Like, everything was in the wrong order, and I was doing some Googling to be like, what am I missing? And it's like, there's this one thing here that you half figured out, but you didn't fully figure out, and that'll make the rest of it click. And I'm like, okay. There's stuff like that keeps happening, where it's just like, the entirety of my playthrough has been, I agonize over solving a puzzle and put it together, and brute force a solution, and then I find a note that's like, here's the answer. And then the things I'm stumped on for a long time, there's just no help in the game. Or there's just red herrings that I get super obsessed with, of like, this must literally mean this. And I'm like, no, that note actually doesn't matter. It's just like, I'm enjoying the game. I'm still playing it. It's just, it's not as tightly designed of an experience as I would have liked. I think it could have been much more focused. It would require a very significant rework of what the game is, but it's like the core RNG stuff I've sort of moved past being the primary crux of my frustrations, because you slowly, it's not even a snowball, it's like watching ants build a mound. It takes so long, and every step is insignificant, but over dozens of hours, you're like, okay, now I have all this extra stuff. But yeah, just the way the puzzles are designed, it's like, I still think it's just an inherently fascinating problem of putting these kinds of puzzles into a roguelike. But the deeper into it I get, the more I'm just like, I don't think the game needed to be as mean as it is, and I don't think these puzzles needed to be as weird as they are. The types of puzzles where you're able to enter a room and you have all the information, you can solve it, great, S tier, great time. The puzzles that are like, you need to grab this from this place and this from this place and then bring these together, and also buy, like, I was yelling at Dan, and I have to be vague because I don't want to spoil anything specific, but like there was a part of the game that I finished. I alluded to mentioning that there was a locked door. It involved effectively opening like 8 doors, like literally opening a door and finding another locked door, and then going, I don't have the key for this. I need to come back on a different run, or I need to leave, go back into the mansion, and then come back with a key. And it was a joke at the player's expense, and I was not laughing, because sometimes a dev can play a joke at the player's expense, and you're like, that's funny. But in a game that's just wasting your time so much, I know that door. Yeah, it's like it's very blatantly like the most bullshit part of the game, because it's not difficult. There's no puzzle. It's just, do you know what you need to do to open this door or get past this obstacle? So in that case, it's a knowledge check more than anything else. But because of the video game being a random video game, you are probably not in possession of everything you need to open there. And then you're rewarded at the end of all that is another closed door that you've never seen before. And that's when I was like, I'm Googling. I'm mad. Am I missing something? They're like, nope, you just need to go tug on these threads. And I'm like, I am. I'm tugging on 30 threads. Anyway, that's my blueprints rant. I'm done. We'll get back to the Gaylords now. Yeah, it's a mess. I hate the moment, but I love it. I mean, I'm still in the I hate it because I haven't finished it yet. But I'm getting there. I did finish. The last thing I'll say is I finished my day one dare mode and curse runs, meaning I did the speed run where I beat the game in a minute and a half, because I was like, I want to get all the trophies more as a fuck you for this game. I want to put them in the trophy room, and I do not care to grind the game for 100 more hours to beat the game on curse mode or dare mode. So yeah, I just used the strat where you hover out of bounds and beat the game from the outside, and it takes 2 minutes, and it's great because you can do it very casually. So it's good. I'm not playing myself. I don't have any patience. I mean, I could do a more spoilery rant maybe once I'm done with it. I'm trying to not spoil things specifically for anyone that's still playing it or interested in checking out. It is a fascinating game, and I'm still playing it for many reasons, but holy shit, if they make a sequel or like someone takes this and then makes their own version of it, there's just so many rooms for, I don't want to say the word improvements, because this game is very deliberately what it is, but just what it is, something that I kind of hate. It's just like, ugh, why just make like 3 concessions in favor of the player and I'll love it, instead of just like, ah, it's annoying. Anyway, gay lawyers, how we doing? Get that out of my brain. Come, Saucer Todd, thanks for 16 bits. The internet, as we know, is a series of tubes. And sometimes there's lawyers in there. Mango, thanks for 30 bits. I'm going to say my favorite part of investigations is where Edgeworth says it's investigating time and investigate all over the place, but then hit enter before I finish typing. I mean, your message was my favorite, and so I didn't even think that was a typo. Thank you. Cyborg Torin, thanks for 55 months. Hiya. Crow, thanks for 100 bits. May I share an imager of the cat who helps me stay sane during my job search? Yeah. Yeah. You need let me permit. That was like 10 minutes ago. If you got a cat, there you go. Any mods exist to do the things I want? As far as I know, when I checked for mods around when it came out, pretty much the only mod was to increase like the walking speed, because the game has a variable. Blueprints has a variable walk speed. It is real good. Yeah, this is what I should do while I'm yelling about Blueprints, is just show footage of cats, so then the people that don't care can just look at the cat. The game, when you're outside the house where most of the game takes place, you move decently fast. It's not like you're not moving at Quake speeds, but like, you know, you got like a nice little shimmy. And the moment you go inside, your max speed just goes near them, even when you're running with the sprint button. So I think the mod probably just caps it as like, it's just higher, because the game has a toggle between walking and running. I don't know why the run has to be that slow when you're like, I'm just trying to finish this run. Anyway. Hey, allergy. Hold on. You can just tap her. Yeah, except I wish it was just more of a hard toggle. The fact that it's a soft, you can tap the shift key to enable running without having to hold it. But then if you stop and restart, sometimes it'll just turn itself off. Usually it stays on, but I'm like, what I want is like in Hitman, there's a toggle you can enable that turns sprint into a toggle, which I turned on. So if you ever watch me play Hitman, there's a little icon of a guy running in the corner. That's when I have when I have sprint enabled. I'm like, I wish Blueprints just had that instead of this weird, like, you hold it or you tap it, and they're both just kind of nebulous, and you don't know until you move if it's on or not. And because the sprint is kind of slow, sometimes I tap it anyway to be like, am I fast? And then I slow down, and I'm like, no, I was actually walking already. It's wild. Anyway, good kid then. Now you. Tumby of what about frame? About what about the Tumby? Garbage no, thanks for 69 bits. Time to see Miles suffer from what I call protagonist syndrome in these games. Oh no, that concerns me. Smash Fix for 96 bits. A pre-game Barry talk about Blueprints more likely than you think. Amy, thanks for 300 bits. I would pay real money to see how about this game on the Ace Attorney series when you finish the series. First of all, thank you. Second of all, I don't know what that would be. I most of my how about this game videos have been me answering a question that I had, and then sat down and thought real hard about it and wrote 20 scripts trying to get my ideas on a paper, which I then turned into a script, which is not a good way to write videos, because then I write one every 3 years, and then by the time I'm done with it, if it's a newer release, everyone's moved on months ago. But yeah, with Ace Attorney, I'm not sitting here like what would my angle be? If it's just a video of like, these games are great, yeah, that'd be a fun video to make, but that's not as interesting to me as an auteur, as a creator, as a person with extremely high, I don't know, I mean, I could make that video. I'm just like, I don't know. It's more interesting to me to like tackle an interesting issue, to be like, what's this thing that people haven't talked about as much as I would like? Or what's this question that I have that I want to answer? Ace Attorney, I'm just like, why did they do this? That's the question. I'd take any kind of video. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's not Ace Attorney, but I have video plans slowly cooking. They're on the back burner at about 1% heat, but hopefully more to share soon. Cat. This is a kind of video. Yeah, I mean, listen. I mean, look. It's good. Wait, stop. Go away. Duke, thanks for 58 bits. My favorite. My site. Tia Lulu, thanks for 2 months. Cat. We'll go back. I hope somewhere on Twitch, someone's like, wow, someone's streaming Ace Attorney investigations, and then the thumbnail is this. They just... Okay, well, sometimes that's how Twitch goes. Snow White Lion, thanks for 65 months. Barotate. Thank you. All right, chat, the cat's going away. We're going to look at Miles. Say goodbye to the cat, chat. We're going to go talk to Miles. Here we go. Main rider's the same as DDSOJ. Okay. I mean, there were things that were obnoxious and horrible in those games, and also things I really enjoyed, so... Whoop! Whose kitty is that? That's Sarcastic Crow's kitty. All right. No! Bring him back! Bring him back! All right, let's play video game. I have a cup of tea ready to go. I knew with Miles I was gonna want to class it up a bit with some. I mean, I got green tea because that's what I have, but a cuppa. What was just the video over the game at 1% opacity? You know, I could. Who's saying I'm not right now? You wouldn't know. Toggle monkey graphics. So that's a good point. I did notice. Let me get in here. I looked at the video game options as I want to do. I turned off screen flashing. Thank you, Capcom, for the sake of VOD watchers who are like, this sucks actually. But I saw that there's a art style toggle between HD and scrungly pixel art. And the thing is, I can't decide. I was thinking of starting with HD because that's the fancy new graphics, and then switching to pixel art eventually later in. But, you know, having started with the original games on the DS and the pixel art, I really fell in love with that aesthetic. And the HD Ace Attorney, specifically Ace Attorney 1 through 3, I'm just not a fan of how they updated the art. The way they do the shading, it just feels like soft, and it kind of clashes with the really hard line style. I just don't really like the way it looks. This looks really good, though. The animation on him, it's got like really sharp, precise shadows on him. Also, the animation is just really good. So, I'm like, I might just start with this, and then, but I want to see pixels. I like pixels. So we'll probably bounce back and forth. But yeah, no, it's even though I played oh no, I did. I think I did. Did I don't remember. I think I played Apollo with the Steam re-release. I don't remember. No, I think I played that on DS. I don't remember. It's been too long. But I think I didn't play the PC re-release for Apollo, but then I looked at it because it was included with the Ace Attorney collection that I had. Yeah, 5 and 6 I did on PC. Apollo was DS. Yeah, so I still had pixels for that. He's crunchy. So, anyway. But yeah, I was able to look at the art because they were like, here's gallery mode. You can look at the models of them and stuff. And I was like, hey, this looks better. It looks like they've gotten better at honing in what that art style is. Let's go. Let me. Also, they always do a jamming job with the soundtrack. Go. Video game. Episode 1, Turnabout Visitor. Yeah, let's do it. Let me know how the volume is, chat. We gotta go. I got an achievement for starting the game. Thank you, Capcom. It's March 14th. Pi Day, 1:16 a.m. To make sure the defendant is found guilty, what other choice do I have? That's the job of a prosecutor, after all. That may be true, but why? Why go this far? Oh my god, the hair. Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear enough, but a guilty verdict is all that matters to me. No matter what the cost. Gold medalist. Oh. I'm a prodigy among prosecutors. Always have been, always will be. March 22 at 5 a.m. Prosecutors building 12th floor hallway. Did he kill that guy? Oh, wow. It was one shot and it's already jarring as hell to see a character walking around in Ace Attorney. What do you mean they exist in a physical space and aren't just portraits that fade in and out? It's hard to believe I've been away from my office for a whole month. I hope Detective Gumshoe has been keeping an eye on my office, keeping it clean. Politician. What about him? What about him? A whole month in Europe. They have legs. Oh, that was why legs. Oh. Gumshoe. Oh. The door is unlocked. Detective Gumshoe? What's this smell? It's very familiar. Blood? Oh my god. I hate that I recognize the things on his shelf in the background. What the? Oh! What's the meaning of this? Freeze. Oh. And this is when it turns into a Devil May Cry cutscene. Identify yourself. Shut up. You've got some nerve committing murder in a prosecutor's office. Whoa, hey, okay. Is that a threat? I missed. Let me make one thing very clear. What? No one gets away with committing murder in my office. No one. Wait, like, has this happened before? Oh. Bye. You can murder out in the hall, like a normal person. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor in my local district. Little did I know that upon my return home after a month abroad, I would be thrusted into a multitude of cases and some very frantic and busy days. 256. Hi, prosecutor's offices, room 1202. Japanifornia. It's just like Tuesday. I finished photographing victims' bodies, sir. Very well. Please continue your investigation. He's doing his little wiggly finger point, just like he does in court. Hey, Justice, I bustus. Justice makes me feel good. That's not blood for this decent man. He slapped the bookshelf and fell over. You know. Yes, sir. The flower vase has his cravat. It does. Oh, man, look at him getting them. Pep. I want to see the pixels, but I'm actually really enjoying these sprites. They're very fun. They did a good job with these. Ah!
Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay, sir?
He's big. Keep it down, detective. This is a crime scene.
When I heard that a murder had taken place in your office, I ran up here straight away.
This is Dick Gumshoe. He's a detective with the local precinct, and the one they assigned to handle this murder case for the time being.
You're looking a little pale, sir. Are you hurt?
No, I'm perfectly fine. However...
Look what they did to your office. It's totally trashed.
I'll say, the culprit sullied my floor with dirt rather well. No one gets away with tracking mud into my office. He's upset about the mud.
Sounds like you're getting really burned up over this whole thing.
This crime was committed in my office, so it is my responsibility to solve it. I don't think that's how it works, but I guess when you're high prosecutor.
Ho, just like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, time to do some investigating.
Agreed. Our first course of action is to gather relevant facts and leads. What are those? Wait, those are words? We must not overlook anything, no matter how small, if we are to find the truth. So I'll keep any leads or information we find etched into the forefront of my mind. He doesn't have a notebook, he has a mind palace? That tracks. Speaking of things that pique my curiosity, why, of all places, did the murder occur in my office? Is it a coincidence? He's not head prosecutor yet? But he's the high prosecutor? What's the difference? I get the nagging feeling this is something important to keep in mind. Who needs a notebook when you have chat? Hey, chat, remember the number 2. And then 8 different numbers will show up and none of them are 2. I was wondering that myself, sir. 2, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 2. Some 2s. Okay, yeah. Hey, chat, what was that number I just asked about? It's like Catholicism? Okay. He's not prosecuting attorney Pope. He's a cardinal, not the Pope. Okay, gotcha. I think it was B. Was it 2? 2 sounds right? 8. I think it was 8. Thank you, chat. You can't really say it's just a coincidence, can you? No, not really. Especially because of this.
The key to your office?
His office's door has a lock built into it. What do you mean, sir? That was a fun little animation. If you think about it carefully and use logic, it should become clear to you. That's just a very funny sentence. If you use logic, it'll become clear.
What's that?
Logic? Never heard of her. Is she nice? By finding the connection between 2 pieces of information and connecting them, new information is born. It's like little baby information. That is the end result of using logic. He's acting like he invented the concept of logic, which he very well may have in this universe.
So how do you use it?
First, I recall the information we've gathered with le, and then I connect them together with ye. Now, to use le and recall the facts.
Huh.
There's a coincidence. But the door is locked. Wait, I can take damage if I put the wrong thoughts together? Oh no. For security reasons, all prosecutors' doors are outfitted with locks, which means it would have been hard for the murderer and the victim to get in here. Ergo! First ergo of the game, let's go. Ergo, it's impossible to dismiss the location of this crime as mere coincidence.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, sir. Wow, that's the power of logic, huh?
There must be a reason why someone infiltrated my room. What was the killer after?
What do they want? You're really on the ball today, Mr. Edgeworth. That's some beautiful logic, sir.
Yes, well, when you follow leads to their conclusion, only the truth remains. Unless you do it in court and in Phoenix or Apollo, really anyone's around to be like, that's not, that's not how it goes. That's not, there's evidence you'd missed. You're operating off of assumptions entirely. However, if the information doesn't line up properly, I may stray far from the truth as well. But if I think carefully before piecing leads together, the logic should flow. God, Gumshoe's sprite is so sad. I'm looking at his face more closely. He's just like, he's like a sad puppy. Well, let's get started with our investigation, shall we?
Yes, sir.
Begin investigation.
The basis of any good investigations examine everything, sir.
I know that. When I want to examine something, I use A when I'm next to it.
Oh, if you ever feel lost and want to talk, just use Y, okay? I'll give you great, precise advice as an ace investigator, sir.
Something to try later if I have free time, I suppose. The only thing I can think about is the Westminster dog show footage where someone put Miles' sprite on top of it. This is the only thing I can think of when I see If you haven't seen that, go look it up and come back. It's the best video. Anyway, they knocked over my chest.
They knocked over your chess set. I had it all set up ready for when you got back. I figured we could play a few games.
I had no idea you were interested in chess.
I'm actually pretty good at checkers, so I thought I'd give chess a try.
In that case, I suppose I can set some time aside after we solve this case. I don't expect the games to tax my mental acuity much. The body. Solv's got there, hell yeah. They finished photographing the body, so it should be alright to examine this area. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Put on his gloves and get in there.
Your files are all over the floor, sir.
They probably fell during the struggle between the victim and his killer. Signs of a struggle.
Aw, I tried so hard to keep this place spotless while you were away. I mean, this just rendered all the time and effort I put in pointless.
I don't recall ever asking you to clean my room.
I watered the flowers every day, just like you requested, sir. I just added cleaning to the list as a weekend special. For about half a day, every Saturday, I come in and clean this place till it sparkled.
Does he have a life? That's nice to get a little check. What do we have here?
I think I've seen one of these before.
It's a police badge, detective.
Oh, hey, I have the exact same thing, actually. What a coinky-dink.
Sorry, what a coinky-dink. What a coinky-dink? Let's take a look inside. Buddy Faith. Mr. Buddy Faith.
Hey, buddy.
Alright. It would appear our victim was a detective, just like you. Co-inky-dink. I guess I've never seen it written out. So, coinky-dink. Blood! It looks just like Buddy Holly. There's blood all over his lower abdominal area.
Looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach area, sir.
In other words, he was shot.
Yep, and until the autopsy's done, I don't think we'll know much more than that.
Please have the body sent to the morgue once they're done processing the crime scene. Found around 205. Bullet went clean through, so we should find the bullet in the room.
Are you gonna be okay with keeping track of the evidence we find, sir?
Of course. This is the safest way I know to keep track of it all.
If you say so.
I keep all the evidence I find either in or with my organizer. When I want to re-examine a piece, I have but to press rubber to open my organizer. But the organizer isn't only for evidence, I keep people's profiles on hand in it too. It's probably a good idea to make a habit of checking the facts often. Moving on. Oh, he does have a little journal. But this is also in his mind palace, I'm assuming. Alright. He's been gut shot. What's that?
I don't believe it.
The sound effects are a little bit loud. I can take a look right now. Yeah. How's that? Let me know.
I don't believe it. I packed those files on those shelves so tight that not even an earthquake could make them fall off, but just look at them. At this rate, the rest of the files won't be able to withstand an earthquake at all.
A problem to be sure. Well, once the investigation's over, we'll put them back on the shelf. Why is he touching his butt? Kind of suspicious way to fall over, don't you think? Can I investigate the handprints on the... I guess that's just tied to signs of a struggle.
Watch out for the teacup fragments there, sir.
That killer's going to pay. This tea set.
Yikes, you're really mad over this?
This tea set is very dear to my heart and can only be bought in England. It costs more than your whole month's paycheck.
Oh, it costs more than $5.
Now I feel like the killer's wasted one of my monthly paychecks. From the jolly state of England. Hey, Nintendo. Call your lawyer. I'll have unnecessary feelings with him.
It's your trophy, the Knight of Prosecutors, right?
King of prosecutors. And it's not a trophy, it's a shield.
They only send this to the winning prosecutor, right?
Yes, but I have no real interest in the perceived worth of other people. As for my own worth, that is something only I can determine for myself.
That's so slick, sir. I'll have to try saying that sometime.
Unfortunately for him, his monetary worth is tied directly to his worth to me. What about Steel Samurai? Is Edgeworth. Well, it's a good thing my Steel Samurai doll was spared any harm.
Speaking of which, I still haven't actually sat down and watched any of that show.
What's it about again? I don't know much about it myself, but the hero of the Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Old Tokyo, is the Steel Samurai, and his goal is to defeat the evil magistrate. It's a show geared towards kids. However, its high production values and riveting plot draws in a number of adults as well. Spin-offs like Pink Princess, Warrior of Little Old Tokyo, and The Nickel Samurai, along with the deluge of merchandise and even a new stage show, gives it presence.
You sure know a lot. You sure you're not some sort of rabid fanboy?
Of course not. Anyone that keeps up with society knows at least this much. And that conversation lasted longer than expected. Let us return to the investigation. Do-do-do-do. He just hears the theme song and he thinks of Phoenix. That's what it's all about.
Is this yet another batch of fresh flowers? The ones that come with the card attached every month like clockwork for you?
Yep.
Speaking of that, let's see what's on the card this month, sir.
All will be resolved.
Wendy?
Oh, Miss Irony, how painful are thy thorns.
Wendy? Isn't that the name of that old lady with the whiny voice that's stuck?
That's enough, detective. You need not remind me further. Shudder, shudder, shudder. No. How's it coming along? Please, I need absolute silence. Fingerprint lifting is a delicate art. Pat, 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 pat. No, I never. Will I never? Let me get in there. I hope we can solve this case quickly. I'd like to return to relaxing on this sofa.
That thing looks a billion times softer than my mattress at home. Can I sit on it too? Just for a little while, sir?
Detective Gumshoe, you know I can't allow that. Until this case is solved, neither of us has time to spare, let alone rest.
You're right, sir. I'm gonna work hard and be a real trooper to the end.
Even once this case is over, I don't think he can afford to take any time off. Poor Gumshoe, man. Can I use my phone? It's been a while since I've sat at this desk. Oh, how I've missed you. It's so tidy, it looks newer than when I first bought it.
Oh yeah, that thing's so polished that it makes mirrors jealous.
Don't tell me you had no other work the entire time I was away, detective.
My job is to protect your office, sir.
And you did such a good job protecting it that a murder occurred in it.
That's harsh, sir.
I have to admit the desk has never looked better, so I guess I can't dock his pay. Gumshoe pay restored. Dark Souls text. What have we here? Could this perchance be the murder weapon? If so, it would mean that the killer made their escape after disposing of their gun here. They didn't dispose of it, they dropped it on the floor.
I think I've seen one of these before.
Care to enlighten me as to where?
Oh, I know. I was issued the exact same model. I think.
Detective.
I don't really like guns all that much. I mean, they're really dangerous. That's why I always give mine to little kids whenever I see them nearby. But now that I think about it, you do see this model around the precinct a lot, sir. I don't use mine much except in emergencies, so that's why I didn't recognize it.
So it's the same type of revolver as the ones used by the precinct's detectives. I seem to have gathered a few pieces of pertinent information. Now to calmly use some logic and figure out if any of them are connected. Calmly use logic. Oh. Front-facing Edgeworth. Ew. Do you have anything to report?
Sir, yes, sir. Nothing out of the ordinary right now, sir.
And yet there's something out of the ordinary right in front of my eyes.
Talk about a contradiction.
Something out of the ordinary, huh? I should look around a bit more. The Edgeworth that stares at gay people. Missed the pixel going. Yeah, we'll switch back. I'll check out the pixels. Eventually. I'm enjoying this so far, though. Let me use my brain. Okoye's badge, he was a precinct detective. And then he had a detective gun. Put them together. Oh, the revolver. The standard model used by detectives. Could it have belonged to our recently departed? Detective Gumshoe, could you please thoroughly check the victim's body one more time?
Yes, sir, on it now, sir. Excuse me, pal. Let's see. What have we got here? Mr. Edgeworth, sir, this guy's wearing a gun holster.
So it appears our killer somehow managed to take the victim's gun from him. Jot it down in my organizer. Let's see what else we can find out about this revolver. Oh, I can rotate it.
You gotta look real carefully at each piece of evidence. You can use the right stick to rotate an object. There's no such thing as a bad angle. Use the buttons to zoom in and out to get the nitty-gritty.
That's a cool looking haunts. But I can't actually look at it. Oop. To think that it's so easy to take a life with just the pull of a trigger.
You know, I can't ever see myself really liking guns. Oh, but I love the ones they use at track and field meets to start races. If you take off before it's fired, everybody always ends up following your lead.
To chase you down for a false start, detective.
Now that you mention it, even when I finish first, I always wind up in last place.
Oh, Gumshoe. Looks like only one round was fired from this.
The killer killed the Vic with just one shot after wresting the gun from him. Sounds like the guy knew how to handle a gun, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
I guess. We have no proof for now, but that's a distinct possibility. I guess that's about all we're gonna find out. We should send the body to
Jim!
Why, oh why? How could this have happened to a guy like you? What's his name, buddy? Are you alright?
Don't touch me! Leave me alone! Just let me be!
Sorry, but I can't do that. The investigation is still ongoing, so please refrain from touching the body. The body? The body? Don't talk about him like he's just some lump of flesh! Look at him. Jim looks like he's just turned in for the night.
Sure, just in a bloodstained suit, pal.
Where are my manners? Aren't you that prosecutor? Why, yes I am. I'm Jacques Portsman. Portsman? Jacques Portsman? What's the... There's gotta be a pun. Just jock like he's a jock? Sportsman? Jock's Sportsman? Okay. Alright. Sure. Great. I'm gonna call him Jacques. Prosecutor.
Nice.
Jim here was my partner. In crime. Busting. In busting? I'm Miles Edgeworth, and like you, I'm also in the prosecuting.
Detective de Gumshoe, sir.
So you're Miles Edgeworth. I guess this is your office. Yes, that's correct.
Then it was you. You're the one who killed Jim. Hey, don't go around jumping to conclusions, pal. Just calm down, okay?
I will not. I know how things work around here. High prosecutor's office doors all have locks built into them. And only the owner of the office has the key to his or her own office door. Then how did Gumshoe get in here while he was away for a month? That is correct. Then how did Gumshoe get in here? Well, how'd the flowers get in here? How does anything? Jock sports interviews. Busted makes me feel... That is correct. However, I was not the one who killed your partner.
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth has been overseas on a business trip this whole time, pal. And the key to the door was with me the entire time, okay? So the only one who could get in here was me. Ho, 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 ho. Wait, that means... I'm not sure what that means. So it was you then. You're Jim's killer. No way, pal. You got it all wrong. Everyone calm down.
Mr. Portsman, correct? If you are a real prosecutor, you should notice they collected. Edgeworth pointing to the right. It's opposite day. The investigation has only just begun. Isn't it too early to be drawing conclusions? All right, I get the point. You're right, my mistake. I tend to get a little too hot-headed sometimes. You sure are one cool customer, though, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard all the rumors about you. You're the great genius prosecutor. You're something of a legend, you know. Anyway, let's call a truce and work together, okay? Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? I need to check something real quick, because, the other day, Bath was talking about their gacha games, as they're wont to do. And they introduced me, they made a graphic, where they introduced me to this concept. It's called the Glove Length Slut Index. So I'm trying to figure out where Jacques' gloves fit on the scale. I think it's around the midpoint, right? This tracks? Okay. I might need to ask Bath for their take. Like middle. Well, like middle, right? Like somewhere around the middle. Why is this right? This is objectively correct, right? Did Bath make this? I think so. I don't know. I have no idea. They just posted it and I was like, this is the best thing I've ever seen. Yeah, honestly. It's the logarithmic scale. Mm-hmm. That tracks. As a gacha player, that's it. Okay, gotcha. Understood. Okay. Gotcha. So that's like midpoint. Okay. A pleasure to work with you. You guys were conducting your investigation, right? Sorry for barging in like that. Carry on then. It's your room after all. He's very calm about the dead body all of a sudden. Thank you, I intend to. I just want a little more time to say goodbye to Jim. You there? Sir. Oh. I want you to capture this scene on film for me. My final farewell to my partner, Jim. I should probably give them some space. What? No, what? What do you mean? Mr. Portsman, a word if I may. Jim, I swear I'll find your killer and bring them to justice. You wait and see, it'll be for the both of us. Now then, you wanted to talk to me about something? No, that's alright. I feel like I'm interrupting their conversation. He's tampering with evidence. No. Or trying to establish a timeline. No. How is it coming along? Please, I need absolute silence. This picture is too important to mess up. I'll leave the man to his art.
Oh, they knocked over your chest set.
Oh, I can go over here now.
Your jacket, sir. What's it doing on the floor?
It must have fallen off the wall when the killer tried to threaten me by firing a round.
So the killer not only shot the victim, but they shot your jacket as well. 2 shots, but only 1 bullet was fired with that gun. They dared to shoot the ultra-special jacket you made your prosecutorial debut in? Well, if they shot through it, it would have been a disaster.
It's not worth getting worked up over, Detective. Not when there's something more here.
Huh? Like what?
I take it you haven't noticed it yet, Detective. There's a giant contradiction right here in front of us.
Really?
Did I say contradiction? He must be rubbing off on me. I'm starting to sound like him. But I have my own methods and I will conduct this investigation my way. When the scene before me contradicts a piece of evidence or seems off, that's when my deductive skills come into play. First, I have to find the spot that holds the contradiction. Doobity-ba-dee-ba-dee-boo.
This jacket sure brings back memories. I remember you used to wear this around the time you became a certified prosecutor.
It was a present from my mentor, Prosecutor Manfred von Karma, huh? Yes. I don't wear it anymore, yet I can't bring myself to throw it away.
Must mean a lot to you, even with the little bittersweet memories it holds. No, but I got an old coat of mine hanging up in my room too, sir. Yesterday was laundry day, so it's just drying off, but you get the picture.
This is it. This bullet hole's where the contradiction lies. When I spot something that's off, I should point my cursor at it and press Y with conviction. Deduce. And when I found sufficient proof to prove the contradiction, I present it to Gumshoe. This is how I do things.
Okay.
Hiya.
Eureka! The bullet hole is the contradiction. What do you mean, sir?
It's elementary. 2 shots were fired in this room.
Murder!
The first felled the victim. Urethra, I've got it. And the second felled this frame.
Yeah, that's right.
Eureka. However, this gun was only fired once.
Yeah, that's true, too.
Which means that one of these 2 bullets was fired from a different gun. Did the killer have another gun prepared for tonight?
2 guns? I know something, sir.
Yes.
What's that thing sticking out from behind the frame?
It's a secret safe.
A secret safe? I smell money.
I'll spare us the trouble and just say it, and nothing like what you're imagining is inside. Now, if you could kindly move this frame out of the way.
Roger that. Achoo! Talk about dusty.
I suppose that's what happens when I'm not here to dust it once in a while.
I had no idea there was a safe here, but I've kept it clean for you, sir. So when do you put this thing in? When did you put this thing in?
It wasn't something I had installed personally. Every prosecutor's office has one.
Really? I had no idea.
Only prosecutors are supposed to have knowledge of their existence.
What's inside, Mr. Edgeworth?
Right now, nothing. We only use them to store especially important evidence when a trial's in session.
That's it. Talk about squashing my hopes and dreams.
Secret safe data jotted down my organizer. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Never knew there was a safe hidden back here.
Well, if detectives knew about them, they wouldn't be secret, now would they?
There any other secret hidden things in this room?
Even if there were, it would defeat the purpose of them being hidden if I told you.
So don't bother looking for them. So there's no, hidden camera around, right?
And what if there was?
No, it's nothing. Forget I said anything.
Doesn't want to ask what he's been doing in my office while I've been away. Just sit down at the desk and go, I'm the prosecutor.
Guilty, guilty. Get him.
Doo-doo-doo-dee-doo-doo-doo. Now this is odd. Jorkin. And by it, I mean the legal briefs. And by legal briefs, I mean...
You found something, sir?
This keypad, don't you find it a bit too clean?
There's a thick layer of dust all around it, but not on the keypad itself.
You there, forensic scientist?
Yes, sir.
Could you please dust this area for fingerprints?
You got it, sir.
I couldn't find, let alone lift a single print. Looks like it was wiped down well. As I thought. It appears that logic is the only way around this setback. Time to rationally and calmly play connect the dots. I love how he says it's calm. He has to calmly use logic. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. What we got in here? Killer's goal, signs of trouble, white fingerprints, another handgun.
You called, sir?
Is there anything you noticed that you'd like to share, Detective Gumshoe?
Just that I rushed over here as soon as I heard there was a murder in your office, sir. The investigation's just gotten started, so I guess there's not much else to say. Were you the one that found the body, Mr. Edgeworth?
Fortunately, upon my return, I found my office door to be unlocked. And what awaited me inside was this whole messy affair.
That's rough.
Even though I left the security of this room to a certain detective...
Sorry, sir.
Oh. Calm compared to the defense attorney brain. Which is panic, panic, panic. I assume you understand how to conduct investigations, Gumshoe?
Of course, sir. Examine anything and everything with By checking various things out, we can gather all sorts of evidence and information. You can see the evidence we collected with for information.
Yeah. For information and leads, it's LIBA.
Deductive reasonable is the way to go.
It's called deductive reasoning, detective.
Not deductive seasoning. Clearly something you lack.
I seem to have picked up a few good leads.
Oh, so now you're gonna do that thing you do with all that information, right?
What are you babbling about?
The brainy thing you were talking about just a few minutes ago, sir. Logic. You said that you can look at all of your leads and info by pressing the blah, and then you pick the ones you seem related with, you connect them with Y. That's your way of investigating, right, sir?
Yes, which is why this exercise in explaining my own method to me was unnecessary.
Okay, then how about I explain my logic to you?
That is even more unnecessary. Oh, I want to go brain blast inside a Gumshoe's brain. Just see like an empty field with a tumbleweed. So what do they want? Prove my profession. My badge. Oh. This badge's design is said to reflect the relentlessness and discipline of law enforcement. It comes from the authority vested in us as strict protectors of the law and executors of sentences, much like harsh winter frosts and blazing summer days. To wear it is to identify oneself as a prosecutor, but I have no interest in doing so. Well, each prosecutor's badge is engraved with a number of its owner on the back. Numbers, as if we're not human on the inside like everyone else. Lawyers are human? This game really is fantasy. Blowing through his abdomen, body sign 205. Victim, believed to be a murderer. So how do I piece together? Why does this happen in my office? What was the killer after? The fingerprints been wiped off. Yeah. Slap that together. I believe I figured out what the murderer was after.
Sands?
Yes, indeed, detective.
What is it, sir?
The fact that the safe was wiped clean of fingerprints suggests that the criminal had at least attempted to open my safe, making the culprit's motive for breaking and entering theft, I believe. I wonder if knowing that the motive behind this break-in was theft changes what the other pieces of information can tell me about this crime. Tried with my safe. Was he trying? Now it's there was a struggle because another gun. There was another gun. Signs of a struggle. Did he try to stop him? Seems kind of flimsy. Yeah, but okay. There is a possibility that the files splayed on the floor are not the result of a struggle between victim and killer.
Oh, you mean like it could be from when the killer tried to find something, sir?
Precisely. We need to figure out if any of the files have been stolen.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna shelve files like you've never seen before, even at a library.
Sure, let's give that a try. Got him, Miss Gumshoe. Right? Thank you for the bits, Pearly. Why do all the good ones have to die young? Surely you must ponder that every once in a while, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how much we lament, the dead will not come back to life. All we can do is search for the truth. And so what are we supposed to do? How do we go about finding the truth? First, we calmly restore the files to their rightful place. You got it. Here, let me help. Should we let him help?
This one goes here, and that book goes there.
Sure know a lot about where things go, despite it being Mr. Edgeworth's office.
Because I'm the one who keeps it tidy, pal. Okay, done.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Great. Nothing's missing, right? A, B, C, D, E. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Now how come the handprints are like that away? He was doing a handstand? Like Lanky Kong? It would appear the murder was definitely committed here.
The bloodstains on the bookshelf are still fresh.
I suspect the victim was killed in a standing position, hence the prints on the shelf. And then the guy fell on the floor, right?
The blood on the floor is kind of grossing me out.
Detective, I don't have the time to deal with your weak stomach right now.
With the soup.
In order to decipher what was present within the spice blend, we're going to need to use deductive seasoning.
Correct. But you know I'm no good with blood, sir.
If there's a chef case, we'll be raring to go. Hand the prints that away. I'm certain there's something wrong with this picture.
I put them all back just as they should be, sir. Doesn't look like anything's missing.
Although it does look like the killer moved the body to flip through my shelves. I wonder if they found what they were looking for. The victim's handprints. He must have tried to support himself with his hands here after being shot.
There are prints on the floor, too.
Does this bookshelf open up like a door, and that's why there's lines on the left and the right? Those must have been made when unable to stay standing, he dropped to the floor. Uh-huh. It appears the victim was in a sitting position here after being shot.
Oh, so that's why the seat of the victim's pants is blood on it.
That would be the logical conclusion. Mm-hmm. It's actually a clock. He blood on the butt. He kidding. Yeah, he got blood on the butt. The killer moved the body because it was leaning against the bookshelf.
The blood on this guy's pants proves that part pretty well.
In a sense, I suppose.
See, I'm not completely useless, Mr. Edgeworth.
Just mostly. This is where the bullet lodged itself after it went through the victim, huh? Okay. For the bullet to be lodged so squarely in a file's spine indicates the files were ransacked after the shooting had occurred.
But I guess the victim has moved because he was in the killer's way.
Is the bullet still in the book? Can I deduce? Is this spot connected? Oh, right, I have to select the... No, go back. Wait, so what would it... Another gun. What can I connect with logic and reasoning? Bone clean through the victim's abdomen. But that's pretty low to the ground, huh? I mean, he could have been, like, there. Yeah. Present.
Eureka! There's clearly a contradiction here with this bullet hole.
What do you mean, sir? You don't see? Quite simply, the bullet hole itself is too low. If the victim was shot in the stomach, the hole should be much higher up.
Well, if the guy was shot while he was sitting or lying down, sir?
That would be illogical. The victim leaned against this shelf here after being shot, which suggests he was standing when he was shot.
But then that means... Wait, what does that mean? Sorry.
It means you need to use your brain every once in a while instead of mine, detective. In any case, it means someone made a faulty assumption. And it was from this mistake our current contradiction was born. What's this faulty assumption that causes problem with the bullet hole's position? Position of the body, position of the hammer, or the files. Right? Yeah. I believe the order of the files is a bit off.
You may have put them back in the wrong order just now? Hey, actually, I think the labels on the files are wrong, sir.
Is that a G instead of a C? That's... stupid.
Oh? Yeah, you see here, the files that were shot begin with the number 0? What are those doing all the way down there after 1, 2, and 3? That's really weird.
Actually, the way they are organized now is the correct order. They are exactly as I see them in my mind's eye.
But the numbers are all out of order.
This explains a lot of the ship art I see of them. Yeah. Yeah, I can only imagine. Those white binders are special, so they're arranged a little differently. But from this, we know the files were not in this order when the crime occurred. So that's it. I believe the killer made the same incorrect assumption as you just did, detective. Let's rearrange the files in numerical order and see what we find out.
You think it'd be okay to prop the body back up to how it was before it was moved?
They finished processing the crime scene, so I don't see why it wouldn't be. Do you really need to put the... Okay. But yeah, he had his hands back like he was bracing against it. That, sure. I don't know if I need to move... Oh. Why is his head gone? As I suspected. The bullet hole is now where it should logically be.
I don't know why you had to chop the head off, sir, but I guess that's logic for you.
Put his head back. That's his hat? You think? The killer went through my files first before shooting Mr. Fate. And then put the files back in numerical order, I guess. Is that his hat? That doesn't look... That is his hat. His head looks really small. And he doesn't have a lot of hair stick. Anyway, and then put the files back in numerical order, I guess. Exactly. And then proceeded to shoot the victim.
Why would someone kill a man and then look through your files one more time?
Puzzling indeed. The files were thrown into disarray twice, once before and once after the crime. But why? Also, now the body's been moved. Also, I can't help but look on the far right of the screen where it's someone's seemingly written gumshoe in blood. Gumshoe. Double kill this man and prop his body up. Gumso. The files were thrown in disarray twice, once before, once after, but why? Gumso. Now the crime scene is as it was at the time of the murder. Time to give it another look. Officer,
There must be some reason as to why the victim's body was moved. But there's no time to ponder that now. Let us continue with our investigation, Detective. Roger that, sir. I'm raring to go.
That's Gumshoe's catchphrase in the Ace Attorney go-kart racing spinoff that they're gonna make. You pick him, he goes, "Vroom vroom, I'm raring to go." He's on a little motorcycle.
I gotta deliver evidence to the courthouse.
These handprints belong to the victim, right? They make sense with the body position. Yes, he must have left them when he was trying to support himself after he was shot. However, the final position of the body shows that it was moved. And you go to this crime scene with a fine-tooth comb one more time. As I suspected, the bolt hole is now where it should logically be. And we figured out that the killer went through your bookshelf twice.
Pal. You gotta do it, pal.
There are many things the killer did that don't make sense. Let's figure out the whys. We need more information. We need to know
The truth.
Anyway.
This. What is that? Why does it say Gumshoe on there in blood?
I'd say that's some incredibly incriminating evidence. Was this what Portsman was doing when he was bent over the body? We don't know if that was there or not before. Also, there's 0G, so that was 0CH, that little dangly bit. Indicative of criminal activity, indeed.
No, wait, there's gotta be some mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me. Say something, sir.
It appears that one of my files was stolen.
Is that all, sir? What about me and my situation?
Is this what the killer was really after? Someone found the jot down. Oh my god!
It wasn't me, sir.
They took my file.
Oh, right.
Investigation complete. Looks like Jim was able to leave us the name of his killer in the end. And this most important message managed to reach us.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me.
Oh, he's stamping foot. You can't be terribly pleased to hear that your beloved partner is the guilty party. If you are going to accuse Detective Gumshoe of being the culprit, I sincerely hope you have some proof to back it up.
Look at him point.
Jim's words, they're more than enough, wouldn't you say? If that's how you want to play it, then at least allow me to understand your reasoning. You got it. I don't like this one bit. There's something strange about this man's attitude. And there must be some sort of flaw to his logic waiting for me to dig out.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you gonna do?
What I always do in court, I'm gonna cross-examine him. One way or another, I'll expose the flaw in his logic with this technique.
Oh, how do you do that? Can you explain it to me, sir?
Might as well. All right, first I listen to the witness's testimony. If I find a flaw in the testimony, something that contradicts the evidence, I open my organizer with rubber and present a piece of contradictory evidence. To present something, I simply use Y, but that's old news.
But it's not like there's gotta be a flaw in their testimony every time, right?
Correct, and at those times I need to press the witness with LB. Sometimes by pressing I can draw out new information or new or modified testimony.
I think I get it, sir. I'll be sure to try this technique out during investigations, too.
Very well. I'll even show you how it's done. Now watch carefully. So instead of going to court, we just yell at dudes in public settings and just be like, hold on. Let me go through the evidence. Mr. Portsman's logic. A stompy. Oh, he's stompy. Look at him go. It's a pretty good stompy. Gum stomp. Gum stomp. Doot doot doot. That's a cute sprite. I'll think about it.
Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead.
Furthermore, you messed up the files to make it look like you had committed theft instead. That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. And it will be by his final words that you will be brought to justice. You intend to argue the victim's dying message points to his killer. I can hear Jim's voice and he's calling for his killer's arrest. Are you sure you're not mishearing his words, Mr. Portsman? Oh, it's nice to be the dealer of the smug grin as opposed to the recipient of the smug-ass grin. Yeah, Capcom re-released this game and released 2 for the first time. Late last year. They dropped them as a remaster. There's no way Detective Gumshoe is the culprit here. I will find the flaw in this man's logic and expose it with credible evidence. Schmogash. Hiya. Detective Gumshoe stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead.
Hold it!
Hold it. You know, there's something I've been meaning to ask. Oh, what is it? Why do you call the victim Jim, when clearly his name is Buddy Faith? Isn't it obvious? Jim's the perfect name for my companion. Jacques and Jim. Don't those two names go together like peanut butter and jelly? Jocks and Jim? Jock and Jim? Oh, because he's a jock in the gym? Is that why? Like GYM Jim?
But Jim isn't even close to this guy's real name.
We invented a new type of well, Jacques and Buddy just sounds off somehow. Besides, he was the third of a bunch of guys that decided to nickname Jim. I mean, Miles and Dick doesn't really have a great ring to it either, but he talks about the victim like he was his pet. Further, you messed up the files to make it look like you committed theft instead.
Hold it!
Do you really think it was necessary to dishevel my shelves twice to do that? That's true. Okay, then maybe his real intent was theft.
Hey, are you accusing me of stealing something from Mr. Edgeworth?
It's a possibility. Maybe your salary's been cut so much that life is getting a little too rough to handle.
I'll have you know that I eat 3 square meals every day, pal. Okay, so all 3 of them happen to be instant noodles, but...
Poor thing. What an evil prosecutor you were paired up with. And what a motive, no? I thought he was gonna say I eat 3 square meals a day, and each one is a square, because each meal is a single cracker. I'm so hungry. That's when you move Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf.
Hold it!
And why would Detective Gumshoe do such a thing? Because the body was getting in his way. He had to mess up your bookshelf somehow, right? Anyway. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding.
Hold it!
Wet cardboard box man. Detective Gumshoe is the most wet cardboard box man. Why do you think the killer didn't notice the bloody letters? The body was covering it quite well, wouldn't you say? That's how he missed it. But judging by what I've seen, it doesn't take much for your detective to miss something.
Who do you think you are? You know nothing about me, pal.
There's a lot a person can understand. There's a lot a person can understand about another from first impressions alone. Can't say I disagree with him on that point.
Why don't you say something, sir? Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Despite his lack of attention to detail, I don't believe the detective to be the culprit. Nobody could have overlooked the bloody letters, and I can prove it with evidence. I couldn't ask for a better setup for the game-finishing Spike. And it will be by his final words that you will be brought to justice.
Hold it!
Are you saying that those letters were intended for you? Yep, Jim was an outstanding detective. I would expect no less from my former partner. Looks like Mr. Portsman still doesn't understand. He's yet to figure out the true meaning behind the bloody letters. What are you sputtering over there? Can't you just admit my logic is perfectly sound? There's a gigantic flaw in his logic. A gap so even the good detective can spot it. Now to clue Mr. Portsman in by presenting him with some evidence. You stole his gun from him and shot him dead. You messed up the files to make it look like you committed theft instead. That's when you moved his body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. Thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters the body was hiding. Yeah, it will be by his final words to be brought to justice. Okay, so what's the fact that they're upside down seems the most significant thing. You didn't notice the body was hiding. Is it that? Is it that? Gumshoe. Because if they were upside down... How would that... Why would that? Was he upside down at the time? Let's try and figure out if you could rearrange it to spell something else, but I don't know if that's possible either. Also, that's a really big S, if that's what's missing there. Off, og, uj, oj, ok, I got monkey on the brain from Ape Escape. Ook, ook, eek, he was doing a sick backflip with Miss Mallet. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe something about, like, it's not gum, it's gun, but it's clearly an M. But then, is it the order of events that's the problem? You stole his gun from him and shot him dead. Further, you messed up the files to make it look like you'd committed theft instead. It rhymes, therefore he can't be telling a fib. Make it look like you committed theft? But then where's the missing file? So that's weird. That's when you moved his body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. Also, when did he write this message? Assuming his story is correct, which obviously it's not, but then it's like he shot him, he fell over, he moved the body, and then didn't notice the bloody letters the body was hiding? There's something about that that's not making sense to me. That's the which is why I was sitting in front of the bookshelf. Yeah? Yeah? I'm not so much cooking as I'm just like, I don't know what the... Jacques Portman. Gumshoes 32. Buddy. What am I missing? What am I not? I gotta get my Ace Attorney brain back on. Conquista, I know. He stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead. I don't see a flaw in that logic. You messed up the files to make it look like you committed theft instead. Did he though? I'll just try it.
Objection!
It would behoove you to take a good look at this. I fail to see how it has anything to do with me. Is that so? You're not at the top of your game today, are you, Mr. Genius Prosecutor? No, not really. Get your brain on. Go play. I can't allow him to set the pace here. I must remain calm. Only doing so I can find the fatal flaw in his reasoning. I gotta hide you in my brain, thank you. Yeah, I'm just playing in character as being jet lagged. That's when you move Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. Meow? 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 Like, you know, yeah, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. You didn't notice the bloody letters the body was hiding. I don't understand. What am I not piecing together? And then meow?
Objection!
Okay. Perhaps you're not aware, Mr. Portsman, but there's a serious flaw in your logic. Bringing a bit of the courtroom into this, I see. No problem, I'm game. I can't help but find it odd, excuse me, that a fellow prosecutor would be brought down by the power of his own office. What are you talking about? Oh, you're joking, I get it. Ha ha ha. If you have the time to laugh, you have the time to take another closer look at this. Do you still not see? If not, may I direct your attention to the missing file? But, that's impossible. Wait, what? Okay. I was overthinking it, I guess. How did he not notice there was a missing file? Okay. What's impossible, Mr. Portsman? Nothing. The files on that shelf are all about a certain case. When the killer went to take the file after murdering your partner, I highly doubt they could have missed the bloody letters written on the spines.
Objection!
This is like a new arrangement? Yeah. There was an option in the settings for arranged or original audio. Ooh. The rearranged is real good though. It's gotta go jam. I don't go back though. He could have taken the file before the murder. I think it's pretty obvious the file was stolen after it was written on. The missing letters in the detective's name where the file should be is proof. Yeah, I mean the S is gone, there's only half an H. If Detective Gumshoe really was the culprit of this case, I highly doubt that even he could overlook his own name written in blood on the files. Especially as a detective who can't stand the sight of blood. Go! Which means... What exactly? What does that make this dying message? It makes it the work of a criminal intent on tampering with the crime scene. That's so low. I can't believe the criminal tried to pin this whole thing on me, sir. I'm gonna get him, sir. You'll see, I'm gonna have them under arrest in no time. Well, Mr. Portsman. Ha 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 ha, brilliant, absolutely splendid. Logic deserving of Olympic gold. I appreciate the praise, but it doesn't change the fact that your reasoning is flawed. Meh, you win some, you lose some. That's how life goes. Glad everyone's so cheery, even though I feel more dead than alive. But you know, it really is a shame. I really didn't want to have to bring this up, however.
What is it this time? Are you still after me, pal?
Humor me for a second. Who has the key to this office?
That would be me. Well, Mr. Edgeworth just proved that I'm innocent, pal.
That's absolutely right, and I acknowledge your innocence. Why did he do that? Why do I sense you still have something to say? Excuse me, well, I was thinking, did you know there is one other person with a key to this office? One other person? Ooh, oh. Hey, you there?
Yes, sir. What is it, sir?
Jacketing off. He's to himself. His shoulders get warm. Would you kindly fetch and escort that lovely young lady here for me? A female lady? A lady? The girl is a member of this building's security. Think of her as a material witness. Please don't be old bag. Please don't be old bag.
Security? Did you say security? No, stop it, pal. Don't.
What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Oh. It's not old bag. I believe she needs no introduction. I have called upon Miss Maggie Baird, a member of security. They're playing the hits. Oh my god, the Blue Badger shirt. Detective Gumshoe, sir.
Maggie?
From Ace Attorney 2.
Miss Bird is the security guard on watch tonight. I see, and your point is? My point is that she could very well have used it. And by it, I mean the master... The internet's just ruined the language for me. I mean the master key, which can open all the office doors in this building. What? If you are not the guilty party, Detective Gumshoe, then the only other person with access to this room is Miss Bird. How dare you? I would never sneak into someone's room.
That's right. I refuse to believe that Maggie's the culprit, pal. It was me. That's right. I did it.
Can we take that as a confession, Detective?
Well, it wasn't really me, but it definitely wasn't Maggie, pal. So yeah, it was me. If it was, you'd have no problems with that, right?
Please refrain from flying off the handle, Detective. There's no need for such theatrics. Listen to your boss, Detective. He understands what I'm saying here. Stop doing that. It's weirdly upsetting. That girl is the only one who could have committed the crime, and for one shrimple reason. Reason for sus. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key. I mean, if Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door, then that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. On top of which, she knows our good detective, doesn't she? Making it all the more probable that she was the one who faked the dying message. Why would she pin it on Gumshoe? So you're saying she used the master key? Master key, then John, then. Incredibly incriminating, wouldn't you say? That's what you claimed about the evidence earlier as well. That was then, this is now. The flow of a good match always changes during a rally. It's all about your reflexes and reaction time, especially for an athlete like me. I wonder if there was anyone else other than Miss Bird who could have used the master key. Seems the only way to get Mr. Portsman to give me more details is to press him. Press? She would never. I remember Maggie Bird. I'm trying to remember what the case was about that she was on. It's been too long. I remember her showing up. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key.
Hold it!
Banana Glove boyfriend. She was in two of them. Right. Banana Glove. Dustin for Prince. The amnesia case from 2. Yeah, when he got bonked on the head with the fire extinguisher, right? And she was in the cafe. Right, I forgot about the cafe case in 3. She was in that. Framed for shooting. Framed, not black. Sure. I remember her from fanfiction. Not the question, but thank you. They managed to go, okay, I forgot that. Yeah, she showed up again. Gotcha. Makes sure no one picked the lock. It's unpickable. They have new technology here. Are you sure Miss Bird is the only member of security who could have used the master key? There's only one person on staff at this time of night, and tonight she's it. Isn't that right, Miss Bird? That's, true, but but I wasn't able to use the master key at the time of the crime, sir. Wasn't able to? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, moving on. I'd hate to get sidetracked by something unrelated.
What do you mean unrelated? I want to hear what she has to say, pal.
You know what's fun about this happening like this and not in a courtroom? Normally you have the judge as the Deus Ex Machina, like, that's not the right term, but like, hey, the witness is about to say something really important. They're like, that's not relevant, get out of here. But here it's just like a conversation where he's like, I don't want to hear about that. And they're like, moving on. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? We don't have an external party saying what can and can't be talked about. We can just talk what we want to talk about. The straight man or the idiot principle. It's like both of them. It's like both of them. There's no straight man and everyone's an idiot, but that's Ace Attorney in general. You can't really trust her not to tell lies. Plus, I hate wasting time. Should I hear Miss Bird out? Yeah. Yes. Not so fast. I, too, am interested in hearing what Miss Bird has to say. Didn't I just say it'd be a waste of time? We don't need to hear her lies. I'll be the judge of that, Miss Bird, if you please. I discovered the master key was missing at around 1 a.m., sir. What do you mean by missing? As in, it wasn't anywhere in the security booth, sir. The killer must have stolen it. Mr. Portsman, I believe this to be an important piece of testimony, don't you? I can't believe that someone like you would be taken in by such words. I'm not lying, sir.
Objection!
If that's the case, then I'd like to know why you have the master key now. I don't quite know. It just reappeared all of a sudden, sir. Huh, a likely story. And where's your proof that the key was stolen to begin with? I bet you just forgot where you put it and then found it again. I never lose things. I can practically guarantee that. With me, if something disappears, it's usually because someone stole it.
Yeah, pal. Trust me. You don't want to test just how bad her luck is.
Unfortunately, I can't deem this piece of testimony as conclusive. Glad you agree, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yeah, but you still haven't established Maggie's motive for breaking into Mr. Edgeworth's office.
Her motive? Didn't we already establish that it was theft? I mean, the culprit clearly went through the bookshelves and at least tried the safe. It is as Mr. Portsman says, Detective. I can't ignore the fact that all the evidence points towards a motive of theft. But I'm done taking blows. It's time to counterattack with a few facts of my own. Destroy this man with facts and logic, Miles. Her intent from the mess of shelves to wipe down save, I'd say thievery. Stop doing that. If Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door, then that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime. Let's do some pressing.
Hold it!
Are you sure Miss Bird is the only member of security who could have used the master key? There's only one person on staff at this time of night, and tonight she's it. Isn't that right, Miss Bird? Right. We already did these. I wasn't able to use the key. Where did I stop pressing? I forgot that that whole tangent was from a single press. Go faster, text. Go faster. Yes. Yeah. Can I speed up the text speed for when I accidentally do this? Wait time? In autoplane story mode, that's not what I'm using. Text skip, enable to speed through unread text. Yes. If I mash through, I can always open history. Okay. Also, this is text that has already been seen, so. It was theft, yes. Alright. So that was all from the first line. Her intent from it was thievery.
Hold it!
Skullduggery and thievery. I concur the culprit's motive appears to have been thievery. However, glad to hear the great Miles Edgeworth is in agreement with little old me with regard to the investigation of the bookshelves and safe. Good thinking, asking for my opinion on the matter. Would it be too much for you to allow me to complete a full sentence? I mean, if Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door.
Hold it!
I like the sprite where it shows off his tits. Too bad, that's the only sprite they're using from now on. I thought we'd established Detective Gumshoe's innocence pretty thoroughly. Just a theory, one hypothesis among the many possibilities. I mean, I had my doubts about Miss Bird from the very beginning. If that's the case, why didn't you mention her first? Now, don't make that face. See, there goes the truth running the other way. Let's pick up the pace and see if we can't catch up to it. I don't think you're catching my drift. We are in agreement that the detective isn't the killer, right? If so, then I hope you understand when I say that since she's the only one who could have opened your office door,
That leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect.
Hold it!
What happened? Maggie Bird is back. Don't you think it's a bit early to be jumping to conclusions? Are you saying there's another way to open the door other than with the master key? I get it. Perhaps you had a spare made for someone else. I'll have you know I have never made a spare, so what are you insinuating? Nothing. Guess I should have known better than to suggest that someone like you would. On top of which, she knows our good detective, doesn't she?
Hold it!
Maggie. Those aren't shadows, that's his boob sweat. Is there anyone in this district who hasn't at least heard of Gumshoe? Good point. He's practically a celebrity among us prosecutors. Really? I never knew I was so talked about. Sir? We're holding our collective breath, you know? For when you screw up so badly that you're literally chased off the force. Wait, what? Is that true, Mr. Edgeworth? Of course not. That's hogwash. Phew, don't scare me like that. I almost had a heart attack there. Edgeworth was gonna be like, I got $20 before the end of the year. Making it all that more probable, she was the one who faked the dying message.
Hold it!
By dying message, you mean the bloody letters that spell out Gumshoe. I figured that whoever wrote his name must have wanted to frame him, and just the act of choosing his name is proof enough the two knew each other as well. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and present some evidence. I would love to, but first we should listen a bit more and digest what he's saying, and press him for more information. Did I get information? We got the master key, right? You'll storm from the security office and open every office door. It's obvious Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key. Sure. Her intent? Thievery. Sure. If Gumshoe isn't the one to open the door, that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. Who she knows are a good detective, making all the more probable she was the one who faked the dying message. Okay. There's only Miss Bird as a prime suspect. But if she's telling the truth.
Objection!
What if she's telling the truth? I must object. And which part do you have an objection to? It's yes. Stay cool, Mr. Edgeworth. You're no good when you're all flustered. Detective's right for a change. How did it come to this? Calm down, listen carefully. Okay. Perhaps Miss Bird snuck in your room using the master key. But she didn't have the key. But maybe that's the wrong line of thought. But what? That's all we got out of pressing, was getting the master key. So it seems like I'm supposed to use that? Oh, I can inspect it. It's the master key to every office in the building. What if I spin it? But what if I looked at it a different way? Cool, this is useless. I can spin it around in my mind palace. Wait, what are you doing there, sir? Just a moment. Do 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 do. Okay. Miss Bird snuck in your room using the master key. And 10 mess of shells with wiped and safe. I'd say thievery. And Edgeworth was like, yeah, I agree. If Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door, that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. She knows our good detective, doesn't she? Male more probable. She was the one who faked the dying message. Is there anything that points to her not being the one who faked the dying message? I don't know. I don't know. What if I present it anyway?
Objection!
No. Nuh-uh. Maybe I should save before I blow up all my brain cells. You know, it's a good sign when you're on case 1 of the video game and you're like, what am I supposed to do? What do they want me to do? That's a lot of save files. Yeah, that one. Number 1. She must have done it! The DD badge on his head is part of his design in the Mario movie. 2 is that there's actually a thin layer of skin separating his eyes now. Yeah, he doesn't have Sonic goggle eyes anymore. Just sad. She must have done it. I don't remember the sequel games. Yeah, she must have done it. What do they want? What do they want me to point at? I don't know. No, I didn't. It just seems like the way these typically work, if you press and get something new, that's the line to focus on. And I got a master key. But that's not it. Need a hint? Yeah, sure. Sure thing. I'm just like, well, I don't know. I have a thought. She's waitress in 3. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Forgot that was Maggie. She's working as a waitress in a cocktail bar. She found her passion in falconry. Who said you get to have two thoughts? Something she shouldn't know about? That doesn't make sense. Check the evidence descriptions. Something that she shouldn't know about? That she does know about? That she talked about? Bone contact the victim's abdomen. This victim believed to be a murder weapon. Only one shot fired. Each prosecutor has one in their office. Only they know of them. Okay. Okay.
Objection!
She couldn't have known about the safe because she's not a prosecutor? That's... I guess? That is... yeah, that is very literally correct. But... I don't know. It seems like if someone was rooting around in their office looking for stuff, it wouldn't be the hardest thing to find, but okay, yeah. Do you wish to continue insisting Miss Bird was on stealing something? Thank you for the hint. Why not? It's the truth, after all. It was also by your logic we came to the whole thievery conclusion anyway. That may be, but you must also be aware of the fact that the safe is a secret. The existence of which is only privy to prosecutors, and everyone else in this room now. I find it a little hard to believe that a hidden safe was part of her cunning plan. Oh, the sweat on his head is very bumpy. But it was behind something like a painting. Note the dust shadow. Right. Well, yeah, because the jacket falling down revealed it. It wasn't visible. I get it. That sweatband's doing some work. But she could have found it by accident while she was turning everything else upside down, which is kind of my logic. I highly doubt that. I'd say the culprit knew exactly what they were looking for. After all, only the bookshelf and the safe were targeted. Yeah, but there's also like signs of a scuffle, and there's things that have been broken, like the tea set and the chessboard. Like, this feels very flimsy.
Yeah,
Chewing on that metal.
yeah, even I didn't know about the safe, pal. And that means there's no way Maggie could have known about it either.
Then are you proposing that the killer is a prosecutor? Interesting conclusion. That's definitely looking more and more probable. Why would you think that that's Portsman? Why are you upset? What's wrong, prosecutor? Do you have a different suspect in mind now?
Curses. Why? What made you? Oh, what's with the angry face all of a sudden?
It's all my fault. What do you mean? It's Jim. He knew about the existence of the secret safes.
What did you just say?
We were partners, like inseparable conjoined twins. That's why I told him. I filled him in on the secret safes.
Then that means...
Yeah, I know. I'd only just told him too. Obviously, it was wrong of me to tell him. I still can't quite believe it. But the thief who broke into your room was probably Jim. He was claiming the victim was the thief. And you were simply trying to stop him, weren't you, Miss Maggie Bird? Excuse me? I mean, you are a security guard, right? That's your job. But killing is going a bit too far, even in your risky profession.
What, you're still accusing Maggie of the murder?
Yes and no. I mean, she had stumbled upon Jim, who had probably drawn his gun. I get it. It was self-defense, wasn't it? No, I couldn't. I could never do something like that, not even as a security guard, sir.
Plus, even if he was the thief, he wouldn't have a key to this office.
Which is precisely why he had to steal it, wouldn't you say? Oh, look at it go. It was Jim who stole the master key.
Oh!
Why was it just sitting on the counter there? Pretty impossible for a supposedly stolen key to be here with us, unless you retrieved it from Jim after you killed him. Mr. Portsman, are you honestly accusing your own partner of being a thief? I don't want to admit it, but it's the only way for everything else to make sense. Has he no honor? Now then, I think we're done here. The investigation waits for no man. Would you people be so kind as to see yourselves out?
You can't kick us out. This is Edgeworth's office.
But I'm the one who's been assigned to this case. You are all suspects to varying degrees and therefore ineligible to run this show. But he's your partner, so wouldn't that make you... He's still tapping the back of his head for prints. Pep, 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 pep.
Listen, pal, how many times do I have to say this? Maggie can't be the culprit.
Detective Gumshoe, calm yourself.
But, sir...
We have no choice but to accommodate his request, for now. Haha, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. At least one of you understands. Now then, if you could remove yourselves from my crime scene, I'd be most grateful. Mark my words, Mr. Portsman, we will meet again. If that's a formal request from the legendary prosecutor himself, then I suppose so. Now don't disappoint me, you hear? To be continued. The main flap is Jack and thought it was funny. Yeah. That went okay. Basketball. Wow, it's 4:18 a.m.
What's with that prosecutor? I can't believe how rude he was. It was unbelievable.
Please maintain your professionalism, detective. I wanna try switching up the graphics, which I can no longer do. So never mind. Probably have to go back to the title screen.
I'm gonna find some real solid evidence proving Maggie's innocence. You'll see, sir.
Yeah, screw it. Now's a good time. Yeah, meh. Show me the crunchy graphics. Options, crunchitize them. Scrunch them up in the palm of my hand. Go back in. Give us the crunch. Oh my god. It's jarring as fuck with the backgrounds being... They're lower resolution than the remaster. You can tell things are more pixelated. But they're like... they're like not aligned to the pixel grid because they're so much bigger. It's crunchy. It's I like the pixel art. I'm just like not crazy about the mishmash between the background. Dunk them with milk. Yeah, crunch them.
Find some evidence. You'll see.
We've been kicked out of the crime scene, sir.
True. So then what now?
Kind of like an oxback. Looks like my life's fallen into yet another gigantic ditch. Do not despair, Miss Bird. We can overcome this as well. There are many other places and things we should be looking into anyway. He did his little sassy finger wiggle, even with the pixels.
Oh, really, sir?
For example, this hallway. The linchpin of his argument against Miss Bird is related to the master key. In that case, this hallway is the perfect place to look for more information regarding the mystery surrounding my door. Yay, zoomies! Whee! Oh my god, is that pain? Looks like you're in quite the pinch, Mr. Edgeworth. To be sure, a murder within the walls of the prosecutor's office is no trifling matter. We must find him, apprehend, and punish the killer accordingly post-haste.
Sounds like a messy case you got on your hands. If you ever feel lost or need some advice, my door is always open.
How gracious. I'll keep your offer in mind. Who is this guy again? Who is that? Let's kick the ball around.
Okay. Yay.
Woohoo. What's a basketball doing here?
That's Mr. Portsman's prized possession, sir. I heard he also plays soccer, dodgeball, and even tennis.
And not a single one of those sports is suitable to be played in a hallway. He's even got his own hoop. What's a basketball hoop doing here? The dog speak horse said, It's the best video on the internet. Didn't this used to be just outside next to the building a long time ago? So when and why was it moved indoors?
I don't remember exactly, but I saw one of the officers drag it up here recently.
Drag it?
I heard that it wouldn't fit in the elevator, so the poor guy had to bring it himself.
All the way up to the 12th floor. This office?
1203. Hey, Maggie, whose room is this again?
It's Mr. Portsman, sir. He's my new neighbor, I see, and suppose he moved in while he was away overseas.
Is everything all right?
Yes, sir. If you must know, I weighed myself this morning. I'm finally at 154 pounds. Congratulations. I was asking about this hallway in this room. Oh, everything's okay, sir. A word of advice, stay focused or you may start to lose even more weight.
Maggie.
I was wondering if I may speak with you for a bit concerning this case. Yeah, I've always been a big fan of the courtroom, but this is like a dream where I'm being cross-examined by the Miles Edgeworth. I can't let this chance pass me by. I must remember to ask her about the master key. I should jog her memory by showing my notes to her with why. Oh. No wonder Edgeworth is so mean, everyone. Look at his peers. Have you ever met the victim before? Well, I've seen him a couple times before when I had to go to Mr. Portsman's office. Mr. Faith was always playing basketball with Mr. Portsman, sir.
That sounds like fun. Just once I'd love to play with them.
Sounds fun, but the only person ever taking a shot was Mr. Portsman. All Mr. Faith ever did was pass him the ball, sir.
On second thought, I don't think I'd have fit in all that well with them.
Miss Maggie Bird, correct? I take it that you are an acquaintance of the detective?
She was under my supervision back when she was still in the force, sir. One day she got caught up in a moiter, and things started going downhill, so she quit.
But I owe a lot to Detective Gumshoe for introducing me to my current employer. Or so I thought until a few hours ago. Right before I was about to clock out for the night.
You got caught up in this whirlwind of a case, correct?
Don't worry, my whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Since I was 6 months old when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building, I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster, and now I even managed to be named a criminal just when I become a security guard. That's a lot to go through in one lifetime. I know, and just when I thought I'd finally found my happiness, I wind up getting you and Detective Gumshoe involved in my bad luck. You don't need to worry about me, Miss Bird, nor do you need to worry about yourself. I will worry about Gumshoe. I will solve this case and prove your innocence. All I ask in return is your cooperation. Yes, sir, Mr. Edgeworth, you can count on me. I'll do all I can to help. Well, here's my badge. Check this out. That's a prosecutor's badge, isn't it? It proves you're really a prosecutor. Interesting. Despite all appearances, she seems to know more than Gumshoe. With that badge, even I could be a professional prosecutor. Sir, may I please try that on just for a little bit? I don't think that would be a very good idea, do you? I guess not. On second thought, they're actually on the same level. The body. I'm just a lowly security guard, so I'm not sure what I should do with that other than to guard it. It's like talking to another Gumshoe. Check out this gun. Check out this safe. It would be nice to get her take if she knew those existed, but okay. All right, the key. Can we update badge? If someone wants to upload a prosecutor's badge, let me know. When did you discover the master key was missing? By the time I realized it, I think it was around 1 a.m., sir. Praj? That sucks so bad. And I noticed it was back at around 2:30 a.m. It was just sitting there on the ledge when where the room's reception window is. But I'm sure that between those 2 times, it was not just gone, but stolen, sir. My Praj. Why is such an important key stored in such an insecure place? It's not like that, sir. We always keep the key further inside the room, away from the window. Always, you say? Except for this time. I admit that was a bit careless, but I had my reasons. I left it out because I was sort of using it at the time. It was after I'd used it that I left it sitting out on the ledge. She used the master key. When did she use it? When did you use it? Can't wait for new late and I miss Mr. Lego Man. I'm excited. It's gonna be a hoot. What did you mean by you used the master key? I had to use it to open the door for this prosecutor who had forgotten his key. Who? Who was it? It's my job as a security guard, right? Ah. And which room did you let him into, Maggie? What is it? That's right, I just remembered. The prosecutor who forgot his key was Mr. Portsman, sir. Please tell me more, Miss Bird, quickly. Doo-dee-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Whenever you get the music change, when they're like, wait, I remember something, it's like doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Peak fiction. It was around 12 a.m. Zero Escape. People mention Zero Escape a lot in my streams. I'm definitely interested in checking it out. I'm just on the fence. Where I'm currently at is like, maybe we'd do a one-off stream. But people advised against doing the entire thing on stream for many reasons. Mr. Portsman had forgotten his office key, so he came down to security, sir. 999, yeah. And that's when you loaned the master key to him? No way, it's against regulations to loan the key out to anyone. I walked with Mr. Portsman to his office and opened the door for him personally. I think I know exactly what happened. Because my first thought was, oh, it's next to the basketball hoop, therefore it's his office. But the hoop is movable, so, you know, I see. And then what happened after that? Well, he called for me to come close up his office as he was leaving to go home. That was around 1:30 a.m., I think. So in summary, for the sake of one forgetful prosecutor, you used the master key twice tonight. Updated master key report.
Talk about sus.
The second one's made for like 1,000 people, and that's it. Some of them are brutal. Just thinking about that's me in my mind palace. I doubt you can say that you've never left your keys at home, detective. I think this calls for a thorough examination of Mr. Portsman's door. No, I gotta run into it. Maybe I gotta check this wall.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Yeah, check this one.
Oh, yeah, good idea, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Oh, yeah.
Come Blair Witch with me in the corner.
Yeah, all right, Mr. Edgeworth.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Hey, what's that suspicious-looking nook and cranny?
Isn't that the missing 0 series file, sir?
No doubt about it. The bloody letters mark it as clear as day. There seem to be a few pages missing. Our thief took only what was necessary and left the rest behind.
What are these 0 files about, sir? I guess they got something worth stealing in them, huh?
Not particularly. It's just a collection of court case files. However, the cases within these files are not mine. They belong to the high prosecutor that used to occupy my current office. I have my reasons. Let's just say I was charged with keeping them as they were.
That means the thief must have also wanted the file for a specific reason, right?
It would seem so. Only the pages related to that case from 10 years ago are missing.
Wonder why anyone would care about such an old case. That's never come up before. No one's ever brought up an old case.
A well-crafted, high-quality sofa for visitors. The stitching is excellent.
Talk about a luxury waiting area. These babies are also great for napping, you know.
You would sleep even out here, detective? In a hallway?
Whenever I do, I always wind up dreaming about giving testimony up on the stand. But it always ends the same way, me getting trounced by a lawyer. Isn't that awful?
Maybe I should give it a try sometime. To envision myself winning, naturally. Not to envision Phoenix pointing at him. What about this door? I can't tell if there's signs that the thing has been moved.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Room 1203, I take it that this is Mr. Portsman's office. You can't mistake it because of that basketball hoop, sir. That reminds me, Mr. Portsman had actually wanted room 1202 really badly. But since you were already occupying it, Mr. Edgeworth, we put him next door, sir. Why was he so particular about getting room 1202? I'm not sure, but I bet it's because it's something like his birthday's December 2nd?
Yep, that's gotta be it. Can't think of another reason why.
I can think of at least 3. Why am I even wasting time thinking about this? But 1203 is my birthday! How'd they know? The door is locked tight.
I bet the old credit card trick wouldn't work there, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
This is the office of a high prosecutor, detective. These doors would be pretty ineffective if the average cat burglar could get through them.
So I guess only a great cat burglar could get in. That must be who our culprit is.
Might advise you to return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you bought it from.
How big of a cat do you think he is? When he meows, how loud is it?
A minimalist yet classy door made of top quality wood.
Kind of majestic too, fits in well with the ambiance of the office. Even Mr. Portsman seems dignified just because he works behind one of these.
Nonsense. A man doesn't become more or less dignified because of where he works.
Well, he still seems more dignified than Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne, I suppose custodial work can also be dignified. How about this?
It's Mr. Portsman's personal basketball hoop.
I can't believe he put something like this in the hallway of a prosecutor's office.
But you know, it's actually pretty useful, sir. I haven't gotten lost trying to get to your office since it's been here.
How long have I had the same office and you still managed to get lost? Is there anything else to point at? Maybe I have to combine facts and logic inside of my brain. The files were in disarray. Another gun was used. The master key was stolen. She used the master key. It was missing from 1 a.m. to 2:30. It was used to unlock between 12 and 1:30. I wonder if these
could connect in my brain.
I'm a genius! Miss Bird, I'm afraid there's a flaw in your story. No way, pal. I mean, sir. You said you locked up Mr. Portsman's office around 1:30, correct? However, the master key had already been stolen at that time. Nothing gets by you, Mr. Edgeworth. You saw the contradiction like a pro. I had totally forgotten all about that, but thanks to you, I remember now. You're right. It was around that time I realized the key was missing. And
Well, I'm a security guard, sir. I couldn't just admit to losing the master key, could I? So I pretended to lock up his room, sir. You pretended. Yeah, I used my house key and made it look like I was locking up, sir. Oh, aceattorney.jpg. Thank you. In actuality, you never did relock the door then. Well, I thought that maybe I could go lock it after I found the key. Come to think of it, I guess the door still hasn't been locked properly. Is that so? So what if I just try the handle? Right. Can I deduce? This is connected to the evidence that the door is open. Eureka! There's a contradiction here. What if Miss Bird said is true, then why is this door locked tight? You know, you're right. Miss Bird, are you sure you didn't relock this door? I'm certain of it, sir. And I don't think Mr. Portsman noticed it himself that I hadn't. Which means, what, sir? Either means he actually does have the key to his office, or that the door Miss Bird opened wasn't this one at all, but a completely different one. She opened a different door? How can you prove that? There's an easy way to find out. All we need to do is examine these. The prints on the master key, the prints on the doorknob, the prints on the number plate. The prints on the doorknob? Right? Yeah. The prints on the doorknob will tell us everything. Hey, you. Yeah, you, pal. Do us a favor and see what you can lift from this, okay? What'd you find out? No need for such belligerent nostril flaring, detective. Sir, I have found only Mr. Portsman's and Mr. Faith's prints on this doorknob. So only 2 people's prints were found on this, huh? That's pretty decisive. I'm lost, sir. Thinking logically, a certain other person's prints should be on this knob as well. Whose prints should also be on this doorknob? Maggie.
Take that!
Maggie. Don't you find it odd the prints of the person who unlocked this door are absent? You mean? Yes, the door that Miss Bird opened could not have been this one, but a different one. Updated office report. I like them both standing. Man, what have we here? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Yeah, I called it. Ooh, a basketball. Is this basketball property of Mr. Portsman? Yes, sir. He's always ready for a match. Basketball, soccer, dodgeball, tennis. It doesn't matter what sport it is, he's game. Although I think it'd be a little hard to play tennis with this ball. Ho ho. That isn't the point you should be focusing on, detective. You're right, sir. Now I know what I should be focusing on. Bad Mr. Portsman. Someone should teach him to clean up his toys after he's done playing. I think we've reached the end of this conversation. A note? What is this? Looks like a scrap of paper. I'll get it, sir. Let's see. Oh, there's something written on it. I brought the 3 pieces of evidence by just like we talked about on the phone, but it looks like you're out. Guess I'll catch up to you later. Buddy. A note from the victim. It's from Mr. Portsman. An Edgeworth man? Is this my internet hiccuping? Oh, my internet hiccuped for a sec. Sorry about that. Yeah, I dropped some frames and I jumped back. Not just you. Sorry about that. Hopefully you didn't miss anything. Yeah, I dropped a couple 100 frames and then it bounced right back. Sorry about that, chat. Yeah, it's stable again. That's just happened every, like, most streams are fine, and then sometimes it just craps out for a second and then bounces back. Even fiber internet is not enough. Yeah, okay. Alright. There he is. When are they gonna give us a Miles Lego that I can put next to Bowser? Yeah, we're all good. Hopefully you just need a refresh if it's acting weird. That man has no ass. It's sad, but true. And what's this? What's this? What are you looking at, sir? Oh, hey, how about a game? That's okay, detective. I just found the position of this hoop to be a little off. Hey, you're right, sir. I guess it shifted when someone made a seriously sweet slam dunk. The positioning of the hoop is definitely unnatural. Better take note of this. Anything else? The door? A minimalist, classy door made of top-notch wood. Kind of majestic. Fits well with the ambiance. Okay. I see. Man.
Do I have more facts and logic inside of my brain now? Oh, yeah. Not really. Hello. Maybe I can present to her this moved thing. No, she doesn't know what that means. What if I present to her this note? She doesn't know what that means. That makes sense to present. I had to open his door a number of times before. I've also had the chance to see the inside of his office on a number of occasions, too. He's got shelves upon shelves of soup, of sports memorabilia, trophies, and awards in it. To the point where it's almost beyond gaudy, sir. But maybe I just feel that way because I'm jealous since I don't have even a single one.
Don't say that, Maggie. I'll make a special Guard of the Month award just for you.
Thanks for trying, but I've already got a mountain of consolation prizes, sir. They're proof of just how unbelievably unlucky my life has been. Getting an award from you just isn't the same as getting a real award, sir. Oof. Damn, ouch. That's all? That seems more significant. Can I inspect the no. Soup to soothe my soul. I had a half-broken AC past week fixed now. Just had a flat tire today. Excited for this game. It's one of my faves. Sorry to hear about that. Hope it's doing all right. Thank you, chat. Me when anything. It's just a good combination. Do I have a second page of evidence? I do. But it's just that, and I showed it to her and she didn't care. Does Gumshoe have a permanent shaving wound on his face? Yeah. Yeah. He's just always in a rush heading out the door with his toast in his mouth. So what else? Never hurts to have another look. I mean, it doesn't have a check mark. So is there something else here I missed? I didn't see anything else. Those Blue Badger plushes. I think Fangamer was selling them for a bit. You can't mistake it because of the basketball hoop. That reminds me, you wanted 1202 badly. That's right, you find this right. I already saw this text, but I guess it considers it new. Now is it good? No, it's still not. Whatever. Can I go in here? Oh, I bet I can look down. No, I can't. According to the guard, no signs of the lock was picked either. I mean, the door really was opened with a key. Did you happen to ask if any prints were lifted from the doorknob? The doorknob was clean as a whistle. Light, they think. They did a good job not leaving any clues behind. That's what I needed. Okay. My brain cell's been restored. Poking around in this hallway has actually paid off quite handsomely.
Huh? How so, sir?
In a variety of different ways. I think it's time we had a little chat with the real culprit of this case.
You know who the killer is? Wow, Mr. Edgeworth.
As long as my logic is sound, then yes. The mastermind behind this murder is none other than Mr. Portsman. What? Mr. Portsman?
I knew it. That's exactly what my logic senses were telling me, too. I suspected it was him from the instant he accused Maggie of being the killer, sir.
That is anything but logical. Lady and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. Come what may, it's time to knock on Truth's door.
Did you just call yourself Truth?
Yeah. This background looks much more pixelated and matches better. I still just don't like the mishmash of sizes. Like just the pixel grid being smaller, and then they're like really like I like the pixel art for them, and I like the background art individually, but together it just feels kind of cheap. I'm kind of tempted to switch back to the HD graphics. They're really well done and they're really cohesive. I'm glad that this is an option, but I might switch back. It's 5:12 a.m. Yeesh. Mr. Portsman. Yeah, I could also switch back right now. We had a little interlude in the hallway. I think it'll want me to save when I... Yeah, as long as no one in chat's just like, no! My pixels! Normally I'd be like, hell yeah, give me the pixels. This is just kind of a... dare I say, an edge case. They just did a good... If they fucked up the remastered art, I'd be like, no, I'm sticking with the pixels. If it was just kind of like hastily slapped together, like... they used like an AI upscaler to turn pixel art into 2D art, hand drawn, and it just looked like ass. And I'd be like, yeah. It usually be pixel pierced through the rest of. I mean, yeah, it's like look how good the pixel art is. Also, like the Edgeworth's head is like a little bit big, which looks really funny. Yeah, finish processing the bloody letters, sir. Let me take a gander at it. Pass it here. Hi-yup. Looking good. You there, take good care of this. Roar! Hey, what's up? Like that exact sprite for Miles. He just kind of looks like a baby a little bit. This big old head. If it isn't that's from his logic is making his head big. If it isn't Detective Gumshoe.
End of the line for you, Portsman. We got you now.
Call off your dog, Mr. Edgeworth. Is this some kind of joke? Oops. It's no joke. We know, Mr. Jacques Portman, that you are the guilty party in this case. You must be pretty upset getting chased out of your own room. I'd be mad too. So I guess you can stay if you promise to stay out of our way. You intend to hide your crime under the guise of a prosecutor doing his job? I can see right through the unsightly paper-thin mask you wear upon your cowl. Who would have ever thought it would come to this? Actually, come to think of it, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? The legendary prosecutor who never lost a single case for 40 long years. But there was always this incessant chatter about forged evidence with that guy. Really teaches me that I've got to stay on the lookout for false accusations, you know? Are you done trying to play mind games with me? Because they won't work. The only thing you should be using that mouth of yours for now is explaining yourself. Although that too only dig your hole deeper. Either way, your game is up. Well, aren't we full of ourselves, even though you have yet to prove anything?
Let's jam.
Ooh. I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, how, may I ask, do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I've got work to do, so we're done here. Oh, okay, bye. Sorry, but we are not finished yet. Boy, you're stubborn. I suppose you're basing your accusations on something.
I'll show you what I'm basing my accusations on. With evidence. Rebuttal.
I'm gonna put the button rebuttal. No idea what sort of harebrained idea you have.
Hold it!
My accusation is a harebrained idea, is it? You tell me, I'd say it is, after all. There's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit.
Hold it!
It's very based, I assure you. And what, pray tell, kind of evidence are we talking about here? Jim was my partner, you can't say I had a motive for killing him. That's it. That's not even an anthill, let alone a mountain. But it's more than enough, wouldn't you agree? Might I recommend that you review what the word evidence means? It doesn't change the fact that the evidence doesn't point to me as the killer. My proof is that he was my partner. No one's ever murdered anyone they're close to in the history of crime. Got it. Case closed. How, may I ask, do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here?
Hold it!
Unfortunately, I believe I've already shown how earlier. Your speculations mean nothing, as I still insist I could not gain access to your room. What should I do now? Should I raise an objection? You claim to have had no way to open my door, however, is that really the honest truth? Haha, alright, I'll humor you. Go ahead, shoot. Very well then. I propose you use this to open my door. Hiya!
Take that!
I believe you were able to open my office door with the master key, no less.
Objection!
Wait. Hold on for a sec. I never laid a finger on that key, as you already know. Precisely. You were able to open my door without lifting a single finger. Well, you had to move a basketball hoop. Well, maybe you did, but only to direct. That's right. You used your finger to direct this person open my door with the key. Maggie?
Take that!
The Steel Samurai's always... Yep. You had asked Miss Bird to open your own office door for you, yes? Yeah, I kind of forgot my key at home. Happens a bit too often for my taste, you know? But the room you had Miss Bird open at that time was not your own, was it? What? You have quite the imagination, but why don't we ask the girl herself whose door she opened, shall we? I'm certain that it was Mr. Portsman's door, sir. I checked the number plate to make sure I was opening the right door, sir. See, Miss Bird backs up my story. Yet what if you had misled her to fool her into thinking what you wanted? Ha, and how do you suppose I did that? By switching the number plates on our doors, for example. That's right, they do slide out pretty easily. Furthermore, you then used one other thing to give a very strong impression. The door she was opening was yours and not, in fact, mine.
What was it that Mr. Portsman used to make our birthday? It was his room? It was the hoops?
Take that!
Shooting hoops? The hoops, sir?
It's quite the peculiar fixture in any hallway, let alone a hallway in this building. Which is why... Which is why when I inhale my own spit, I'm fine. It left an unusually strong impression on you. It's an object perfectly suited to sit just outside the office of a peculiar prosecutor. Greg! That's very true, because there was a basketball hoop sitting there. I thought the door I was opening had to be Mr. Portsman's. There are signs the hoop had been moved. To sit it in front of my office, to be sure. I see, so that's how you throw suspicion on people. Thanks for the tip. But I think your conjecture's a little off the racetrack. The rebuttal to the rebuttal? Now you're just spouting nonsense. I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. So he intends to claim his innocence to the end, does he? I'm as pure innocence as my jacket. And Miss Bird is as dirty and guilty as the jacket she wears. My jacket's not dirty, I'll have you know. I just washed it yesterday. Please calm down, for I intend to show who is the one truly covered in slime here. Like in a fun way. A rebuttal to the rebuttal to the rebuttal. Now you're just spouting nonsense.
Hold it!
Rebut-buttal. Nonsense, you say? Yes, because I'm telling the truth here. I had the girl open my office door.
Hold it!
Using the master key, of course. Sure, you have a problem with that? That is what the master key is for, right? Perhaps we should place it in an elaborate labyrinth of some sort for people like you. After that, I was in my room the entire time.
Hold it!
The rare, elusive three-buttal. And what were you doing in your office? I was doing my usual training regimen. Training? Were you going through your law books from start to finish? Mainly batting practice and some weights. Oh, and I jog when I get the chance.
Wow, you must be the buffest prosecutor we have.
With the weakest legal muscles, it would seem. I was doing my usual workout, so you don't have a single reason to suspect me.
Hold it!
I think I've given you quite a few reasons, actually. But none of those would stand up on their own.
Objection!
Then what about all the evidence?
Objection!
They're playing tennis. It's all circumstantial. No judge would ever convict on such flimsy evidence. It seems to be trembling a little. One more little push. All I have to do is find the flaw in his testimony. He's in his room the entire time. Is that so? Then why was this note there?
Objection!
Ho ho. Bum 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 bum. That was a lie. What are you talking about? How is that a lie? This is a note the victim left for you, Mr. Portsman. A note? It was left under your door, or did you not notice? And right here it says, but you're out. You were not in your room when the victim came to call on you. So then where were you and what were you doing? Shall I explain in full detail for you? You were busy snooping around in my room. The very room you had Miss Bird open for you. That's just nonsense. You have no evidence that I made the girl open your door for me? Oh, but I do. I have very decisive evidence. No way. This is proof positive you had Miss Bird open the door for you. Is it just the prints were not found on the door? Is it I guess it's that? The fingerprints? Sign's been moved. Let's go with the fingerprints.
Take that!
That's more decisive. I had your door dusted for prints. My door? What for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. You sure are good at wasting time. You're right. I didn't find anything. And definitely not Miss Bird's fingerprints. Her prints, what do they have to do with anything?
Let's put it this way, if she really was the one who opened your door, her prints should naturally be on the doorknob she touched. Eck. Furthermore, all the prints on my office door's knob have been wiped completely off. I can only assume it's because Miss Bird's fingerprints were on it. Don't you think it's time you gave up your charade? We know you stole into my office with the intent of stealing something from me, and Detective Faith found you out. Possibly because he heard sounds coming from a room whose occupant was on leave. Mr. Portsman, you killed Mr. Faith to silence him. And I had the misfortune return when I did. You had the threat. I had the misfortune return when I did. You had to threaten me as you escaped. As I said when you had the gun in my back, no one gets away with committing murder in my office. Hey, hoo, you. And just what's so funny, pal? Well, that look of stiff seriousness on the face of this office's finest prosecutor, as he makes a huge mistake, and accusing me is simply too much to bear. There's just nothing else like it in the world. What? Mr. Edgeworth just explained it all and even backed it up. You're the murderer. Stop trying to be slippery and just admit to the crime already. And as I said earlier, it's all so circumstantial, so full of conjecture. You say you checked my doorknob for prints? Well, I can readily confess that I'd wipe that knob down as well. But then why would Buddy's prints be on it? Wouldn't he already be dead? I'm a little obsessive compulsive, you see. I didn't want to touch a doorknob that you had touched. Cooties. I get it. Which is why I wiped the knob down as soon as I could after you opened the door. After that, it makes perfect sense that only Jim's and my own prints would be on there. You made that up just now, didn't you? Furthermore, as for the note Jim left for me, do you know exactly when that was? For all we know, he could have left it there before I arrived at the office. Like early evening, for example. You saying you failed to notice a note in your doorway? Even geniuses fail at times. I was probably too preoccupied by work-related matters, although that's no excuse. You were working out in your office. That's just a flat-out lie. There's no way you didn't notice a note that size. But you can't prove that, can you? Say something, Mr. Edgeworth. Back me up here, sir. Portsman makes a good point. I can't prove he didn't simply overlook it. Besides, I have an airtight alibi. Airtight, you say? I only just realized I had one as we were talking. I guess it would have been better for all of us if I just told you sooner. It's nice when you get the cross-examination eyeballs. Edgeworth just has a look of like, what now? He's not like got like a determined like Phoenix will be like, what we gotta fight. He's just kind of like, oh my god. Portsman's alibi. My cat is yelling. He thinks the defense is BS. If memory serves, you came back to this office around 2 a.m., correct? And it was then that you had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around, I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi. What? Do you really think it's that perfect? Like I said, I don't care. Ask around all you like. You'll see for yourself. Detective Gumshoe.
Sir, yes, sir. I'll go check out his alibi, sir. Be right back. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, I think we're in trouble. It's just like Mr. Portsman said. The guys down in criminal affairs said they saw him around 2 a.m.
Did he make their clocks run fast or slow? Something?
You see? All of the evidence points to him being the culprit, so there must be a contradictory point in his alibi somewhere. It's always a clock. It always comes down to a clock. He came back to this office at 2 a.m., correct?
Hold it!
You are correct.
It was around 2 a.m. Are you sure? It's really important to me that you're spot on with the time. I remember checking my watch then, and make no mistake, it was 2. Giving testimony like a pro. Okay, so you came back to your office at 2. And it was then that you had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit.
Hold it!
If it is as you say, however... Yes, however, you are the only one who claims to have bumped into the culprit. So tell me, did you see the person's face? Was it me who you saw? It was pitch black, so I couldn't actually see.
Objection!
Maybe he's got a twin. And he has a watch that tells the time. Come now, I'm sure you saw something. Try a little harder, why don't you? Thank you for the bits. It is. The original soundtrack is here as an option. But we're listening to the rearranged soundtrack, which so far is really good. I'm beginning to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here. Well, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. It only matters that you ran into the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. So you paid the criminal affairs department a visit. Yep, right after I left the prosecutor's building, I headed straight for the precinct. Ask around, I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story.
Hold it!
Well, we did go and ask around to confirm your testimony. And it was just as I said, right?
Yes, sir. A number of detectives said that they saw you at around that time.
Looks like he's on the verge of crying at all times. See, I have the perfect alibi. That's the ace I had up my sleeve. Impossible, he actually does have the perfect alibi. What's wrong? Why the sudden sullen look on your face?
Can't you say anything back, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think we've reached the end of the line and it's time to get off this crazy train. I mean, maybe it's got something to do with the two guns. Where, like, maybe it was two people. Like, he committed the murder, but then he actually left and someone else went in and shot the second bullet. But I don't know who that could have been. You there? Sir. Please escort the young lady out, but remember, be gentle.
Maggie!
Detective Gumshoe! Gunpowder residue on his hands. Could have washed them. Is there nothing I can do? There must be a way to turn this situation around. If I only had a clue. Did I miss something that can help me cast doubt on his alibi? Treymac could not have been Portsman, then who could it have been? I need to calmly think this through one more time, and with logic. It's good. It's great. Like, Apollo's got his magic bracelet and his big ol' eyeballs. And Athena's got a little robot that helps her deduce emotions from speech. And Edgeworth's just like, I solved the day with logic. My brain. I can think about things. This is the other gun. Another gun. Put them together. Now we're going. Thanks for stopping by. There were 2 bullets left at the scene of the crime. One that robbed Mr. Faith of his life. I thought about a thing once. And one that nearly robbed me of my jacket. A much more serious offense. However, the murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once, meaning it is entirely possible that a second gun was used in my office tonight. But seeing as how the killer had to steal Mr. Faith's gun, I doubt the killer had another gun up their sleeve. Therefore, the second gun could have been the property of an entirely different person, which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to my office tonight. Which is why they were arranged after the murder. The final missing piece. Supposing there was yet another visitor tonight, that would also resolve the issue of why my shelves were upended twice. We know that the shelves were disturbed once before and once after the murder, so it shouldn't be much of a stretch to think that it was the work of 2 different people. Once by the person who stole the victim's gun and then killed him with it, and once again after the murder by our second culprit, who was the owner of the second gun. If we suppose the second culprit's gun was the one that was pointed at my back.
Objection!
Big point, Mr. Portsman. It seems that I need to amend my assumptions regarding this case. Great. So you finally come to your senses. Mr. Edgeworth.
Sir, what are you saying?
This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I'd assumed the person I ran into was the killer, but that may not be the case. What do you mean? The person I ran into was just your average thief.
A thief? But, sir, doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction in the facts?
Not at all. It simply means the killer was someone else. And it means that in actuality, 2 culprits stole into my office tonight.
What do you mean, 2?
It explains both why my shelves were disturbed twice and how there were 2 guns. Mr. Portsman tricked Miss Bird and gained entry into my office. Now you're just leading the argument. You still don't have any actual proof, you know. If you could please go along with my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about.
Yarr.
Now then, returning to my scenario, Mr. Portsman was out to steal something from me, which is why he checked my secret safe and ransacked my shelves. This is the first time.
So that this would be when the files were put back in the wrong order, right?
Correct. And then, just when he was about to look somewhere else, who should walk in but his own partner, Mr. Faith?
Why did Mr. Faith come into your room, sir?
He probably had business with Mr. Portsman, which is why he was in the area. But that's when he noticed sounds coming from my office, would be my guess.
Because you were supposed to be away, right? And he must have thought it was odd, so he came into this office to check it out.
Correct. And as a detective, that was the right thing to do. But when he came in, he found his own partner standing there. Because it was Mr. Portsman, Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. But Mr. Portsman was not so merciful as to let him leave alive. He waited for a chance and stole Mr. Faith's gun from him, and then... kablam. He killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith for catching him in the act of stealing. Good. Allow me to present my hypothesis. No, I don't think we should let you do that. Please, if you're innocent, you have nothing to worry about. You killed a man. Let me continue with my hypothesis. Uh-huh. This was the moment in which the first shot was fired, the one that landed in my files. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down and left it behind as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he'd also left the fake dying message behind.
You're such a complicated troublemaker, you know that?
Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved. However, there was yet another visitor to my room, and this is where it gets complicated.
There was another visitor?
Yes, and this other person's objective was also to steal something from me. Now then, even after Mr. Portsman left, the door to my office remained unlocked. However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, and so they stole the master key from the security guard's room, and they entered my room and searched through my shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed, and it seems the thief found their prize.
The stolen zero file, right, sir?
Correct. Only just as the thief was about to leave with the file, I appeared. The thief then threatened me with their own gun and made their escape. The second bullet was fired during that brief encounter.
So the shelves getting messed up twice and the two bullets. It was all because two different people were doing those things at two different times.
Precisely. So now do you see, Mr. Portsman? The person I met was just a thief and was not, in fact, Mr. Faith's killer. Your alibi for the time frame which I ran into the other person is now irrelevant. Because we now know that the murder took place during the first culprit's visit.
Objection!
What's so funny, pal?
Absolutely splendid. Your scenario explains everything.
Of course it does. It's Mr. Edgeworth, after all.
But you know, it still doesn't change the fact that it's all circumstantial. Supposing if, and that's a big if, your theory is right, it would indeed render my alibi, which has withstood scrutiny, mind you, irrelevant. But there is still one defining point of your argument for which you have no evidence. Your supposition that I was the first visitor.
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir.
But he has a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point. Don't say that, sir.
I don't believe this. Don't worry, Baggy. I'll do something if I must.
You know something? I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Mr. Edgeworth. If the person you really met was just a plain old thief, then why is that person not your main suspect? That is, if your theory is correct.
Part 2.
That thief you ran into should be your real suspect, wouldn't you say? New cross-examination called Presto. Presto Magnifico. The thief should be a real suspect. We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. I hate to repeat myself, but as I've already said, I was training in my room. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left. No, but the time of your alibi was 2, which would be after he came by and dropped off the note and got murdered. So you think we should be out there looking for the thief? Of course. Now isn't the time to be having these dead-end discussions? I don't think it's all dead-ended. I find your alibi to be fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we?
I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I just have to find some way to prove it. That's when you poke him and go, you did it, you did it, you did it, you did it, and wait for him to snap. They added a third song to Ace Attorney. That thief you ran into should be a real suspect.
Hold it!
Actually, no, I wouldn't. Why not? That's elementary, the dying message, of course. Mr. Faith's killer very clearly left those letters on the spines of those files. And it was after they were on there that the thief stole one of them.
You mean the 0 files, right?
And that's how we also know the letters themselves were set up and not from Mr. Faith. If the thief was the killer, do you think they would try to undermine themselves?
Maybe the killer just didn't think of that either?
That must be it. Maybe, just maybe. We should be out there looking for that thief right now.
Hold it!
Once escaped, I highly doubt a thief would linger nearby. Now you never know. Maybe they didn't get what they were really after. Oh, you talk like you know quite a bit about this thief. Ah, it's nothing like that. I have no idea about anything. After all, I was in my room.
Hold it!
But according to Mr. Faith's note, hold on, I thought we already cleared that up. Didn't we say that Jim left that note for me in the early evening? If you have proof that he left it at a different time, say just before he was murdered. I don't have any, no. You see, so I insist again, I was in my office the entire time. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs.
Hold it!
Why didn't you go there with Mr. Faith? That's because he said he was tired and was going to take a quick nap. You know those sofas in the hallway, he likes to sleep on those. It's one of his habits. And what of the evidence he brought? They were things related to yesterday's case. Just 2 items, a gun and a pendant. 2? Two? But the note says 3, but he only says 2. A gun and a pendant. Interesting. This piece of testimony seems too crucial it slipped through the cracks. 2 items.
Hold it!
A gun and a pendant. Yep, this gun, which was the murder weapon, and this pendant, which belonged to the victim. Cool horse. And why were you taking them to Criminal Affairs? There was something in a past case file I wanted to compare these two to. But all this has nothing to do with this case right now. Anyway, I believe you'll find the long paper trail I left to be your satisfaction. This is matching up with what Detective Gumshoe found out. So I can't expect you to know what happened around here after I left.
Hold it!
Is it testimony if you aren't in court? No, but they're just lawyer brain rotted, much like I am. I can't expect you to know, can I? Nope, but I guess you can't expect me to take a guess based on logical deductions. Then let's see you deduce. Jim waited for me to leave and then stole the master key. For the purpose of sneaking into your room, of course. And that's when Miss Bird caught him red-handed and the murder occurred. It's all exactly as I laid out earlier.
I know he was here. I have to prove it.
Nah. 2, you say? Well, that's different than the number 3. The answer's always 3. Only 2 pieces. I believe the proper phrase here is, you fail. What? Edgeworth, what? 2 piece? You mean 1 piece? Yeah. Excuse me. You fail as a prosecutor, Mr. Portsman, as you intend to keep evidence hidden from me. Get him! What are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything from you. Well, here's a piece I think you should read carefully. He took a bite of Gun too soon. It says Mr. Faith was bringing 3 pieces. And this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portsman.
I can't believe he took get tripped up by simple arithmetic.
Where is the missing piece of evidence?
It's...
You have it, don't you? Only the guilty would make such a face. Detective Gumshoe?
You don't have to say it, sir. I'll pat the guy down from head to toe.
Don't come any closer, I'm warning you.
It is all part of the investigation, pal, so don't even think about stopping me.
No.
Hey, what's this?
He had this on him, sir. That's a weird-looking CD-ROM. What is that? It's kind of sci-fi device. Despite what you said, it would appear that you do have something to hide. Why would he hide something like that? In his cheeks, no less.
There's only one reason why anyone would hide evidence of this caliber. Because it would unequivocally point to the person himself as the real killer. What year did investigations first come out? It wasn't the 90s. I don't know why they used the VHS. Let's examine this videotape in a little more detail. 2009? 2009? And they're like, here's a video cassette? What do you mean? Why did they do that? For the section of the tape that will drive the last nail into his coffin. KG8 incident. Whoa, there's blood on it. It's not up to date with this tech. No, it's not. KG8, huh?
KG8 incident? That's a police case number, sir. Does that mean this video's from that case?
Interesting. However, what's recorded on this isn't what's important right now. Let's give the casing a thorough once-over.
Ah, that's blued, isn't it? I've read about this.
And I believe this is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. GameCube colored VHS tape. Yeah, you put it into the GameCube add-on. You know, the N64 was going to have that PlayStation add-on that added a disc drive. The GameCube had a canceled add-on that added VHS support. This blood is still fresh. We're working with JVC. They had video cassettes.
You mean this might be Detective Faith's blood?
No, you've got it all wrong. No amount of denial can save you. We have but to run a blood test to find the truth. You told us you had received evidence from the victim earlier. Now you will tell us, when and how did the victim's blood find its way onto this video? Yeah, it's totally suspicious. Was it at the moment of his death? Did Detective Faith have this videotape on his personage when you killed him? You know very well there's no way to prove that. No, even if we were to examine this tape for fingerprints. If I had to take a guess, I'd say the only ones on here would belong to the murderous you and Mr. Faith.
No, impossible.
He ate the medal. He ate it. Dead. And then there's just two chalk outlines on the floor for the two dead bodies.
Mr. Portsman has been placed under arrest for the murder of Detective Buddy Faith, sir. Very good. And the results we got back from the lab techs on the tape turned out to be real solid, sir. Blood work came back and it was definitely Mr. Faith's blood on there. And as a bonus, they also able to lift a few of Mr. Faith's fingerprints as well.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Edgeworth. I still can't believe I got to see your cool deduction skills outside the courtroom. I'm impressed beyond words, sir. It was nothing. I'm just sorry you got caught up in a murder in my office. Please accept my apologies. It's nothing, really, compared to what I've been through, I mean. I consider myself lucky that I was only a burglary and a murder this time, sir. If it had been a holdup or a hostage situation, I'd have thrown my hands up in the air. I think I'm finally rising up from a goddess of misfortune to just an unlucky person. Something tells me we should have hired a different person for security detail.
You know something, sir? That Mr. Portsman really was one corrupt prosecutor.
And why would you say he was corrupt?
Well, I heard that there were a number of suspicious things related to his court cases. There's even rumors about how some of the evidence he uses is forged, sir.
Forged evidence, huh?
And they say he even decided not to prosecute a few cases for some really vague reasons.
That guy was a complete disgrace to the entire profession. We never did get around to asking what his reason was for breaking into my office.
Yeah, whenever we got near that topic, he just clammed up.
We can be pretty certain it was to steal something.
This is just between you and me, sir, but there's a rumor that some sort of huge organization is involved behind the scenes.
Well. With Mr. Portsman not willing to divulge anything, it certainly lends credence to that rumor. It would seem that we haven't heard the last of this.
That Mr. Portsman isn't the bad guy?
I didn't say that, but rather that there's still many more mysteries for us to solve. In Ace Attorney Investigations. We haven't figured out the name of this piece of evidence. Is it the safe was cleaned? My badge? I can't save, so I get one shot at this? Is this the case is closed, you get one shot? Or can I mess it up and I'm okay? Because if I mess it up and it's gone, my badge.
could show my badge.
Does anybody know if you get to make mistakes here? If it's a, I'm guessing the file. I mean, I don't know what they were looking for or what the thing was. I also don't know why they were trying to get into the safe, because if they only keep case-related things in there, then there shouldn't be anything. He was away from the country for a month, so there shouldn't be anything in there. So I'm also confused about that. I think I don't know. Why a second person come and steal case info? Right. And then what was he looking for in the first place? Yeah, I'll try the case.
Take that!
The person who stole this file, the other villain of the night. Oh, yeah, that too.
Yeah, I wonder who it was.
And what happened to the stolen pages?
Bring me my pages.
I wonder who in the world was it that held me up at gunpoint. I hope it was Phoenix. God damn. I don't think he's in the game. I would be surprised if he was. That's just based off of vibes and what I would expect, but imagine, what if it was? What if it was Phoenix? I felt something pressed up against my back. And it wasn't a gun. Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Yes?
I came across this while I was processing your office earlier, sir.
This card. What is it, sir? Is that a bird or something on there?
It's not just any bird. It's the mark of the raven. A three-legged raven. Even you should know what this is, detective.
Oh, it's about that thing, isn't it? The great thief everyone's talking about.
The Phantom Thieves. It's the mark of the great thief, Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu? Huh? Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yatagarasu is noble to the end. A modern Robin Hood. Oh, look at him. Wait, is that just Phoenix? Hold on, the hair. Noble Yatagarasu, vigilante of the business world, reappears. The Mercurial News. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appears and vanishes at will. It's Cecil. Though we don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. Dealings exposed. Speedy times. Thank you, Zamoi. 47. Your target is Mr. Portsman, corrupt prosecutor, and assets of the Yatagarasu syndicate. I'll leave you to prepare. I'm gonna throw a book at his head. The theft is always performed in silence and always with perfection. Once a target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement is sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found is sent out to the mass media, along with this single card. Although it has been a while since the Yatagarasu's last appearance.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, look, something's written on the back.
What? Let me see.
It's the location of where the thief put the stolen files.
You can read these sigils?
Wait, that's not English?
No.
Yeah, I don't know how to read. I just guess off the vibes of what it feels. I embrace it through the cosmos and let it flow through me, pal.
It's the location where the thief put the files. So the person who stole the contents of the file was the Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu, organization. Quite a few keywords are popping up in this mystery. Yeah, you just gotta learn off the vibes. The murder in my office. The return of the great thief, Yatagarasu. Looking back, I can't say I didn't see these events coming. For they were heralded by the incidents that began to occur 2 days ago. The end? Question mark? I mean, so you gotta build in the. We'll get to this 5 cases from now. We were like, oh right, I totally forgot about the Yami Garasu, the yummy grass. That guy, right? Permafactors on something. Yeah, sure. Turnabout. Oh no. Is that Silhouette who I think it is? Yeah, it's Yami Yugi. Yami Yugi. Eureka. Yeah, this is 100% the bit. Magical lawyer superpower number 1, psychic lie detection. Magical lawyer superpower number 2, hypersensitive tell spotting. This gun was found at the crime scene. Furthermore, the victim died of a gunshot wound to the chest. From this evidence, it can conclude the victim was shot with a gun. How does he do it? What a pro! It's like magic. Basic logic. 2010. It's been a minute. Yeah, correct. He's got the superpower of facts and logic. Turnabout Airlines. Let's go. Let's do. Episode 2. Welcome to Turnabout Air. We realize you have many options for air travel, and oh my god, a body's been discovered. The return of the great thief, Amaterasu. Thinking back, everything began on that fateful day 2 days ago. "2 days earlier." Dun dun. Oh, sir? Anything fine? Whoa. This is fun. Hell yeah. Go you! Everything began high up in the air, 9,000 feet to be precise. 9,000 feet? Thank you for flying Go You Airlines. We are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. We are asking all passengers to please return to their seats and fasten their seat belts. Not the wine! No! That was a primo vino. Oof, ouch. 6:13 a.m. Flight G390, first floor lounge. Here lies Ugo Hughes. Why? He looks like he's got like a Zoidberg tentacle mouth in the statue. Yeah. My Malbec! Yeah. Hip. Oh my god, the frames of animation are quite good. Whew. I wish there was just like a little frame where like his cravat was like flattened and he just kind of flapped it out. Get it back into shape. Why do I feel like I just woke up from a horrible nightmare? 6:13, huh? Guess I was out cold for about 10 minutes. Huh. Slight turbulence indeed. Good thing I check my watch every minute so I know if I was knocked out. I know the last time I checked the time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. For your safety, we ask that you return to your seats as soon as possible, probably. Yeah, return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. I suppose turbulence is to be expected on a flight. Though admittedly, I'm less than comfortable with anything resembling earthquakes. Oh, right, yeah, that, no. Planes must be hell for him. Huh? What? What's this? A travel wallet? It's not mine. Why did it just, like, fly out of him? How did someone else's travel wallet wind up in my pocket? My head. Why won't this headache go away? I'll take care of this travel wallet later, or hand it off to an attendant. From earthquake-like turbulence to an elevator. This is hell for him. Why is he on a plane with an elevator? And then, everyone uses VHS, but they have this on passenger planes. Well, clearly he's in, you know, prosecutor class. What am I doing hesitating like this? Actually, I know full well why I hesitate. It was when I was still but a young child. Yeah, I remember. I was caught up in a murder that happened in an elevator. DL6. But how long am I going to let my past haunt me? It's just an elevator. I'm a grown man now. I need to behave like one. Oh, no. What in the world happened? Is there something wrong, sir? I must ask that you please return to your Eek! Return to my seek? What do you mean? Why did you say he's dead? I mean, you don't know. Maybe he's sleeping. Please calm down. We mustn't jump to conclusions without all the facts. What's wrong? Did something happen? You murderer! No, you have it all wrong. It wasn't me. I'll go back a little time. Ooh. Wait, he's been tied up with his law books and his chest? What is happening? March 12th, 6:41 a.m., second floor, first class. Everyone, I am sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement. I am one of your flight attendants today, Rhoda Tenero. Rhoda to nowhere? This perspective is crazy. Yeah, it's pretty good. Rhoda Tenero. She does have cube hair. Successive cubes. Rio de Janeiro? Road to Tenero. Road to air? It's fine. Unfortunately, we have just had a minor accident on this flight.
An accident? Don't treat us like we're stupid. I caught a glimpse and it was a murder. Murder? What's going on with this flight?
Who is the little British, like little German boy? The bottom. Oh my god. This steak is only medium cooked. I asked for very, very well done. Road to nowhere she's popping. Okay, that was my first thought, but I was like, yeah. Please calm down. There's no reason to panic.
Did somebody say panic?
This flight will stay on course and make its scheduled landing. We are still currently in the middle of a rough patch of turbulence. So until we are out of this area of turbulence, I ask that you please remain seated.
Someone was killed. I mean, what about the killer? Let me off.
Please, there is no need to feel threatened. We have already apprehended the culprit and just tied him up in his chair. I ask that everyone please remain calm.
What the heck is he talking about? Why should we remain calm?
Oops. A full English name could be a play on the narrow road with written dictionary first. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor, and I assure you I am not the killer.
Ha! Being a prosecutor doesn't make you incapable of murder, buddy. Now you listen here. I'm not the killer. I simply found the body.
Classic self-report, we all know. So you say. However, I am sure that you are the perpetrator of this crime. I swear on my honor as a professional flight attendant.
Is that right?
I know what I saw. And there's even very strong incriminating evidence to back me up.
What kind of incriminating evidence is she talking about?
We've already alerted the proper authorities at our destination. Until we land, you will remain in our custody by the powers vested in our captain. I'm very sorry, but please understand our situation.
Your situation, I'm more concerned with mine and the direction it's going in.
I'm not about to just sit idly by while I get accused of murder.
Miss Tenero, is it?
Yes. You know, if it wasn't already suspicious that she was like, here is my first and last name, that face, that is the face that we will be seeing as we talk back and forth and present evidence. I was wondering if you might give me a chance.
Just me and my big-ass law book.
Yeah. He's almost done reading it. He's almost read all of the law. A chance to do what? A chance to plead my case. And a chance to ask what you meant by incriminating evidence just now. To accuse a passenger of such a grave crime without allowing him to give a proper defense. Can the professional flight attendant inside of you really call this action righteous? You have a point. Very well, I'll listen to what you have to say. But be wary of what you reveal. I'm afraid you'll only look even more sus if your explanation fails to satisfy. I also do not have the time to deal with you all day, so please make it quick. Her Japanese name just sounds like the narrow road. Gotcha. Of course, as you wish. The narrow road. Very well, then let's get started. My flight attendant training didn't cover this. I'm gonna have to leave it to the police when we land, right? Please, we must have airplane court. It's the only way to prove what happened before we land. I know for a fact I didn't kill the man in the elevator. What I don't know is what sort of evidence she has up her sleeve. But I'm certain it doesn't fit with how the crime really occurred.
What Miss Tenero saw.
I swear to tell the whole truth as a professional flight attendant. It's true, you can't lie if you're a flight attendant. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm certain you are the killer. The scene I saw in front of the elevator. It was you standing there with fresh blood dripping off the murder weapon.
Killed him with the wallet?
So if you would please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land.
Air court.
Which is the sequel to Air Bud. That's it? That's her evidence? I don't think you could ask for a more perfect witness testimony. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth? Not really. It's hardly perfect when there's a gaping hole in it. Must be protocol for a plane. Oh, sure. Yeah, definitely. I mean, again, as I understand it, flight attendant's primary function on an airplane is safety. And second is like, let me bring you some ginger ale. So I'm assuming they have training for every manner of possible happenstance on a plane. I swear to tell the whole truth as a professional flight attendant. Yeah, let me press.
Hold it!
Should you just tie them up? Yeah. Your hair buns aren't cubes, Skillish. Your hair is a bismuth. Tell me what exactly puts the pro and professional flight attendant for you. It means we are very professional about how we take care of our passengers. Services like fetching papers and responding to calls are done with speed and accuracy. I can assure you that I give testimonies with the same level of professionalism. We're not in court, but I'm sure you've already realized that by now, right? It's a bit hard to appreciate your professionalism when I'm the one under suspicion. And there you have it. My professional testimony is accurate and reliable. Yeah, the air marshal Swiss stuff. I'm assuming this is the international flight from abroad that he's on. I am certain you are the killer.
Hold it!
No. They train flight attendants in self-defense. They don't advertise. People don't try to fight them. I mean, yeah. If that is true and they're trained in self-defense, you wouldn't advertise that. Fly our new airlines. If you take down a flight attendant, you win a free ticket. Like, what would that be? You certainly seem sure of yourself. You like in a fight? Flight from abroad? A female pilot? A female? Of course, a professional flight attendant can't afford to make mistakes after all. Perhaps. But you must admit there are few who can look at a murder with a clear mind. It is a flight from abroad. We lieutenants all go through extensive training and are always calm and collected. We'll even calmly serve you coffee if you so wish as the plane makes a splashdown. I fail to see how that would be the calm, rational thing to do in an emergency. Even until the bitter end, we are there to serve the passengers. Hey, for the bits. There's spacious as the flight was on. Some of the belts were oddly tight, much like Edgeworth. Were your hands tied behind your back as part of the flight? Please stay calm. Why are you handcuffing me? That is the duty of all professional flight attendants. You certainly are confident. Shall we return to your testimony? Whenever we go eek, we do so in a calm and collected manner as professionals. The scene I saw in front of the elevator.
Hold it!
Every sign in the airport talks about the punishments for punching a flight attendant. There's gotta be a few stories there if they had to put up a sign. What did you see in front of the elevator? That's what I was just about to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth. Framed by the elevator doors and bathed in the lights coming from within. It was you standing there with fresh blood dripping off the murder weapon.
Hold it!
The murder weapon dripping with blood, really now. I swear that was the grisly scene I saw before me. Thank goodness it wasn't a passenger who saw, or there'd be widespread panic by now. We are panicking! You're talking in the middle of the plane! As I recall, you were quite panicked yourself at the time. Excuse me? You were scared enough to misread the situation and accuse me of murder. You also said, and I quote, "Eek!" I had to scroll pretty far. Nah, I can't go all the way. Trust me, it's in the record somewhere. Nonsense. Professional flight attendants cannot afford to be that flustered. I witnessed the murder scene and am now listening to your defense, all with a smile. Apparently also a lie with a smile on your face. So if you would please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land.
Hold it!
From Japan-California to Japan. Could I use a cola? I'm not the culprit, and yet you would keep these restraints on me. Mr. Edgeworth, please try to understand what kind of a situation you're in right now. And what exactly is my situation? I have the backing of the captain to keep you bound in this way. We are within our legal right to restrain anyone who might threaten our captain mid-flight. In essence, you're in the same situation as someone who has been arrested by the police. So I'm to stay restrained until I can clear up all of her doubts. At least I'm close. Her mistake shines like a silver lining on a dark rain cloud, and I'm going to capture some of that light with evidence. What's that over there? And he runs away. The murder weapon, you say? These? Travel want? Crime scene notes? Go you airlines. By 6:15 a.m. inside the elevator stopped at the first floor lounge. Go you Sky magazine. What the? Flight itinerary. Correspondent to departure time zone. Oh, this is good to be important. Best restaurant in the skies, featuring items from the world's finest restaurants. Here's to the finest of the gods. 10, 2, 6, 8, 10, 12, 6. Yeah.
If you choose to go yours, we wish you a pleasant life. If you require assistance at times, please do a call button or receipt. We start at time shown. Come major snacks for License to Love. Laugh, Mame, and Something. Suspense, hard-boiled action. 120 minutes.
I want to watch that.
Okay. Yeah.
Objection!
Miss Tenero.
What is with the yelling all of a sudden?
Force of habit. Well, it doesn't matter. Miss Tenero. He can't point, so he has to yell. You say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood, is that correct? Yes, all that blood. Drip, drip, drip. Just recalling that scene sends a chill down my spine. Sorry, but your so-called professional flight attendant training has failed you. What? I love when characters in this series get surprised and their hair implausibly reacts to it. Is good. I'd like to direct your attention to this. He's pointing with his face. Look at that. Do you know what this is? It's a travel wallet, right?
Oh, very good.
Thank you, Commissar Todd. My university necklace told me that their study abroad program was just 3 credit hours of staring at your mom. Damn. Damn. It looks a little big and bulky. A little big and bulky. The thing you saw me holding when I discovered the dead body in the elevator was this very travel wallet, Miss Tenero. Impossible. Now then, do you still think I'm the killer? That I killed him with a travel wallet? I mean, a regular wallet, maybe, but a travel wallet? No, but I saw blood dripping from the wallet. I know I did. As you can see, this wallet is clearly stained. But if you would be so kind as to take a whiff, I think you'd agree it's only grape juice. Oh. I just went to reach for a box for the game that I don't have. Here, I still have the box for Ape Escape 3. Yeah, it's rated E10 plus for cartoon violence and crude humor. There's no, you can't mention alcohol in that. So it was grape juice. Don't worry about it. Then, that's right. You mistook grape juice for blood. The murder weapon dripping with blood. At least it's not tomato juice. The murder weapon dripping with blood does not, in fact, exist. No. There, that should clear up that pesky accusation. Wait just a sec. That is, I mean, even a wallet could be deadly if it was wrapped around something heavy. I demand you show me what's inside, please. She's trembling, and the tacked on please at the end sounds like I've got her. There's no need to look inside. Even you can tell from its appearance that it's light. No, I can't be sure of anything until I see the contents of that wallet for myself. She's a persistent one. I suppose we have no choice but to see what's inside. Miss Tenero, if you would be so kind as to open the wallet and check its contents for me. All right. I usually don't pry into passengers' belongings, but we have no choice here. Can you, I mean, I understand the words travel and the words wallet. Is this a thing, TM? That people are like, oh, I always travel with my travel wallet, and I leave my regular wallet at home. Is that a thing? Anti-RFID? Is it a Japan thing? Like, yeah, okay, it's got like a passport and stuff in it, but like, okay. I guess that makes sense to have a little carrier for your passport. Yeah. I just throw my passport in my backpack and I'm like, that's good enough. Just floating around loose in there, getting grape juice spilled on it. It seems this passport's all that's in there. As you saw, there's nothing but a passport inside. This renders your wallet was the murder weapon argument moot. You're from Borgor. Oh, maybe it was Maya. Anti-theft wallets. Yeah, I guess if you're traveling. Maybe. I guess this makes sense. Wouldn't you agree? The home of Borgor. Please hear me out, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it now? Well, I was wondering whose passport is it exactly? Can I take a look? Why not? I'm rather curious myself. P-type passport. Uh-huh. His name is Ackby Hicks. From Borgor. Ackby Hicks? Hicks Ackby? Ackby Hip. I don't get it. Everyone's excited about Borgor. It's a straight type password. He's from Borgornia. Ackby Hill in the back of the head. Yeah, I guess. This is Rob Hicks. Why does it say Rob Hicks at the bottom? Probably Hicks.
In the bottom, all the text, it says Rob Hicks. Just as I thought. This travel wallet belonged to Mr. Ackby Hicks. I'm just every name. I'm like, what's the gag? Which makes it the victim's property. Ackby Nimble, Ackby Kick. There's nothing but a passport inside. Republic of Borginia. I don't know. They promised me 54 months. That's a month. Enjoy your card key. He's sus and also having a burger. I can't explain the name pun because it ties in the killer. Okay, well then, fair enough. You stole the victim's wallet, didn't you? Didn't you? You did it. How dare you? You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding this wallet in your hands when I found you. Perhaps I did misconstrue the wallet for the murder weapon, but it seems that I wasn't wrong about who the culprit is. Squinting at each other. As you claimed, the murder weapon is not the travel wallet. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks after you were done with the vile deed. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks's money, weren't you? So even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me, you still suspect me, I see. You stood up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye and not suspect you of foul play? My base turn would be Barry Gamer. I feel like that's not stupid enough, though. My Easter name, it would be like Pac-Man Gamer. You just have to be even more. Like, Super Mario Gamer. It says so on his ID. As you claimed, the murder weapon is not the travel wallet.
Hold it!
Shouldn't that be proof enough for you that I did not murder the victim? Not at all. And why not? Because that wallet may not have been what I thought it was. However, it is something you stole from him after you're done with the vile deed.
Hold it!
Cleopatra. You think I stole it? Yes, I'm very sorry to say it, and I wouldn't usually be so rude, but it must be said. I never thought I'd see the day, but here I am calling a passenger a thief. Maybe I should put on a serious face and say it more directly. I believe you removed the wallet from the victim's personage. It really doesn't matter how you phrase it. What I'd like to know is why you think I stole Mr. Hicks's wallet. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple.
Hold
it! Game streamer. Game streamer. I don't think I have any sort of motive to speak of. I've never met Mr. Hicks before, and our only connection is this one flight. But that is more than enough of a reason. How do you figure? He was sitting in first class, and I think the implication is quite clear. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks's money, weren't you?
Hold it!
You think I was after his money? Where did that cockamamie idea come from? True, you are also a passenger in first class, but I thought something was off about you and those deeply etched lines on your forehead. They're not lines, they're perfectly normal and a part of my natural face. I don't think I've ever met something with such a terrible countenance on a flight before. And that's when it hit me. You have the face of someone with money trouble. She really is making a fool of herself, pursuing this line of logic. I should spare her and present the piece of evidence that contradicts her testimony. Is there evidence that proves he doesn't need money? Because he's a... my badge?
Objection!
Take a good look at this for it'll prove my innocence. Well, say something. Damn it! I wanted that to be the answer. No matter what angle I look at it from, I don't see how it'll prove you didn't do it. I dig it. All prosecutors are rich. Rich, I tell you. Okay, what were the... The weapon's not the travel wallet. It is something you stole from him after you're done with the vile deed. Hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You're out to steal Hicks's money, weren't you? But there's no money in the wallet? But, like, that doesn't stand up as evidence. Are you surrounded by money?
Objection!
I wonder if I might get a word in, Miss Tenero. This is like... I've been playing enough Ace Attorney games to know. Because the logic is like, well, you took a wallet and there's no money in it, but maybe you didn't know. Maybe you didn't have a chance to open the wallet before she caught you. So you didn't know. How does that prove anything? What is it now? But it's just like that's Ace Attorney. Miss Tenero, I wonder if you noticed the contradiction within your own testimony. What are you talking about? Simply put, as you saw with your own eyes, the only thing inside Mr. Hicks's wallet was his passport. If I really was after his money, then why would I steal a penniless travel wallet? But that's right, you, Mr. Edgeworth. You didn't know it was empty when you stole it. You would like to think that, but that's not possible. What do you mean it's not possible? There is no way the killer didn't know the wallet was empty to begin with. What makes you so sure? How can I show the killer knew the wallet to be empty from the get-go? He's surrounded by money.
Take that!
If you would recall the crime scene, I admit the wallet was probably not empty at the time of the murder. That's pretty evident by the bills and cards strewn around the inside of the elevator. Oh! I think you've come to realize the problem with your logic. I would surmise the victim's wallet fell out during their struggle, and that's when its contents emptied onto the floor of the elevator. I doubt the killer could have missed such an occurrence. Then you're saying, yes, according to your supposition, if I were the killer, I would have been going after a wallet I knew to be empty. And since I clearly was not attempting to gather the scattered money, it renders your argument of theft completely invalid. Forgive me, please. What the heck? Are you saying the attendant's wrong? Who is that on the far right? Who is that? I like that their TV screen has like component cable inputs. So that guy isn't the killer. Or composite. Don't believe it, everyone. It's a trick. Will you all please be quiet? Miss Tenero. Yes. You lost your cool when you saw the dead body. Plus, the lounge was dark and looking into the light from the elevator. It's easy to see how you mistook the wallet in my hand for the murder weapon. I take no offense that you thought that I was the killer. Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you for releasing me. Guy, watch if you... Whoa! Oh. So there was an alien bug, and it wanted the wheat, and then Plankton shows up, and then Ryu did a Kamehameha against Plankton, but then he realized it wasn't Plankton's fault, so he apologized, gave him a haircut. Curse of Ra upon you. Finger guns. What is it now? A Metroid, the baby. Miss Tenero, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged. It sounds like Borginian. He's speaking the language of the Borger. But I don't understand any of it. There's another attendant on this flight who... I said that he's giving the runabout. You mean turnabout. I don't require an interpreter. I speak English just well. See? You, the attendant. Yes, sir. I want this person to be under the arrest until we arrive at the airport. What is he doing to that statue? Burger. Not remember what. I forgot what I was supposed to remember. License to love, laugh, maim, and murder. Hardcore. He's getting the genie out of it. Yeah, I'm sorry, sir. Machi Tobias from Burgundy. I didn't remember exactly, but obviously I was like, I remember other people speaking in symbols. I didn't know if it was the same symbols. I'm sorry, sir. What exactly are you hoping for? What is it you want? I'm finished talking to the likes of you. I would like to hear why you would like me to be held under arrest until we land. How dare you try to waste my time? You were the one who stuck your nose into my affairs. I wanted to spend even at least one more second with my precious art. I have no time for other things. I know what you are. I see through you. Insolvent. I'm pretty sure that's how you say it in English. I should hope I'm not monetarily bankrupt, but I don't think that's what you meant. I'm sorry, but I don't think I caught your name. I am Zinc LeBlanc II. I'm a very wealthy man in the Borginia. But I'm not an ordinary rich man. I'm an art dealer, a rich seller of beauty. Mr. LeBlanc, what did you mean just now? Pardon? I know what you are. When you said that Mr. Edgeworth was giving me the runabout, I have to explain. Unbelievable. I will say it once and only once. I do not have even a second to waste. Time is money, as they say. You're on a plane. What are you doing? And yet you continue to blather on. I saw it. Yes, I did. I saw the victim go onto the elevator, going down to the lounge. It was exactly at 6 o'clock. I know that because 6 o'clock is when I hold my big jug.
And what's the significance of that time? At 6, he says. You saw him at 6? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? He understands, I see. Miss Attendant, what time did you discover the body? It was a little after that patch of turbulence, I would say around 6:15. Ah! Hicks was his name, was it? Then I say the man Hicks was killed in the 15-minute time span. And the only person in the lounge at that time was this prosecutor, yes? Live, laugh, love, maim. Kill, murder, kill. Yeah, I was in my seat the whole time. Me too. I was watching the movie and enjoying a fine glass of grape juice. And I had my sushis. Wow, he's got a lot of bottles around him. That's a lot of grape juice, my dude. His name was Zinc White. Too similar to red white. I was still eating, still haven't finished, see? Yeah. He's got a computer game console. That's radical. He's a grapeaholic. I remember them stripes in the old version. Yeah, I can switch to old graphics to see what the deal is. The other passengers have an alibi, so you have no problem with them, I suppose. And there's no one else on the plane in the regular economy class? Okay. No complaint, I see. Not a single word against this, right? I have no way of discounting what you have put forth at this point, but it wasn't me. So you say. But do you have what you say, the evidence? Mr. Edgeworth, are you really the culprit after all? Mr. LeBlanc, I suppose you're quite certain in what you saw, enough to give testimony? Of course, I was looking at that man the whole time. He was playing with that annoying little, small machine the whole time. Machine. That's what you people call it in English, yes? It was making me crazy with the click, click, click. That clock? It sounds like some sort of small computer. I believe what Mr. LeBlanc is talking about is a cell phone. In 2006? Doesn't sound right. I have to say that I did see him playing with it quite a bit myself. A simple cell phone, a laptop organizer I can see, but that kind of low budget. Cell phone. I hate that noisy little machine in his hand. Not a fragment of beauty, all it produces is ugly sounds. Anyway, I know what I saw. Miss Tenero? Yes, I was wondering if I might be granted permission to examine the crime scene. What? You want to examine the crime scene? If you would grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I can produce the real culprit. I don't like the sound of that. Fox in the duck pen. Yes, I think that's how you say it in English. It's Fox guarding the henhouse, and I believe my innocence was proven earlier. And if I'm given the chance, I can clear up all the remaining doubts. Miss Tenero, if you wait until we arrive, there's a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then. I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say. This should not be approved. Please, Mr. LeBlanc, it's an emergency. All decisions are to be made by the captain alone. Now please wait here while I go ask the captain what to do. I'll be right back. You're not planning to erase evidence when you are doing your investigation, yes? Of course not. We will see. Mr. Edgeworth, you have the captain's permission to investigate the crime scene. What unbelievable! I'm in your debt, Mr. Nero. However, there is one condition. I am to supervise you. Can you agree to that? Of course, I see no problem with that stipulation. It's only natural as I am still a suspect in this case. I take full responsibility and will watch Mr. Edgeworth's every move. I hope this is reassurance enough that there will be no foul play. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, shall we proceed? If you should need my help with anything, please feel free to use Y to talk. Time to head to the scene of the crime, the first floor lounge. This is how I do my investigation work. Normally Gumshoe's here, but you have to do. Oh my god. Oh. First floor lounge. I see. I want to thank you for your help back there, Miss Tenero. It was nothing. You should thank the captain for granting you permission. And just so everything is perfectly clear, I still don't trust you. Your standing with me hasn't changed one iota. I see. I will bear that in mind. I received an order from the captain earlier. He wanted you to know that. We reserve the right to stop your investigation if we feel you're not making progress. And when we do, he asks you please return to your seat at that time. The time runs out at his and his crew's discretion, does it? Assuming the pilot's a man. Wow, Edgeworth, I have to find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's testimony before time's up.
Yeah, I understand. By the way, is there any place you can think of where the killer might hide on board? I don't think so. After every first-class passenger was accounted for at his or her seat, we made a thorough search of the plane. As for business and economy class, no one can move between those two classes and first class without a staff key card. We found no record of a key card being used at all. Which means that I have a first-class killer on my hands. At least I know that much for sure. And one other thing, no one else has been allowed near this crime scene since the murder was discovered either. Begin investigation. Now then, let's get started. Where should we start from? Let's start with Mr. LeBlanc's statements. The crime occurred between 6 a.m. and 6:15 a.m. During that interval, the only person in the lounge was myself, which would make me the prime suspect. However, since I did not kill Mr. Hicks, it means that the killer was around somewhere. If we are to believe what you say is true, then yes. The first order of business will be to gather information to win your trust. I want to see what the old graphics look like. Real quick. Someone mentioned the other passengers, and I'm curious. Gallery? Oh, the title screen updates. That's cute. Crunch him up. Crunch him the heck up. Crunchitize him into pixels. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. It's so crunched up. Can I not go back up? Well, rip. Get crunched, idiot. I wanted to go back up. Oh, what? Okay. The in-flight shop is just beyond these shutters, but we don't have permission to open them, so I'm afraid I must leave them closed. There must still be clues to be found here in this lounge. I must remain ever vigilant. Glasses and candles thrown into disarray by the turbulence. It's been a while since I've seen this big of a mess. That's terribly embarrassing, but I thought it was an earthquake for a second, and I frantically started searching for gas valves to shut off. The shaking of the plane was bad enough to be mistaken for a real earthquake. Not that I would know, since I was unconscious for most of it. What floors does this elevator service? Only the first and second, although it can also go down into the cargo hold. That requires a flight crew key card. The only floors accessible to passengers are the first and second, huh? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. I doubt anyone was expecting to find a dead body in an elevator on this flight. I wasn't expecting to find an elevator on this flight. He's really dead? Yes. She's trembling, although I can't fault her for that when there's a corpse right there. Mr. Hicks, if you're really dead, then please answer yes. She's over the trembling now, although a new symptom seems to have appeared. I should focus on the victim's body. Let's see. There's blood on the back of his head. Could this be the cause of death? He appears to have been struck very hard. Even his glasses are broken. They're still on his face. You're on a ghost, are you? What was hanging off of this lanyard? Something missing from this picture. Now, if I could put my finger on it. There's something sticking out of his pocket. Hope he won't mind if I take a look at what's inside. It's a picture. Ugh. It's taken inside of a building somewhere. His shell phone. He wore it as a lanyard. Money is strewn all over the floor of the elevator. I would guess it was all in Mr. Hicks's wallet at some point. What is this sinister-looking figure on the floor here? That's a piggy bank of our company mascot, Captain Ugo. Ugo? It's just one of the many pieces of merchandise we sell at our in-flight shop. This bank is a limited edition, so popular that we're down to our last one. You have an in-flight shop. Yes, it's just beyond the lounge to the right. The shutter to the store is closed at the moment, but it was open the whole flight up until Mr. Hicks's body was discovered. There's blood on here. Could this have been the murder weapon? There is a little bit of blood in the corner. I didn't notice that. There's no grape juice residue on the soles of his shoes, making it highly unlikely Mr. Hicks entered this elevator after the turbulence. Anything else?
What or who is this? That's a bronze statue of the founder of Go You Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. Go you go. No, you. After you. I insist. No, you insist. No, yeah, well, I insist. The one on the left is when he was in his 40s, and the others of him in his 80s. I see. Did the man age out all over those 4 decades? Maybe I need to squint more. That's fun. There's some spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. I assume it was spilled during the turbulence. We must clean it up or someone might get hurt. Aha! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I have found some very important evidence. What is the important piece of evidence in this scene? Well, you got footprints. You've got some, like, drag marks. There's also, I don't know what the heck. I guess that's meant to be the grape juice on the statue. Let's point at the footprints, though.
Take that!
He needs his glasses. What is it? Would Edgeworth be the kind of guy who needs glasses when he gets older, but he's so vain he doesn't wear his glasses because he thinks he looks better without them? Maybe. Maybe, yeah. They're a little smudged, but I think we can both agree they're a set of footprints. He definitely wears glasses later. So you think? Yes, these belong to our killer. He does have glasses. That's right, I forgot. Then maybe we should check the shoe size of everyone in first class. I don't think they'll be of any help to us. Unfortunately, the prints are too smudged, which will make it hard to get a definitive match. I see. But you could learn something. And like if someone had wine on the bottom of their shoes. A pity a bronze statue knows not when good drink has been spilt at its feet. This is a statue of our founder, who was a big fan of grape juice. I'm sure he would be thrilled if he knew so much grape juice was here at his feet. Is that a hint of hero worshipping? What do you mean? What do you mean, video game? Okay. These counter windows offer a glimpse of the sky, but these clouds, they tell me nothing. Mr. Edgeworth, you look like you're talking to the clouds. Is that so? Then tell me, what do you suppose I said to them? I don't know, but it looked like a rather one-sided conversation. The clouds, they tell me nothing. There are a few copies of Sky Magazine in the magazine rack. Hugo Strange. I love localization, right? This month's special is an English trivia quiz. That's not a bad idea. I've heard that the youth of today don't know a particle from a participle. A participle. And you know I remember what participles are because I mispronounced participle. Now, please don't go around confusing people with made-up words, Mr. Edgeworth. That's not real. Excuse you, who has heard of such a silly word as a participle? Case in point. You've never been hooked on phonics in your life, have you? Have you? Bottles and glasses must have been broken by the turbulence. There is quite a bit of broken glass here. Please be careful when passing through the area. Thank you very much for the warning, Mr. Edgeworth. However, no matter how kind you are towards me, know that it does not clear up any suspicions I have about you. I wasn't warning you for the sake of clearing my name. This door leads to the flight attendant's room, but please understand that it's off limits to unauthorized personnel. The room is giving off the scent of women's perfume. One would think that perfume would smell great, however to me it simply smells. Not that I have any interest in what lies behind this door. Perhaps we should return to the investigation, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? Sorry, I spaced out for a second there. It smells gay. Gotcha. This grand piano is the pride of this plane. It can play the music of whatever CD we insert into its CD drive? That's not a piano, it's more like an overgrown music box. But its keys to press along with the music, as though there really is someone playing it. Huh? Some people have entirely too much money to waste on overly complex toys. Why wouldn't they just say, that's a piano? This is why Ace Attorney's good. This toppled over chair, yet another victim of the turbulence. Does someone have the image of the US Northeast earthquake from like 2010? Where they like never forget and it's the plastic chair toppled over? Oh shit, we must rebuild. I don't remember what year that earthquake was. Oh shit. Well, give me 1 second. Yeah, I found it.
Yeah, I found it. It was 2011. This is the smallest JPEG I could find of it, but that's pretty good. There's also this one. August 23rd, 2011. Never forget. I mean, it was if you're too young or just never saw the news at the time. It was notable because it was an earthquake that hit an area of the US that just never gets earthquakes. So they were like, "Oh my god," everyone was freaking out. It didn't really do much damage as memory serves, so it's fun to make fun of it, but it's just never forget. Knocked over the chair. Anyway, that's what another victim of the turbulence. I was in a college class, it was so weird. I can only imagine. Even as an LA native, whenever there's an earthquake, not that I'm in LA right now, but you know, when there was an earthquake. There was an earthquake that hit while I was streaming once, and I was just like, it's not fun. So anyone that's never experienced one before, it's like, yeah, it's an unsettling feeling. Anyway, everything's privilege. No, look at all that grape juice staining the back. You may not look it, but this chair was extremely valuable. It was? It was used when the Rocker Pals came to tour this plane. The Rocker Pals leader sat in this very chair. I'm sorry, what are these Rocker Pals? Can't believe you never heard of them. They're all the rage. The Rocker Pals are an extremely popular international band. The guy who's like, you don't know about the Steel Samurai and its 20 different spin-offs and its media empire. It's just what you pick up as a member of society. Giant international band. Never heard of them. They added the pals part as they became more popular, especially among teens. That explains it. I'm not really one for the music of today. Maybe I should ask Detective Gumshoe about them later. On second thought, I can already see how confusing the conversation would get. Pal? Pals? Pals? Who's pals? I'm your pal, pal. Talking about pals? Do I have any logic I can put together in my brain yet? Blunt force trauma and the murder weapon? Could it be that simple? A statue with blood on it laying next to the body of a man who was beaten to death. The Rockers. Thanks for 15 months, Ale. Mr. Edgeworth, I think I figured something out. Yes? What is it? The way the blood is on this, it looks like it matches up with the wound on his head. Aren't we deserving of the Master of the Obvious title? Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you think that's worth investigating? It would appear that this figurine is our murder weapon. I just knew it. I mean, I can't think of any other connection. Perhaps Master of the Oblivious would be more befitting. Master. Ugo Piggy Bank. Where was the killer? Spilled grape juice, elevator, broken glasses. Where was the killer? The spilled grape juice? Slap those together. Not exactly a shining example of that perfect line of logic. Why not? This is why I was trying to stay in the elevator. The glasses are broken. Were they broken during the murder? Were they? There's no broken glass around him. Granted, there wouldn't be that much glass, and he's wearing them. Oh, I can deduce. I forgot that I can deduce. Deuces. Eureka! Eureka! Mr. Hex's machine is nowhere to be found. His machine? His cell phone, Mr. Nero. So I guess because it's not here, I think we can safely deduce the killer took it. Did the killer take it? Alright. What else? Or can I... was that added as a thing in my brain? No. Urethra, I've got it. Did the killer take it? Is there anything else I haven't looked at, or are there two pieces of brain logic that I can put together? I think that's everything. So I guess there is something here? I like the speed ones too. 2 brains. Where was the killer? Not the grape juice. They had to have been in the elevator. What clues point to where the killer could have been? We don't have clues. Other than what I thought. The broken glasses during the murder. I don't know. Found inside the elevator. There's some still grape juice on the floor in front of the elevator. Yeah. It updated one of my things. Did it? Still grape juice in front of the elevator. There's bodies found inside the elevator. Connects one of the two. It updated. It updated this. No, this. Well, I added that. I keep it in my pocket. I like how that's how they explain why he doesn't have it in any of his sprites. None of the prosecutors really have a badge for the most part. There's my passport inside. Can I rotate? Grape juice stains the outer cover. True, it was I who dropped it in the juice. However, I didn't do it out of ill intentions. That's it. Okay. My Blue's Clues. Well, you see, Blue did indeed skidoo. It is up to us to do so as well. Souvenir. Crime scene. All. There was some blood on one of the corners. Could this piggy bank be the murder weapon? Yeah. It says, Go You Airlines. You know, I've seen it occur a lot recently, and it's been bothering me greatly. But why do some brains think it's acceptable to simply smash two words together and call it a day? Yeah, tell him, Edgeworth. I suppose this is where you insert your coins. I have to say, for a piggy bank, it's made rather well. So well, I'm not sure there's a way to take your money out. There's not a... Oh. Well, that's a well, that's a bit of a Okay. Is that a clue, or is that just the game being silly? Who could know? You just smash it. Yeah, I guess. Every piggy bank I ever had growing up had like a little plug you could take out to take the stuff out. No take, only give. Acme X28, Roll Tanero 24, Zinc LeBlanc 62. Time obsessed. Sure. So am I missing something, or is there a thing here that I actually can't connect and I'm just not understanding what the game wants me to put together? Is the idea that the killer had to have been in the elevator? Because that's not really anything. There wasn't anyone else in the lounge other than myself right before the turbulence. But if the killer was in the elevator along with the victim, then that's a different story. Sure, okay. If I could prove the killer rode the elevator with Hicks. The glasses were broken? How does that... Is that the spilled grape juice? Because someone walked out after the turbulence? I have it. Urethra! I'm sorry, I don't understand, Mr. Edgeworth. I can prove that someone other than myself was here around the time of the murder. What, really? Yes, it's rather simple, actually. The proof is in the pudding, or rather, the grape juice in this case. These footsteps here confess to me this very fact. That someone exited the elevators alive. Seeing as how the victim is dead, that would mean a second person. Couldn't the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself? Ah, but if you take a look at our victim's shoes, you can see the soles are spotless. Which means... Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There was actually one other person inside the elevator. Yeah, it's just when the game goes, look, there's footsteps. I'm like, okay, there's a second person. And the game's like, no, but you have to prove to the game that you realize that that's what footprints mean, is that there was a person there. Where I'm like, okay. I'm like overthinking and underthinking what the game wants at all times. What's going on over there? Case 3 alert. Oh my god. Unforgivable. This is unforgivable. Do you understand what I'm saying? The movie is late. It's the same level of bad as if the plane arrived late. But the movie... What? I will not talk to you anymore. You're just wasting my time. What is the matter, Mr. LeBlanc? If there is no emergency, please return to your seat, sir. Do not tell me what to do. I need not sit down. Mr. Prosecutor, did you prove you're innocent yet? I'm gonna wiggle. Yeah, I don't know how well it shows up on stream. But as he's animating, there's a pixel line down his middle, like along his buttons up through his face, that's shifting a little bit. It's real small. It's going, just wiggling. If you're watching on a big enough screen map, it'll see it. where it's like the way that they're rendering the pixel art is not like on the perfect pixel grid. Yeah, I wanted to see what the deal was with the other passengers. We'll switch back to HD sprites. Next time I think it makes sense to you. I'll prove my innocence to you right now.
Nonsense.
Single pixels is hard, actually. Yeah, well, that's why most pixel art games render the game at a very small resolution and then blow it up and then add effects on top of that if need to be. And do like UI or whatever.
Are you saying my eyewitness testimony is mistaken?
Not mistaken, merely that there's room for doubt. I'd be most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more. Wait, is the art not the old art? Yeah, I'm kind of curious what the art looked like in the original one. And why they didn't update it.
Fine, suit yourself.
What I saw. He's very upset.
I am certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter that elevator. It was when the needles on my pocket watch pointed to the 6 and the 12.
So that could mean 6 o'clock, or it could mean 12:30. If you're bad at telling time.
The body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge, yes? Then you, the only person in the lounge at that time, must be the criminal.
The digitized entry for the disc. Okay, gotcha. Mr. Blunt's conclusion seemed to make logical sense. In 12:30 exactly, that's true. It would be like part way between the 12 and the 1. Again, maybe he's really bad at telling time. The only person in the lounge at the supposed time of the murder was me.
So, my eyewitness testimony, if you think you can destroy it, then come, let me see. Hurry, do I look like a man who's having the time to wait for you? Why is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder here.
I must find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's account somehow and fast.
What I saw. I saw him enter that elevator.
Hold it!
Mr. LeBlanc, were you able to get a good look at the inside of the elevator at that time?
Of course, I saw what was inside.
And you are sure the victim was in the elevator alone?
The only person inside that was Mr. Hicks, was that Mr. Hicks man.
This last outburst is a bit too important to let go.
The only person inside was that Mr. Hicks man.
Hold
it! Was he really alone?
Of course, I will bet even 1 cent.
1 cent. A cheap ante for a cheap testimony. But if that's how you want to play it, I'll happily take your 1 cent.
It was when the needles on my pocket watch pointed to 6 and 12.
Hold it!
I assume the pocket watch in this case is the one you keep checking, is that correct?
You noticed. It's a very expensive antique, I will have you know. The feeling is wonderful when I fully wind it up by hand.
It does look very well designed and quite classy.
I'll have to charge you if you want to touch it. Yeah, that's quite all right. Let's continue with your testimony. What a cheap man you are. Now return the time you wasted back to me. And if we must, I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator at 6 o'clock.
We eating good tonight? The body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge.
Hold it!
It's true I found the victim's body at 6:15. And that's when I found the two of them as well.
You see, it all matches my testimony.
Why would it take 15 minutes to go down the elevator?
Then you, the only person in the lounge at that time, must be the criminal.
He did a Bill and Ted?
Oh, he might have done a Bill and Ted. That is the most mistaken way of thinking I've ever heard of. No, your silly opinion is what is mistaken.
Or maybe it's 6 o'clock in Borgor time, but not in America, Japanifornia time. Please calm down, the both of you. In a sense, you are both mistaken.
Well, if that isn't the pot calling the kettle black, then I don't know what is.
I spy a little hole in his words. As you wish, Mr. LeBlanc. I will show you proof of my innocence. He was the only person and explain the prints.
Objection!
Mr. LeBlanc.
What is it?
There is a very glaring contradiction in your testimony.
What do you mean?
Please take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There are the spilled grape juice.
Yes, and will you admit you also spilled it with blood?
No, it spilled itself during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is the set of grape juice footprints.
Footprints?
Did somebody say blueprints? Chat. I was working on this puzzle.
The ones that lead from within the elevator out into the lounge itself.
It's evidence that proves that someone other than Mr. Hicks has exited the elevator alive.
Oomph!
There must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games.
Why don't you tell us the truth?
Is that the truth? You saw a cool bug? Can you please translate for us? Okay, I get why chat was like, her! When a sprite walked on the screen. What in tarnation? No way, that's totally impossible, I guess is what he said.
No, wait, that is totally impossible. I know there was no other person in there. I saw with my own eyes.
Yeah, her. I picked a good time to tune in. If you want to know what I think, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't think Mr. LeBlanc is lying to us. I suppose she's right. He doesn't seem to be lying. But then what does it mean? What about this contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc, please just once more, will you recall the details of what you witnessed for me?
What I saw.
My words and deeds! I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me. And I saw clearly into the elevator he was entering. But I swear there was no one else inside. No one. Mr. LeBlanc, if you would please calm down.
What? How dare you have an issue with my eyewitness testimony?
Not at all. Please forget I said anything. He doesn't appear to be lying, but I can't let this testimony stand as the truth. I don't have an issue with what he said. Maybe he'll say something weird when we press.
Hold it!
You missed a few boobs. Are you still upset now? I am always upset. The only time I'm not is when I have a piece of art in my hands. Surprisingly easy to believe that is about him. That about him. But I was even more upset when Mr. Hicks walked by me. Why?
Hold it!
Why were you upset? When he gave his flashback, he was holding a big old vase. Why were you so attentive to the time?
Because something unforgivable was happening.
Come to think of it, you were yelling about something unforgivable earlier.
I was giving a complaint to the attendant about the movie starting time. Return back to me my time. In money, you understand the point?
He's talking about the in-flight one that's mentioned in the magazine. A summary of the plot and its start time. Interesting. Remember back in the day when they were like, here's the movie, and there was just like a CRT hanging above the seats, and you didn't just get to watch whatever you wanted, and you would just sit there in a stuffy airplane and be like, yeah, I guess we're watching this. Fun.
They're supposed to show License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder.
And the movie sucked. Yeah, now you get to pick from a selection of movies, and they also all suck, but you got a choice. I've never been on a plane, so no. Well, then there you go. Back in the day. I also remember one time I went on I think it was an international flight where they have like, much larger aisles. It's like the big, like 5 in the middle and then 3 on the sides or whatever it is. And they had a projector that was at the front of like the big pod of 5 wide all the way back. So good luck seeing the movie like through all of that. You're just like, yeah, okay. Even the CRTs were kind of awkward because they were just like stationed every so often. And it was always, you would be next to one because they were in the aisle going all the way down. So you would always just have one like right next to you. So you're like, I have to look at the one that's as far away as possible instead. Yeah, nuts. I cannot see that movie in my country. You could only see it on international flights. Coach bus with those TVs. Yeah, similar kind of that. So I find that they're kind of a weirdly better experience on those kinds of fancy buses. Butts is clock. Watch movies on planes to get airsick. Oh yeah. I looked forward greatly to that movie. I checked my pocket watch whenever possible so I would not miss it. Maybe it's proof that his watch is not the right time. Because the movie would start the right time, but his watch is wrong. I set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board. Well, there's your problem. Time zones are departure time, not arrival time. You silly man. You made a grave error, you buffoon. My watch is not wrong. It matched the schedule. But the movie was still late. Very, very late. Movies projected on the front wall of the bulkhead seats. The seats my parents got so my baby brother would sleep on the floor. I got no sleep. Actually, just like the movie Brazil things. Wait, they showed Brazil on a plane? What the hell? Your pocket watch. I'd like to ask you a little more about it if that's all right.
The way I wanted to see would not start. I checked my pocket watch many times.
Hold it!
He got first turn about it. So this movie you mentioned, is it the one listed in the Sky magazine?
Yes. I was so looking forward to watching License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder.
Brazil on a flight to Brazil. Miss Tenero, was this movie shown on this flight? Yes, it was shown at the scheduled time.
Isn't it possible you simply slept through it by accident? 4 feet from my face. Nonsense, you doubt me? No, now stop pointing at me like that. How did he miss a movie that he was clearly hoping to see? I checked my watch a great number of times, that much I know for sure. My watch is set to the destination's time. I always say it when I board the plane.
Hold it!
Mm-hmm. You're sure about what you just testified, Mr. LeBlanc? Of course. I'm a very busy man. I'm immediately busy when I land. I have many places to go, no time to waste adjusting my pocket watch. It was a very valuable statement you just made. Flatter me all you want, but you will not get 1 cent out of me. That's all right. All I require is the piece of testimony. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me. I'm so very sweaty, you see.
Hold it!
Since you only happened to see him, it's possible that you missed something in that glance. Even if I only happened, I did not miss a thing. And how can you be so sure? Because... I would appreciate if you didn't take my life so lightly with a simple just because. Well, I was only just making a joke. I saw Mr. Hicks, all right. And I saw clearly into the elevator he was entering.
Hold it!
Ontario is not in Brazil. Chad, is this real? Is it possible someone was hiding inside? You dare insult me. I have belief in my eyesight. When I look for artists, I'm told often I have great sight for the arts. I think the phrase you're looking for was great sense, although that's debatable. Isn't it possible someone was just outside of your line of sight? You are persistent. I tell you I looked clearly. But I swear there was no one else inside. No one.
Hold it!
Can confirm. Brazil is everywhere. For those with eyes to see. Why do you insist you are absolutely not mistaken? When I say I'm not wrong, I am not wrong. Mr. LeBlanc, if I may. I like that Tenero just pops on whoever's side she needs to be. Just bounces back and forth. If I may, I think beyond misconceptions and mistakes lies the truth. That suspiciously mirrors something I told her only a little while ago. And then she's back to that side. I honestly don't think he's lying. I don't think he's lying either, but he might be mistaken. And I'm gonna correct his mistaken recollection with evidence. I'm from Brazil, you should come. To Brazil? To Brazil? And this professional attendant shall witness the prowess of a professional prosecutor. Football is Brazil, therefore everything is Brazil. Alright, destination time, huh? Yeah, is that so, huh? Yeah?
Objection!
Alright. Good job, smart guy. Mr. LeBlanc, you said this just now in your testimony. I set my pocket watch to destination time when I came on board. That's not what I sound like. That's what you sound like. Now, if your watch has been set to our destination's time zone, it would mean that your watch is displaying the time of our destination. And the correct time is worth its 6 cents. I would like you to take a look at this. If you believe this Sky magazine, clocks on this flight run in accordance with the time of our departure time zone. Of course, the movie schedule was also created with that in mind. Miss Tenero, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight aligned to right now? We made a short stop at a transfer point. That's right. It was in that small Asian country, the Republic of Zhengfa. Is that a reference to something in Ace Attorney? I don't... But we didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time. Or is that going to come up later? Okay. Is that Bruce Willis? Yeah. So right now we are still running on Borginian time. But the time difference between Borginia and our destination is 9 hours. In that case, it's only natural your watch would be out of sync with the schedule. That was a really good sprite. Further, with your analog watch set to our destination's time, it would appear to be running 3 hours fast when compared to the flight's onboard clocks. It also changes everything about your testimony, and you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that. In light of this information, it means you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior at 3 a.m. This should clear up all the remaining accusations. So this basically widens the time frame for the time of death, right? Yes. Because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m. Is she asleep on the left there? I think she might be asleep. It means that the time of death could be anywhere from 3 to 6:15 a.m. When they get surprised to turn up to it. Yeah. The question now is, where was Mr. Hicks during that span of time, and what was he doing? I've got something to say. And you are? Yeah, I'm Cammy Meal.
Chamomile? I'm a flight attendant. And what is it you wish to say? Well, I think your story's a little different from how I remember it. What do you mean, Cammy? I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know. But how can you be so sure of that time? 'Cause she's sleepy. Miss Eepy Juice. That's right. She pushed his call button while we were parked at the transfer point. This flight will be making a brief stop to refuel and transfer cargo in the Republic of Zhengfa between 4 and 5 a.m. We ask all passengers to remain on board at that time. Thank you for your cooperation. We have juice for our readers. The stop we made for refueling cargo transfer in Zhengfa, correct? It was from 4 to 5 a.m. according to our clocks. Cammy Capcom? Cammy Capcom. And during that time, did any of the passengers, Cammy Street Fighter? Did any of the passengers leave or did any new ones board this flight? No. Not a single person got off or on in Zhengfa. What about the flight crew? The few who were handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily gotten on or off, but eventually everyone, including Cammy and myself, came back on the plane. So basically I can assume that no one left or got on since our initial takeoff. Interesting, I should keep that in mind. Cammy Street Thief. Street Thief. And I answered his call. I can tell you Mr. Ackby Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 a.m. He was there. Then that puts the time of the murder between 5 and 6:15. What time did you come down to the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth? I remember coming down here almost as soon as we left the Republic of Zhengfa.
You were here the whole time from 5, yes? Then you are the only one who could be the killer.
Mr. Edgeworth, were you really here in this lounge the entire time from 5 a.m. onwards?
Unfortunately, yes. How do we explain the footprints? Is not that obvious? This man waited for Mr. Hicks here in this lounge, waited to kill him. And then he put the corpse into the elevator. That is when the turbulence happened. My eyewitness testimony may have been mistaken, but what time I saw Mr. Hicks enters the elevator on the second floor does not matter, because the entire incident concluded here in this lounge.
Everything happened in this lounge? Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc?
Do I have another idea?
I simply feel there is something out of place in the scenario you presented. God, you're so damp. Just the dampest man alive. Is there something that can tie this crime to a location other than this lounge? Yeah. Something that points to the crime happening elsewhere? Or do they just mean this? I mean, all of this could have happened outside the elevator, I guess? Hey, there became wrong because he's not Eldoon. I mean, I'll just try it.
Take that!
I don't need to hear your wild desperation stories. Grasping for weeds, I think is how you say it.
I mean to pull that piece out. It was a slip of the hand, I assure you. So I can tie this crime to a location other than this lounge. Huh? Where? Where? Huh? Where? This driver's making some white noise. He's gonna see me took off again at 5 a.m. What else would tie the... Is there something that can tie this crime to a location other than... So I need to just prove it didn't happen in the lounge, right? But then is that... But the footprints are in the lounge. Is it that the murder weapon was in the elevator? But then that could have been moved. I don't know what they want.
Take that!
The murder weapon. This little piggy bank is sold at the in-flight shop. It is sold there and only there and is not displayed here in this lounge. What? Why would that matter? It could be moved. How did it find its way here? Don't you find that a tiny bit suspicious? Huh?
Such a trivial point. It only means you prepared it, taking it from the shop first before coming here. It doesn't prove you're innocent at all.
Is there no way to win with this man? Hold it, if I may.
What is it?
You see, well, it's just as Mr. Edgeworth says.
And why do you know this so well?
It's just that that piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes. And when was this? It was maybe around 5:40 a.m.?
Isn't that just before we hit that patch of turbulence?
That's right.
You were in the shop just before the turbulence?
Yes, I was. Why are you so suspicious about that? Come to think of it. Always silly in the daytime. Miss Tenero, when I found the body, I believe you came out of that door. Yes, I did. Like they turned to look at it. And what is beyond that door? That's the flight attendant's room.
Then you were on the first floor.
Yes. I had to do something at the shop and in the flight attendant's room. So I went to the shop first and then to the flight attendant's room. Are you saying you passed by me at some point? Yes, you seemed really into the issue of Sky Magazine you were reading at the time. I don't suppose you noticed me walking by. I vaguely recall someone walking by, but I didn't take notice of who it was. Anyway, the piggy bank was definitely there at the shop when I went there. Why did you go to the shop in the first place? I went there for a work-related matter.
Work, you say?
Yes, the upkeep of the shop is also one of my responsibilities.
Why'd you not say anything about that until now is what I want to know.
In any case, I believe it's clear the shop needs to be investigated as well. Shall we head over there then?
What is it now?
Aren't you forgetting something, Miss Rhoda? Don't you need the captain's permission to check the shop? No, I haven't forgotten. But I have already asked him for permission to search the entire plane. So I think we're all right. Huh, that's weird.
What is?
Well, I just talked to the captain, see? And he said that he didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all. What is the meaning of this, Miss Tenero? It means she's lying. Go on, admit that you are. You said you had permission to search all over, but you don't, and yet, here you are.
You, flight attendant, what are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us?
Captain's calling for you, Miss Rhoda. Oh, but don't worry. I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. See, unlike you, I do things the right way.
Miss Tenero, why would you do such a thing?
Please excuse me. Looks like I get to be in charge now. Please go back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would follow me, I will be your guide from now on. There's something about Miss Tenero that has piqued my curiosity. But right now, investigating the in-flight shop is my top priority. Look over chat and see yay, yippee, and tits. Great. Let's switch graphics around. So we can enjoy Cammy in all of her splendor. Yay. Me too. Put her in HD. Oh, hell yeah. She's so sleepy. She's so sleepy. What do you want?
Oh, I'm really mad. You would better hurry and bring me some evidence.
Wait just a little longer while we look into the shop.
Don't number the birds before they are born.
Don't number the what? I have no idea what he's saying. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, perhaps? All I ask is your patience and cooperation. Hey, for the beds, Hazel. I think that shot, there's something about her that's piqued my curiosity while her chest is up, became very circulated for a while. Except he's talking about the tornado. Whatever. Yeah, Miss Meal. About investigating the in-flight shop. Hey, man. You're of no use to me asleep. Wake up. What's up? I need you to come with me so I can search the shop. Go on ahead without me. I'll catch up with you later. How's this woman not been fired yet? You really don't know, Edgeworth? Okay. Where are we going to go to the in-flight shop? Of course, I'm still intend to. Shop's over there. A piano. It's been a while since I played one of these. Might not be a bad idea to brush up a bit after all this time. That's contingent on the outcome of this case. Time I get investigating. These balls glasses must have been broken by the turbulence. There's quite a bit of broken glass here. Be careful when passing through. Huh? Did you say something? I said that there's glass here and be careful. But why? Common sense does not register even as a blip on this girl's radar. You have to forgive him. I mean, he's still got eyeballs. Mr. Edgeworth, that's the attendance room. Please excuse me, it was a simple mistake. You made a mistake, didn't you? Why don't you just come out and say it? That's exactly what I just said. I made a small mistake. She's asleep again. Don't
not awful, I'm talking. These counter windows offer a glimpse of the sky, but these clouds tell me nothing. Now's not the time to be staring at clouds. I gotta go to the shop. A few copies of Sky Magazine. The special month is English trivia. There are a single grammatically incorrect sentence in my life. What is it? Why are you looking at me for? Hurry and go do your investigating. I do not believe in this making haste slowly saying you have in English.
It's messed up, Edgeworth. He's not a native speaker. There's something written on the pedestal. Here lies Ugo Hughes. I don't think that's what they meant to write. I mean, that's exactly what they wrote.
No, the chair. Yet another victim of the turbulence.
In honor of Rocker Pals Day, a distinct impression this chair has nothing to do with this case. Alright, check this area never has to look. I don't. The fact that it's like the game is like this is a different state for this room to be in. Therefore, everything can be interacted with again. It's like, I don't think any of that's gonna be different, is it? Glasses and candles thrown into disarray by the turbulence. See, this reminds me of the ferocity of that last patch and of... Nope, can't do this anymore. I've overcome that already. I won't let past traumas control me for the rest of my life. Considering which way these prints are pointed, it's likely the killer went into the shop. Should make way over there now. Let's go. Oh. Go you. Uh-huh. March 12th, 8:32 a.m. First floor, in-flight shop. So this is the in-flight shop. It's quite a mess in here. You think? Guess I'll have to clean things up then, tee-hee. Hold on, you can't clean up a potential crime scene. Oh, thank goodness, I hate cleaning so much. I mustn't rush things here. I must remain cool, calm, and collected. Because this piggy bank was left at the crime scene. There is a very good chance that the killer had paid this place a visit. Bam, 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 bam. I will use my gigantic brain. What are these? Those are our company's completely original line of suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it. That's how things work on this flight, but in the real world, you try, then buy. No way! By either way, it doesn't really matter. True. Either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they've boarded the plane? Anyway, see that? Just look at all the Captain Ugo heads painted on there. Cute company mascot, isn't he? They're painted on with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you? It is certainly making something jump inside my stomach. Oh, I guess there's no fooling your refined tastes. You looked like you really wanted to get one, and I thought I was gonna finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it. Glad that's done, though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again, okay? I never showed any interest in it to begin with. It really is pretty horrible, isn't it? You want to know something? This suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda. Miss Tenero designed this? Yeah, it was a company-wide contest. Well, it does have a very sharp design sense. Sharp, like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe. I really have no idea why the bigwigs decided to go with it. It's so bleh. Miss Tenero designed this. It's definitely not what I would have expected. You okay? I'm fine. Please watch yourself, Miss Meal. Letting a suitcase freely roll around has got to be a safety violation. Plane train caused it to roll. And so there was a ton of turbulence, yet they both wound up over there. Okay. Here, I'll put it back. Is there anyone home? Hello? Ma'am? Ma'am? Anyone home? Hello? Let me just do my quick Westminster run. I don't know much about this shop, but you can still ask me about whatever. So what do you think about what has happened regarding this case? Oh, I don't know. I guess I think you're the killer, though, Mr. Edgeworth. I can assure you that I'm here. I assure you I'm here in this shop to prove just the opposite. Yeah, but it was me that got you the permission to look around. You know. So don't forget that. Okay? Yeah, she's out. It's just so dramatic. Just boom. How am I supposed to thank you properly if you insist on falling asleep? Well, you know what would really show your thanks. You see that I'm for sale over there? Sorry, you're gonna have to make do with my words of appreciation. I'm an attorney. Or I'm not attorney, I'm a prosecutor. I love to have this piece of jewelry. Can I have it?
No, you may not. This is a prosecutor's badge.
Pooey. Then why'd you show it to me? I wanted to prove to you that I really am a prosecutor. And that it's not possible for a prosecutor like me to commit such a crime as... She's out. I see I'm just wasting my time with Cousin Hare here. Cousin Hare? Yeah, I mean, you can't say Cousin It, right? Okay, she's out. Got him. So what is that? Are you gonna give it to me? Oh, I'm not supposed to accept any presents. Unless they're really worth something. That's not... Okay. I'm just making sure that... I mean, I don't expect she has anything to say about anything. Maybe this, because I came from here. Miss Rhoda said this piggy bank was in this shop, right? Don't you find her a tiny bit suspicious? I don't think I can say either way yet. There's not enough evidence to convince me that she was lying about anything back there. Are you sure about that? Does she know about the phone? Nope. Nope, it's not for... Stop it. Stop it. Like I said earlier, I was the one answering people's calls while we were refueling in Zhengfa. And Mr. Hicks was in his seat at the time. What time was that again? He called around 5 a.m. You were at your seat around then too, you know. I do recall people calling for service around that time. If this turns out to be a waste of time, I must stand firm. I just know there's a vital clue or two awaiting me here in this shop. What was this again? Her testimony. That's your testimony. Okay. There's a wide selection of souvenirs for sale in these display cases. You know what I'd suggest? Sorry, I have no intention of buying souvenirs on this trip. Then how about you buy something for me then, as a present? I can't think of a single reason why I'd want to buy you anything. But I've had my eye on that pendant for such a long time. Try paying some attention to me when I ask you something, and then we'll talk. The glass from this display case's door is shattered all over the floor, and it looks like there's nothing on display inside either. Miss Tits, do you think there's something? What's this? A mini captain's hat. It's tiny. So I've seen one of these before. Is that the hat that goes on the little stuffed guy? Stuffed toys, just like the one Miss Meal is holding, are on display here. They're relatively cheap, which explains why they're displayed so haphazardly. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? You know you want one too. They're great for when you're stressed. Why do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that? All kinds of luxury name brand merchandise for sale in this case. And they're lined up in just such a manner as to scream "buy me" to any passersby. Okay. Inside the display case is a row of lifesavers and life vests for sale? We sell a lot of those when there's some kind of accident or something. Okay. But some people buy them even when nothing's going on. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Care to buy one? Since this shop is one shop away from being sued. Is that... I can't interact with that? Okay. Beautiful flowers and beautiful arrangement. I feel cleansed just by looking at them. You're kind of stepping on a few of them, you know, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, excuse me. Do I have any thoughts? Tank captain hat. Oh, does he have a captain hat? You know that what he is a captain. He is the captain. Oh, captain, my captain. The hat probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Let's give it a go and see. I believe this piggy bank was forcibly removed from this display case. Does this mean that the killer broke the glass to get at it? Is there something in the piggy bank? Really? Don't tell me you don't know what things go where in this shop. Well, I don't. Miss Rhoda's in charge of this place. So come on, how should I know anything? I sense that further inspection of this display case is needed. Can I get in there? Reach my hand in there. Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. The gentleman. Is the same as the one portrayed by the statues around the elevator? That's a paperweight of the founder of Go You Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. On the bottom shelf, we have the cute one. The middle shelf is the realistic one. And on the top shelf, that's the floral version. Floral. Are you sure about that? Let me guess. You just said the first thing that came to your mind, right? Looks like hit the bullseye. The glass in this door is broken. Perhaps it was the killer who broke it in order to take the piggy bank. But it's a bit odd the inside of the case is so devoid of glass shards. Plus, the glass broke rather cleanly. Ah! What is it? I touched the glass and it cut my finger. It hurts, Mr. Edgeworth. It hurts. Please tell me you can deal with such a minor cut on your own. It hurts. I can deduce. What can I deduce from this? From the broken glass. Hiya. Is this connecting to the evidence I hold? Is it? Is it? Her fingy. Is it on the back of the head? Was he hit on the back of the head because it came flying out of there and bonked him? It was, but then someone moved him? Comes to a shadow display case to take display glass to take it. The hat on its head was found inside a display case in the in-flight shop. I wonder if that fact has any bearing on this case. I don't know. Go you. Go us. And the blued. Boo-boo kissing minigame start. It's cute. It is very cute. I'm just not sure what the connection would be. So if it was there and the glass cleanly broke and there's no glass inside, it means either the door was open when the glass was broken or it exploded outwards. The door being open makes more sense potentially. But then why would it be? Why is no blood in the gift shop? Yeah. That's a good point. I'm just gonna try throwing that there. Your urethra, there is definitely something very unusual about this. About what? If the killer had broken the glass to get at the Captain Hugo Bank, there should be shards of glass inside the case itself. Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess it'd be like that. However, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case. Nope. No, there isn't. Which means that the glass was broken from the inside out. Her ass is not paying attention, and it's great. The piggy bank must have fallen over from the turbulence and right through the glass. Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much glass all over the floor. I'm willing to bet that this hat was knocked off its head at that time, too. That's nice. Which leads me to believe that the killer took the Captain Hugo Bank from here after the turbulence. Updated piggy bank report. Yep. Take your power naps on your own time, Miss Meal, and listen when I'm talking. But the murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out as the murder weapon. So you mean the bank's not the real murder weapon, it's a fake? Yeah, at this point, that's a very real possibility. But then what if the killer went to take Captain Hugo and he broke the glass by accident? The display case is locked, so that's highly unlikely. Oh, but there's one person who could have. And who would that be? Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything. Miss Rhoda Tenero, huh? Can we go talk to her? Let me go. Let me out. Maybe I gotta think in my brain first. The turbulence. The suitcase. Because they roll around. Maybe it smashed another thing. Yes, there is definitely something wrong. I was enjoying Miss Tornado running around with this. I keep calling it whatever. She was a very fun companion, but this is great. Just self-assured Edgeworth going, yes, of course. If this is connected to this, listen here, because the glass, and she's just not present. It's just so good. There's definitely something wrong here. And maybe she's the killer and she knows all this and she's playing a part. That's the most likely scenario, but even still, this is great. Check the fuck out. What's with the sudden yelling? Tell me, Miss Meal, don't you think there's something strange about these suitcases? It's a very good matchup with Miles specifically. That's my point. When someone like Gumshoe's like, wait, I don't get it, boss. Explain to me. That's fine. That's fun. I like Gumshoe. But just of course, if this is connected, I'm in my mind palace, putting the pieces together and just not caring at all is good. Well, sure, they totally ooze strange, like the color and the such.
That's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention.
You're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry. These suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper.
Yeah, they look a bit uptight, don't they? But I guess they take after their creator, hee hee.
That's not what I meant, Miss Meal. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind, I'd sooner find an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself.
Upon closer inspection, they really are quite hideous.
Hee hee.
I wonder how Miss Rhoda would have reacted if she'd heard what you just said.
What's wrong? She makes a good point.
It would be wise of me to watch what I say out loud.
What's this? I've spotted something that's not quite right. What is so unusual about this suitcase?
This one's got brakes. That's pretty sus. But the flowers are on the floor. That's even susser.
Take that!
This is what's so odd.
I don't think it's that strange at all. Maybe not to that extent, ahem. Mustn't overthink this. I should let the answer come to me. What? What's unusual about the suitcase? It has... that's like a price tag. Overthinkment? Is that this one doesn't have brakes? But we always saw it roll away? It says go you? It's colorful? What? It's never a bit. No, I'm never doing it. I never make jokes. Do you really not see it? No. I don't know what you're talking about. I was like, wait, there's brakes on that one. But then that wouldn't really change anything. This is bolted to the ground. Those are there. I'm overthinking it. Yeah, probably. But telling me I'm overthinking it doesn't make it easier to stop overthinking it. I'm still sitting here like, I'm just looking. There are two of them. They're sitting there. One of them rolled free. One of them has brakes. What's weird about them? Don't think stupid, think logical. Spot the difference. I did. One has brakes. What else is different between them? No, seriously, what's different between them? They just look the same. I don't know. What do you... Chat, I don't... Wheelie different. It got pink wheel?
Take that!
That's important? I'm not colorblind. And I noticed that that one was different. I didn't think that was important. Something suspicious. Yeah, I was overthinking. Sure, one of them looks a little different. As in, everything's important. Sure. When they pop up the thing that's like you take damage when you're wrong, I'm like, okay, let me be. There are no stoppers in place on these. Without stoppers, one would think that the turbulence would have sent it flying. And so it's very likely that the suitcase was placed here after we hit that turbulence. It's also just the classic Ace Attorney bit of like, oh no, this is suspicious. And it's like, why is it suspicious? And it's like, but what do you want from me? Let's take a closer look, shall we? Gotta rotate it in my mind. It is the stoppers. I clicked the one that lacks stoppers, which is like me playing Ace Attorney in a nutshell. What's going on here? It would appear to be unlocked. Let's take a look at what's inside. A piece of cloth. And it's soaked with blood. It's blood! It appears that this suitcase is very strongly tied to a murder after all. It's nice that the game heals you after sections of the chapter. It's not like the normal Ace Attorney is like, you get health back when you finish the 5-hour-long segment in court. I don't feel as worried about needing to save scum. So explain this to me. What does this suitcase have to do with the murder? I believe it's pretty safe to say the killer used this suitcase in some manner, such as to move something, perhaps. Yeah, aren't you just talking about the cloth then? That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. The thing I believe the killer used this suitcase to transport is the piggy bank? What else could it possibly be? But then why would that? But then what would that? Maybe he put that whole. Let me put that in there.
Take that!
Miss Meal, wake up! Huh? Did you say something just now? I mean, I don't know, but I don't think that's it. No, I was just seeing if you were awake. My real explanation begins now. Wake up. Wake up. The thing that Killer used the suitcase transport is, my badge, the phone. But, what? Huh? What? Huh? What else? Think stupid. The dead body would be too big to fit in that. The phone is too small. It's missing. Why would it be bloody? Am I sure?
Take that!
Something that would fit inside a suitcase that's also covered in blood. You can't put it. It's a huge. Is it? Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it? Okay. Yeah. It must be pretty, but maybe he's small. It's not. It's a perspective. It's actually a very small elevator. He's just little. In light of this, let's say Mr. X was moved into the elevator from someplace else. Which means the murder was committed in an entirely different location. So you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it? Exactly. Bro, I could pay rent in that suitcase.
I used to live in a shoebox, pal. A suitcase will be glamorous.
What is it? Nothing. Just that I was thinking about what Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, welcome back. I wanted to give you a bit more time, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but the captain feels that he has allowed you ample time. He says he'd appreciate it if you could wrap it up here and return to your seat. Okay, but like, you already lied once about the captain's orders. So now you've thrown doubt into the mix, and I don't trust anything from you or Cammy for that what it's worth. Edgeworth. I understand his sentiments, however, if I'm not allowed to complete my investigation, the crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. If I must stop, I insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course. She got cubes. If that is your only condition, I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I'm here to assist you in any way that I can, Mr. Edgeworth. Sounds like fun. We can camp out and watch over everything together. I found proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge, and I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoing. And yet, regarding what Miss Meal reminded me about Miss Tenero, I keep saying Tenedo, which was the stupid case from the last game. Tenero. I can't, Robert De Niro, that will be my mnemonic. I can't allow my investigation to end here because of boobs. I was calling her Tornado before Boob Lady showed up, but I guess it's not helping. The truth must come to light. Don't you have passengers to attend to? Nah, they're fine. They're tied to their chairs. At least we know for a fact that little German boy's happy about it. Oh my god. This snack is delicious. Oh. 1 p.m. Hope Springs Airport. I know that once we had landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over, and thanks to Miss Tenero and Miss Meal, I was able to preserve the crime scene. But I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenero in private. I'm left wondering just what was she up to? Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation. I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth. I know that theme song. Oh god. Franziska? I thought you were still in Deutschland. I go where I am needed, and wherever there are criminals to be caught. Her name is Franziska von Karma, the daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. And chat is extremely normal. Are you heading up this case? It would be a bit of a relief if you are. Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I'm placing you under arrest. What? It's quite frustrating, actually. I had hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue. But I'll have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day. No snowmo. Can you bring whips in airports? That's her, That's her, it's like a support animal kind of thing. Like, she needs that to travel. When a disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame? The head of the House of Von Karma was a criminal. What do you mean? It's her comfort whip. It's a service whip. Wait, it has all been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim. A misunderstanding? I heard all about the murder over the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat him to death. Francisca, do you honestly believe that I killed a man? I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I've investigated this for myself. I can put your arrest on hold until then. That's as it should be. Ha! I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you of all people. To be perfect in every way, the fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for. Well, I have my own creed which I must fulfill, so why don't we solve this together? Partners! I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town. Trust me, I had no intention to. Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir.
There he is. Too slow. Ow. Listen up. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand?
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm supposed to guard him?
A simple yes or no, detective.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. You just leave it to me.
Miles Edgeworth, if you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? You see the guy in blue in the background? It's him. Yeah. Now then, if you'll excuse me. Salmonella. Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth. Sir, boy, am I glad to see you're okay. It's funny, too, that I was talking about how the Ace Attorney games 5 and 6 didn't lean super hard. And so remember this, and then Investigations is like back to back to back. Remember, we're bringing back Maggie. We're referencing old cases. Referencing characters and backstories. Referencing Wendy. Like, all this stuff is just... But it's fun. I don't know. It's done in a way where it's just kind of a wink. It's not over the top, just like everything is tied into old games or something. At least so far. Thank you, detective.
I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this.
I have to admit I'm a bit curious as to what Francisca's up to. Maybe I should go ask the good detective. Very well. In that case, I have a few questions for you. Hold on, that's my theme song playing. I simply must bust a groove, you understand?
Yeah, I understand, boss.
Talk to Sal? I don't want to. I can get some information. Hey, kid. What have you of the planes preparing for takeoff? Besides the turbulence, they're really not all that bad as a mode of transportation. This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes. Wow, I'd love to take a run down that runway. Though the youth of today, so much potential, yet so misguided. I don't want to talk to him. Looking from behind, I think I've seen this man somewhere before.
In Soviet Russia, world flags, lunchboxes eat Zhu.
What? How did he say that out loud?
Found it, lol. Ooh, I feel a wave of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000, lols. For my next elite move, it's gonna be the Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Tokyo, versus the World Samurai Champion of Earth. It's gonna rock source so many box sores.
Oh, rock source is yeah, that's, yeah. Well, I don't remember if it was rock source. It was, there were definitely a bunch of things he said when he popped up where I was like, I have not heard these phrases in decades. So the Steel Samurai's finally getting a movie. That's the takeaway. This man was in first class with me. He was quite shaken up by the whole affair. Yeah, thanks for the bits. This is how people in 2000s talked. It's a long forgotten dialect we don't understand anymore. I did it. I made it the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore. I'm bummed that I accidentally ran out of the cabin and didn't get to talk to all the passengers. Oh well, he must have been pretty scared. He's repeating the same thing over and over to himself. Ooh. This reminds me. That Phoenix said he had a plant he cared much for. Hope that plant is doing well.
Lunchland. Not bad. Guess it's gotten big enough to warrant its own branch shops. Which should I go with? Recommend our airport special World Flags lunchboxes, only available for a limited time. We have a variety of lunchboxes made up to look like different countries' flags. Wonder if they're aiming to take Lunchland to the international market. Hey, bud. I believe his name was Charles. So how is the initial investigation going? We just shipped the body off to the coroner's office, and we're taking statements now, sir. That sounds like Franziska. She was always good at quick response to cases. I'd say she was a little too quick, sir. How so? I rushed on over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. But somehow, when I got here, Miss Von Karma was already here barking out orders at everyone. It was kind of creepy, as though she knew there had been a murder or something. And had come in advance to await your flight's arrival. That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly, and out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. There must be some backstory to all of this. Miss Von Karma's just kind of popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident. No details? It's kind of top secret, so she can't talk about it. Even with me, sir. Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, Detective. Though I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine. Sir, whenever you close your eyes and go real quiet, I know you're thinking bad things about me. I can feel it in my heart. Anyway, that's about all the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate. It's high time to resume my investigation, starting with talking to the people involved in this case afresh.
Wasn't there a bit in, I don't remember what game it was, because I don't... I think it was Trials. The case with the bridge, where Maya was doing her, training, and then you play as Edgeworth for a little bit. Doesn't he have a bit where he's like, oh god, I'm internal monologuing just like him. And now he's out here just yapping nonstop in blue text. I'm not misremembering that, right? That was the whole thing. Is that the captain? And he talked to everyone again with Gumshoe dialogue. Ooh, Gumshoe. Oh, because okay, I messed up. Or, I didn't mess, yeah, I missed. This game has a lot of text in it. This is after that. Right, I'm understanding where in the timeline we are, I guess. She hasn't met her GF yet. A new character from Volta's Turn Investigate. Oh, okay. Gumshoe and Honkshoe? You must be the captain. Why, yes, I am, and who might you be? I'm the prodigy prosecutor Franziska Von Karma, and I have a few questions for you. Don't you dare, Captain, getting friendly with another woman. Well, there's our confirmation of why she's kept around. I'll never forgive you if you do. What are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy. I wouldn't bet money on our dear Captain being much of a reputable person. Between trilogies? Don't quote me on that. Sure you don't want to ask the captain some questions, sir? He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know anything of use. But he would know who talked to him and when and about what. I'd like to leave that type of witness to Franziska and her whip. Okay, bye. My law book! I need that. Oh my god, little German boy didn't finish. So sad. At least 2 families. The baguette. That was the little German boy who was working on the baguette. Now see here. Ack. Sorry. I'm sorry. How long do you intend to hold me? It's impossible for me to be the criminal, I told you. Mr. LeBlanc? Oh, it's you. Tell this man to stop stopping me from going. Time is money. I don't have even 1 second of wasteful time to spend. Did you finish taking a statement yet? Yep, all done, sir. I do not concern if you're not done examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back. If you make a single scratch on my art, you will pay. What sort of art? Mr. LeBlanc's an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold, sir. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small. From folk costumes to stone statues, I sell all kinds of arts. Folk costumes? Mr. LeBlanc's hat kinda looks like that other piece of cloth. Yeah, maybe he's got a thought about that. Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me? Oh, it's a Bourguignon cloth. As I suspected, your hat is made of the same material, I suppose. I suppose, yeah. Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous, orders come from over the seas for more. This is a world-famous export.
Great. Then this is the cargo you were talking about earlier? No, my cargo this time is much, many gigantic. You, detective, when can I have my cargo moved? You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal. The stubbornness of you police, it is no good. And there's no good that attendant refuses to exit the attendant's room, too. That attendant? I wonder if he's talking about Miss Tenero. What do you have any thoughts about this cell phone? What? Do you have some use for me? I have no time to waste. Le temp c'est l'argent. Maybe another language will get through your head. I understood you perfectly fine in English. I don't know French. Do you know about this art? Because you know about art? Okay. Ceci n'est pas un beep. Rhoda, what did you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc? She was taken into the attendance room for her interview, and then they still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier, quicker than her. Why is Miss Tenero's interview the only one that's taking so much time? Miles Edgeworth, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you? Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Tenero. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room. Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances. I understand. You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. Franziska's logic. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here in the very lounge the body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found, the only person in this lounge the entire time was you. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect. Me? Gonna rate her gloves too? Yeah, I'll have to send it to Bath for rating. The likeliest suspect? Do you have a problem with that? No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute. I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend? Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I have to break her line of logic fast. It's unnecessary, much like my feelings that I've been saddled by. Not complicate things, go with the most obvious conclusion.
Hold it!
Nuh-uh. Don't you think you're being a bit rash by simply declaring me the culprit? I like my affairs to be simple and perfect. I'll show you the meaning of both when I finish this whole thing within 3 minutes. You say that like you're cooking a pack of instant noodles. 3 hours. I won't allow even 3 seconds of useless testimony be uttered in my presence. I see she hasn't changed a bit. But I won't allow her to send me to prison so easily. My favorite sibling duo, I cry. The scene of the crime is here in the very lounge where I was discovered.
Hold it!
So tell me, Franziska, do you know all there is to know about the crime scene? I know all that I need to know in order to arrest you, and nothing more. Are you saying there is more I need to know?
Why did you whip me, sir?
Sorry, Scruffy, my hand must have slipped. It would appear that Franziska doesn't have all the facts of this case yet. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found. What do you mean by seen? Please stop pretending like you don't know. It's insulting. Obviously, I'm talking about how Mr. Hicks was seen calling for an attendant at 5 a.m. And then from the time after that call until the body was found, the only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles.
Hold it!
While it's true that I was in the lounge the whole time, the fact alone does not make me the criminal.
Objection!
We'll see about that at the conclusion of this investigation. However, there is one thing that even you must admit at this time. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect.
Hold it!
Nuh-uh. Under the circumstances, I suppose I can agree that I am the most likely suspect.
But I believe in you, sir. I don't think you did it. Miss Von Karmer's gotta believe that too, right? I mean, you two are like siblings. How?
Quiet, Scruffy. Even if we were related by blood, that's no guarantee he's not a criminal. Franziska, I demand to see some proof that you are not the guilty party. Likely suspect, what a roundabout euphemism. But it would appear that she doesn't yet know about the new evidence that we acquired and where we acquired it. I'll take care of the gaps in her logic one hole at a time. Only person lounged the entire time was you, but then what about the feet prints?
Objection!
It would seem that your logic is not as perfect as you think it is. And what is that supposed to mean? This piece of evidence should show you exactly what I mean. Oh, it clearly shows what you're thinking.
That you're attempting to buy yourself time. I knew I shouldn't have tried to pull a fast one.
That made sense to me. Okay, well that was my first thought. Let's not complicate things. Okay, what we got here? I mean, you mentioned the new evidence, meaning the cloth, but how does that prove it wasn't Miles? How do we use that to prove? For there to be this much blood on this piece of cloth, was the victim wrapped in it at some point? According to Mr. LeBlanc, this textile is fairly famous. What a waste. The parrot is involved somehow. Definitely. Abby Hicks was there on the scene when he took off again at 5 a.m. Stopped from 4 to 5. What time did she say? Sometimes we seen calling for an attendant until the body was found. The only person that's lounged the entire time was you, Miles. This makes you likely a suspect. Yeah, about that. So, but such as, how could I use this? Just to transport the body. Is the point that he didn't die in the lounge? So,
Objection!
no, apparently not.
This conflict was something, right, sir? Gumshoe, don't speak up. Ouch. Trying to follow your lead, sir.
You're a disgrace. What do they want?
What do they want? What do they want?
Come on, brain cell, do your thing. They are siblings. Yeah, there's the... Not even step siblings, right? There's adopted siblings. Maybe, I don't know. What? Yeah, but not confirmed. Oh, no. My poor brain cell. Wait, no. Most last conclusion. Seeing the crime is here in the very lunchbox. Okay, maybe this is the line. Hey, maybe I stayed on the wrong line.
Objection!
Okay, it was just the wrong line. Okay. That makes sense. It would appear that you did not have all the information you needed after all. And what does that mean? I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves the body was moved from a different location.
Yeah, get him.
Right, Miles was adopted by the Von Karmas. The killer used this suitcase to move the victim's body. People edit the wiki to say it because it makes sense, but it's been removed because citation needed. They were raised together for a long time. Right. That much is clear. Meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all. It's adopted anime. Maybe. I haven't seen the anime. Now, who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions? Excuse me. All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove that the body was moved. It could be that the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth. I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily. You should know better than that. Von Karma's perfect in every way. But did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point? As if there's proof of that. Where's the proof that the suitcase was moved around? On the suitcase?
Take that!
All it takes is one look at this and you'll have your answer. Indeed, I have my answer now.
That you are an ignorant whippersnapper.
What? Oh. And you're just an unforgiving whipsnapper. The suitcase ended up in the in-flight shop. Where did it come from? Should be clear if I think about the path the killer took. Oh, is that the line?
Take that!
I forgot about those lines in the juice. The spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. And I'd like to draw your attention to this area. Meow. Where is the evidence that proves the killer dragged the suitcase through here? Right about meow.
Take that!
This mark here and here. Wouldn't you say that looks suspiciously like tracks from two wheels? I suppose. Hey. Further, there is also grape juice residue on the wheels of the suitcase. This means the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here. I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else. I'm glad you've come to your senses. Not so fast. This still doesn't put you in the clear, not by a long shot. You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence. No.
And then you waited for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death.
No.
Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase.
No.
With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from and pretended to be the discoverer of the body.
No.
Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought of on the fly. Just what are you insinuating? That I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I'll expose the flaws from inner logic in one fell swoop.
The fuck you mean, nuh-uh?
You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence.
Hold it!
No.
And how do you suppose I was able to take the piggy bank out of its display case? As I recall, the case was locked. That's easy if the case was locked. You simply had to hit the glass like this. Ow! You've shattered my heart of glass. So she wants to talk about the in-flight shop and the Captain Hugo bank, does she? That takes care of how you obtained the murder weapon. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death.
Hold it!
I thought there wasn't any of the victim's blood found in the lounge. I thought you'd say that. What, did you think I wouldn't have noticed? I think you just found a way to cleverly hide the blood splatter in the lounge by accidentally spilling grape juice on top of it. Are you accusing me of tampering with the crime scene now? We'll see, won't we? The forensic scientists are hard at work on that as we speak. And what do you propose I did after that? Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase...
Hold it!
So I put the victim's body in the suitcase, and then where was I headed, Francisca? That's pretty obvious. You were bringing it to first class where you could safely keep an eye on it. We're talking about this thing, you know. I hardly call it discreet or ordinary. Annoying brat. Well, then, you were intending to leave it inside the elevator. But unfortunately for you, a wrench was thrown into your plans because... the plane hit that patch of turbulence and it flew out of the suitcase. You've experienced turbulence on a flight before? Of course, many times. You get used to it after a while. The patch we hit was especially rough, and I passed out briefly, but only for a second.
Good thing it was only for a sec, sir. It'd been bad if you really blanked out.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, blanking out is exactly what got me into this mess in the first place. That's enough of your idle chatter. I'm not through with you yet, Miles Edgeworth. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from.
Hold it!
But not the body. If I really were a criminal, do you really think I would be so easily caught?
Objection!
You are certainly in the middle of being caught right now. Yeah. To find a contradiction fast, or I won't have much of my own hide left to save. I have to say you're looking rather caught right now, and I'll tell you exactly what you did after that. You loitered around in the lounge and pretended to be the discoverer of the body.
Hold it!
I didn't pretend to be anything. I really was the first to discover the victim's body. I suppose that's true. So then you are yielding to my statements. Don't be foolish. I still insist that you are the killer, but in that sense, you really were the first to discover the body to be dead. No matter what I say, she seems dead set on making me out to be the killer. Her logic is reasonably sound, and the large majority of it reflects the truth. But there is one point about it that is not quite right. Well, can I prove that the... No, I don't know if I can. Well, but this just says it was taken out after the turbulence. So I already proved that point.
Objection!
So yeah. Why should my brother be killed so much? Because she's a prosecutor, and if they can just pin the blame on the most obvious person, that saves them a lot of trouble. The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared. Evidence and logic, essential tools that those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master. But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix? A fake? This Captain Hugo piggy bank is just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon. What? The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important, and it was taken after the turbulence had occurred. But then what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of that? I assume it was added after the murder when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick the bank up off from the floor
and took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. Ignore the fact that I'm passed out on the ground next to Holmes. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage in my pocket, to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Ackby Hicks.
You there?
Yes, ma'am. Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found?
We didn't find anything in this lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence. And the remaining items all tested negative for any trace of blood.
I see. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it appears your stall tactics are at an end.
But it's possible it's just hidden somewhere, sir.
Eek! If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth. Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside that suitcase, it signals to me that the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means the real murder weapon is either still on the murderer's personage, or is still at the real crime scene.
Objection!
There is one more possibility, and that would be that the piggy bank is in fact the real weapon. But didn't we just... Let me finish. The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence by opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at that time that the glass pane in the door was broken. I'd say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you? Let's see, so that means the killer had the key to the display case. Franziska, the person you're talking about. Not so fast, I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about also committed another sin. Sloth? She tricked the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. It is the sin of lying.
The most egregious sin.
Speaking of which, I recall that you also wish to speak with her. Yes. Very well, permission granted, but only if I can sit in on your interrogation. Do we understand each other? I have no intention of interrogating her, but you are welcome to accompany me if you so wish. Miss Tenero's in the flight attendant's room. Let's move.
Doo-dee-dee-doo-doo. Solve your murder. If you do not, how am I supposed to have my cargo returned to me?
Please be patient a little longer, Mr. LeBlanc.
Like a strike of thunder, solve it.
Fast as lightning. If I could, I would.
They got a piano. Hey, do you think I can try it out, sir?
I think you would know better than to randomly touch things at a crime scene, detective. I didn't know you knew how to play.
Of course I do. I'm practically proficient.
Interesting. The things you learn about people on a daily basis.
I can get Do and Ray to come out just right, sir.
2 notes does not a proficient pianist make, detective. Do, Re, and etc. And the rest.
Mr. Edgeworth, you have to see this chair. It says in honor of Rocker Pals Day.
What exactly is the big deal with these rocker pals?
They're a seriously sweet Swiss superstar rock band, sir.
Makes me want to listen to one of their songs right now. Sorry I got lost in that forest of sisses right now.
Do you want me to explain it to you again?
You know, detective, I think I'll have to take a rain check on that, regrettably.
Looks like we can't go beyond here, sir. There's tape in the way. There's no passing tape.
The body's been sent off to the medical examiner's office for autopsy.
Hey, this statue.
What about it, detective? Did you notice something?
I saw this guy in a dream last night. The resemblance is uncanny, sir.
You saw him in your dreams.
Well, yeah, I saw him and then I arrested him. I wanted to show you just how vital I am in our partnership.
Being useful in your sleep is of no help to me in the real world, detective.
Oh man, there's a really pretty lady in that plane over there. Ah, she's looking over here. Quick, sir, wave at her with me, please.
I refuse to be your wingman on this. Hello. Hi. There are a few copies of Sky Magazine in the rack. This month's special.
Oh, looks like it's an English trivia quiz.
I've got one. What starts with I and means boldly rude and disrespectful? The answer is most definitely insolent.
Time's up. Sorry, sir. The correct answer is insolvent.
Detective Gumshoe, don't tell me your English abilities are the same level as him. Let's go. He's vibrating with rage for days.
I would never wave to a woman.
Unless just to wave him off like the good shoe. Away with you. 223. I wonder which bed is Cammy's. The one that's just a pile of blankets and a phone off the hook. Professional style. Go you. So you're the one that poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that? Miss Tenero? Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too? Can you please help us and shed some light on why you did what you did? Alright. Ooh. What is all this junk inside these boxes? There's no rhyme or reason to any of it. That's our lost and found, Mr. Edgeworth.
Gold crowns and swords and necklaces. It's like a treasure trove in here, sir.
The fact that these were left on the plane implies they were carried onto it to begin with. Something tells me it's time for Goalie to send its metal detectors out for repairs. And what are inside these boxes? Those are some souvenirs I bought in Borginia.
There's so many. There's even a second box.
Well, yes, I find that folk art from around the world does great things for my creativity.
The suitcases certainly could have done with a whole lot less of your creativity. Damn.
It's one of those suitcases designed by Miss Tenero. You can tell it's hardly ever been used by the lack of even a single scratch on it. So these are the attendants' lockers, huh? Let's hurry up and examine them, sir. Why must men always be so rude? Besides, who exactly gave you permission to search through the attendants' lockers?
Wait, detective.
It would be uncouth of us to look in a woman's locker without her permission.
Yeah, I guess so. Plus, I feel this murderous draft and I can sense a whip not far behind.
Keep our cabin clean. What exactly is this panel for? That's the emergency control panel for the elevator. We used it to stop the elevator on the first floor and to keep its doors open. Yeah. It's pretty easy to tell who sleeps in which bunk just by looking. I'm almost certain that the well-kept one up top belongs to Miss Tenero.
Ew, this bottom one's a giant mess.
You sloven, squalid scoundrel of a man. You dare to scrutinize a woman's bed and invade her privacy?
Yow!
There are some things in life best kept to yourself, detective. There's sure to be a clue of some sort in this trash can. Detective Gumshoe, if you please.
Yes, sir. You just leave the rummaging to me.
Scruffy, how dare you go through a woman's trash without her permission? Have you no sense of honor?
Eek, I'm sorry. I'm just doing what Mr. Edgeworth told me to do. Ow!
Forgive me, detective. Rummage, rummage, rummage. This door leads to the cargo hold, but I can't let you through without Miss Von Karma's express permission. It's not a bad way to handle the situation if it was any old case, but this isn't.
Between you and Miss Von Karma, who's better at their job?
Oh, there's no comparison to be made, detective. None.
So it's her, right?
Miles Edgeworth, isn't there something that you should be doing right now? I should be asking Miss Tenero for her side of the story. That's right. And how does that have anything to do with what's over there? Nothing really. If you already knew that, then why don't you hurry up with the interrogation already? Okay, fine. Well, go on. Let's hear our troublesome attendant out. In due time, I've one thing I'd like to ask you. Do you plan to continue using that whip for the foreseeable future? Of course. I've wrangled many a testimony out of people thanks to it.
Yeah, and probably a whole ton of yelps. Too, ow!
And I'm willing to bet that the majority of them came from you, detective. Captain's permission. Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that? Because I didn't think I would be able to get his permission. What do you mean? The captain, he only has ears for Cammy. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Meal. Yes, and on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends. In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges. Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Tenero, is it? There is one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was. And why were you there? Well, Why the sudden hesitation? Franziska seems to have struck a nerve. I can't use superpowers to find out. Let's try asking questions. All I did was go check up on the shop like I always do. You're saying it was for work, then? Yeah, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes, I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell. Miss Tenero claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. But is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that thing. That thing? Ask about the piggy bank! I don't know how to answer you. As a professional flight attendant, I'm a failure. What about this? If you could please take a look at this for me, Miss Tenero. That suitcase.
Yes, about this suitcase. You are the one who designed it, correct? And I think I figured something else about it. This suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it? There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there? Won't you please tell me more about this suitcase? Yes, well, I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I designed were selling. I know that as a service professional, I'm not supposed to care. But I really wanted to know. And I was glad to see that it was the last one there. The last one there. So you're saying, Mr. Nero, that the suitcase in question was the last one? Yes, they're just so popular, they're practically flying off the shelves. That's the turbulence doing that. It's not exactly the impression I got. The one in the shop is most definitely the last one. But we're currently looking at that suitcase. Really? Then I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one. I didn't say anything about buying it. Then say you'll buy it. I'm sorry, I can't. But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. I guarantee it personally as a service professional. Well, that is... How should I put this? It's hideous. What? Maybe that was a bit too direct. Moving on. My issue with the suitcases isn't the design, it's the number of them remaining. Remaining? There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it. 2? Well, that's impossible. I'm sure there was only 1. Looks like her story has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, I'm positive there's only 1 suitcase left. Something is amiss here. What could be the meaning of this inconsistency? By the way, Mr. Nero, what is one of those suitcases doing here? That's... I thought you said there was only 1 left. That one is, it's mine. I've used it for a very long time now. But there's not a scratch on it. And there's still a price tag on it. $1,200! She used it for a long time? I think not. Mr. Nero, I'd appreciate if you wouldn't lie to me. Excuse me? How do you know that I'm lying? Do you have a magical bracelet? Do you have a magical Magatama? You're sweating and shifting, and a big X to doubt floated next to your face. I don't believe for even 1 second that you've used this for a very long time. What proves that this hasn't been used for nearly as long as Mr. Nero says? I mean, it's got a price tag. Take that! Tell me, Mr. Nero, is it also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase? What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase? Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Miss Tenero, I think I understand. I know what you are trying to hide. Now then, this suitcase was originally in... the shop? In the shop? The shop makes sense. Seeing as how the price tag is still on this suitcase, one can only assume it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. And the person who bought this suitcase was... She bought it?
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it, Mr. Nero? I hate to say this, but this suitcase that you designed, it hasn't sold very well, hasn't it? When your hit tweet/suitcase doesn't get any likes. You saw how poorly this design that you poured your heart into was selling, and were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right? And the reason you went to the shop and came back here was... I'm sorry, all I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I'd finally accomplished something. Maybe the design's not bad, but it's they're selling luggage on a plane. Maybe that's the problem. But the suitcases didn't sell. It's because of the design, isn't it? All because it's, as you put it, hideous. I can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them either. We weren't selling a single one and they were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there day in and day out, so I decided to buy one for every flight I worked. You buy one every single time you work a flight. Hey bro, Montana. Thanks for the prime, enjoy the emotes. How you doing? Oh, you buy every single one on a flight. Not all of them, you buy one every flight. In order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well. Yes, and here's my receipt for that purchase. $1,200 on credit. Oh no, girl. Oh no. If you have any questions regarding this transaction, please contact us at Go You Airlines. Yeah. Okay. At 5:40 a.m. Yeah. This receipt is clearly timestamped 5:40 a.m. Receipt data, adopt time.
So when at 5:40, there was only one left in there. Huh. The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight. Miss Tenero, where are these other suitcases? They should all be down in the cargo hold. And the suitcase the killer used could very well have come from the cargo hold. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases to... Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body. How could they? Those suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips. That's all I ever wished for them to be. Miss Tenero, is there any other way to get to the cargo hold other than the elevator? No one in the series is good with money. No. No, not really, no. The only other way is just through that door there. And what about security? That door has no special lock installed because just to enter this room, you need a special key card only crew members have access to. Which means the culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers and leaving only crew members as potential suspects. I can't believe it. Yes, Francisco? Going on these wild goose chases, you're a disgrace to the Von Karman name. And what do you mean by that? The suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story. Which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used their key card. Miles Edgeworth, you're proposing the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct? That's the only realistic possibility. That other attendant, Miss Meal, I asked her earlier, and she had this to say. I just got information out of Miss Meal. In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different key card is required. A different one? Yes, and the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhoda Tenero, and only you. What, is this true, Miss Tenero? I keep that key card in my locker at all times. Could you please show us that card right now? Hold on. I don't believe it. What's wrong? The key card. It's gone. Right. Ha ha ha. Very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen when in fact you were just trying to hide it from us. You really thought this through. Oh wait, it's not like that. You can tell us all about it, what it's like down at the station. Officer, arrest this woman. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, bye. See ya. Okay, bye. Her roommate has access to the locker room told you that? I mean, it's probably true that it's her responsibility to keep it. Just it's not true that she's the only one person who had access to it. What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face. Francisca, I know that you're the lead investigator on this case. However, hold it. Don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rules as well as I do. You know the rules. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth? Well, where's Von Karma on the glove index? She's got like a full glove. So, that's like right in the middle. Has perhaps known a woman's touch? Well, no, that's when there's like part of the palm. Just the middle. Yeah, the whip adds complexity. The glove length slut index is not an infallible system. But also, I'm not an expert on such matters. I intend to do likewise. Yeah. To be continued. Do. Ba-ba-da-bum, ba-ba-da-bum. I think that's probably a decent place to leave things. Front-facing everybody. Because it's getting a little bit late. And it seems like there's still quite a bit left to do here. So, I'll take the off-ramp that they're providing me. But, thanks for watching. Lesbians don't wear gloves. I mean, this is just an image that Bath posted. In case you missed it when I brought it up earlier. I don't know if they made it or where they found it. But this is apparently a thing. And I mean, I don't know. It was good. You're leaving on glove slut index. Yeah. I believe the virginal tier for her. For Francisco. Thing. Call me when you're an expert. Has been posted on Discord. I could drop it in in there with no context. Just listen. This has context from Ace Attorney. Wait, I have more questions now. That's not helpful. Anyway, thanks for hanging. Can be the Sprite Gallery real quick. Maybe after a future stream. I'm worried about like spoilers and stuff. Look at it later. But yeah, good time zone. Thank you for hanging. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. We got through the. I mean, it was a tutorial, so it's probably the shortest case. But hey, also, it's not really. I mean, it is a case. We're not on the case. This game is weird. Combining investigation and trial mechanics leads to good pacing. It's one of the problems with a lot of the Ace Attorney games is that they have sometimes there's like you go on a long investigation and you're going around talking to people, click on things, and you can't go into there. You gotta wait till you get this exact thing before you can go there, etc. Sprites and are locked. Oh, that's nice. Okay. So it's like you do all this investigation stuff and then you go to trial and then maybe that wraps it up. Sometimes it's like, okay, go back to investigation and it's just sort of broken up into these big sections. Whereas this structure, as weird as it is, to just be like, hold on, we're treating this like it's court and I have to provide evidence. And it's like, that's not how the real world works, but you know, it's whatever. It's their contrivance for making the game work. But it just means the end result is there's more of a mesh between, there's not as long a gap. They're able to kind of go between investigation mode and court mode kind of more readily. So it works. It works. It's just bizarre. It's just very silly. But I'm enjoying it so far. I'm having fun. We'll pick it up next time. But thanks for hanging. Let me get caught up real quick on where I might have missed. Azul, thank you for all of the bits. Necro Queen, thanks for 42 months. Lane, thanks for 100. And then Template, thanks for 74. Unnecessary feelings. Smashman, thank you for all of the bits as well. Pearly Pie, thanks for the 100. Come Such thanks for soup. Yuki Snowfox, thanks for 47 months. What have we done to be this blessed? We're for more Ace Attorney. I mean, we still have a lot of brain rot to get through, so we're doing it. Toxic Industry, thanks for 4 months. I didn't think wearing orthopedic shoes would work, but I stand corrected. Thank you. Quincy, thanks for soup. Azul, thanks again for the bits. Samui, thank you for the bits. The Lewd Line, thanks for 61 months. How much starch do you think her hair needs daily? All of it. Azul, thanks again for those bits. Pramatanuki, thanks for 54 months. Ayo Psyche, thanks for 15 months. Azul, thanks again for that. Smashbat, thanks for those bits. Brawl Montana, thanks for that Prime. Rival Link, thanks for 83 bits. No one in the series is good with money, oh my lord. Thank you. And Cup Saucer, thanks for the soup. Appreciate it, thanks so much. I started playing the first one then like I don't remember the exact date. I could look it up when I started. Because I just remember it was like holiday December time when I played the crossover Layton versus Phoenix, and I was like holiday 2023 maybe. But let me see. Ace Attorney. None of these. Hold on. I have to search through the VODs. It was June 17th, 2023. Was when I first started at Phoenix Wright. So I've only been living in this brain rot for just under 2 years. We see Lego Bowser? He's behind me. He's back there. He's got my back at all times. Anyway, let me find someone to raid. Thanks so much. Pick us up in the future. Holy shit, Devon's playing Power Stone 2. That was the first thing that caught my eye. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, I gotta know. Power Stone 2 is amazing. Let's go say hi to Devon. Ghost Trick at the start. Well, it's... Ghost Trick made me feel more confident diving in. It's really Layton. Layton was my gateway drug into wanting the crossover. But yeah, thanks for watching, thanks for ringing, thanks for chatting. Power Stone. Some of us have been here for 20 years, I know. Which, I hope it's been fun watching me learn firsthand about just the true depths of insanity. I don't know, does anyone have a relevant raid message? Or we just yell Power Stone and be hype about that, because Power Stone is a great fighting game from the Dreamcast, if you've never seen it before. Urethra? You think? Can you at least include like a urethra I've got it? Rather than just the word urethra? So there's like a little bit of No. Chat out here making me look bad across the whole website. I think mods might have to approve that. Maybe, I don't know. No, please no. I mean, if you want to say Eureka. God, it's making me forget what words are. I feel like the one was there. Maybe? Anyway, have a good weekend. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for chatting. I gotta go. I gotta replenish my brain cell so we can hop back in next time. Find out what's going on this crazy flight that's now on the ground. Goodbye. 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 Get out of here. Goodbye. Goodbye. Shoo. Okay, they're gone. Thanks for watching, Wild Watchers. Hope you're enjoying the start of Ace Attorney investigations with Miles and Gumshoe. Everyone's here. Goodbye. Thanks for watching. See ya. Have a good one. Goodbye.